The female lead is forced by her family to marry a powerful man in a coma in exchange for the family's benefit. She thought this marriage was just a formality, but unexpectedly, this vegetative husband is actually a big shot, only pretending to be in a coma and secretly observing everything. After waking up, he gradually reveals his protectiveness, wisdom, and decisiveness, drawing the female lead into family and business conspiracies. Through many trials, the two go from strangers to understanding each other and eventually develop genuine feelings. The story combines love, drama, and humor, depicting the interesting love process of a couple who marry first and fall in love later. Everyone, please follow Lisa and watch this wonderful and dramatic story together. Thick arms reached out. Not just one, but many men were trying to humiliate someone. A man said excitedly, "Rip her clothes off, otherwise the photos won't be exciting enough." Xiao Meng's eyes were half open, as if a layer of fog was obscuring her vision. Suddenly, Xiao Meng's eyes changed, as if she had been awakened from a nightmare by something. At this moment, the young Xiao Meng finally realized what she was experiencing. Xiao Meng desperately covered her body with her weak arms and shouted, "What are you doing?" No matter how she struggled, the group of men still pinned Xiao Meng to the ground, and someone grabbed her arms. Xiao Meng's elbow hit the floor hard, making a muffled sound. Now Xiao Meng was surrounded by a group of men. She huddled in the corner like a wounded kitten, stuttering, "Get away! Get away!" Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out. "Good sister, be good. Let me take some indecent photos so you can suffer less." Hearing Lin Yan's words, Xiao Meng was both angry and scared. In fact, Lin Yan had already raised her camera and pointed it at her. Xiao Meng shouted, "Lin Yan, I'm your older sister. Do you know what you're doing? If Mom knew you were doing such a bad thing, how disappointed she would be." Hearing her mention their mother, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Lin Yan's mouth, and she said coldly, "My mom." At this point, I don't mind telling you, this was my mom's idea. She told me to put the drug directly into your water. As long as I take indecent photos of you, you'll obediently marry that vegetable for me. Who knew the head of the Lin group would become a vegetable because of a car accident? I don't want to be a widow for the rest of my life after marriage, Lin Yan said, her eyes drifting elsewhere. At this moment, Xiao Meng couldn't believe what she had just heard. Her ears were buzzing, her eyes wide with shock. No, impossible. Seeing Xiao Meng's expression, Lin Yan felt a little smug and revealed more of the truth. "You think my mom is sincere to you? That's just a trick to deceive a motherless child. Even the inheritance and company shares your mother left you, my mom has already coaxed Dad into transferring them to my name." Xiao Meng stood up, one hand still tightly gripping her dress strap. The wind outside the window was cold, but it was far less chilling than her heart at this moment. "How could you be so cruel? I treated you as family, but you treat me like this." In anger, Xiao Meng pointed at Lin Yan's face and cursed, her tears flowing uncontrollably from disappointment and rage. "Since we were young, I've given you everything, spoiled you, and treated you like my own sister. I just refused to marry in your place, and you harm me like this." Lin Yan held the camera, adjusted it, then walked closer to Xiao Meng and smiled. "Of course I know you're soft-hearted and always treat my mom like your own. As long as my mom acts pitiful in front of you, you'll definitely soften and agree to marry in my place." Suddenly, Lin Yan's expression changed, and she stared sharply at Xiao Meng. "But if you really marry into a wealthy family like the Lu family, we won't be able to control you anymore. Only if you're no longer pure and your reputation is ruined will you obediently listen to us forever. And only then can I justifiably take everything your mother left you." Xiao Meng was now standing by the windowsill, surrounded by the men. Lin Yan ordered her men, "Pull her down from the windowsill. This is the 25th floor. I don't believe she really dares to jump." As soon as she finished speaking, a man grabbed Xiao Meng's wrist tightly and then pushed her hard, causing her to fall to the ground. Lin Yan angrily instructed, "Today you can play with her however you want, as long as you don't kill or cripple my beautiful sister." The men gave lewd smiles. "Thank you, Miss Lin Yan." With Lin Yan's permission, several men began to approach Xiao Meng. One of them grabbed her hand, his face flushed. "Come on, Miss Sue, let me have some fun too." Xiao Meng's tears fell like rain as she struggled desperately and kept shouting, "Get away." Xiao Meng hurriedly covered herself. Her face suddenly flushed, sweat drenching her beautiful face. She thought, "Why is my heart beating so fast all of a sudden?" Before she could think more, Lin Yan had already given her the answer. "I put 6 times the dose of aphrodisiac in your water, and it seems to be taking effect. After speaking, she took several photos in a row. A triumphant smile played on Lin Yan's lips. "You'll lose consciousness soon," she said, "and act like a wild animal." She watched as Xiao Meng struggled to her feet again, leaning against the windowsill. Lin Yan threatened, "Stop struggling. This is my building, 25 floors high. Inside and out, it's filled with my people. Escaping is next to impossible. You couldn't fly out of here even if you sprouted wings." Xiao Meng's hands gripped the windowsill, trembling slightly with fear and rage. Seeing her continued defiance, Lin Yan ordered, "What are you all standing around for? Grab her and pull her down. If she gets hurt, I'll take responsibility." A flash of lightning illuminated the sky outside. Xiao Meng suddenly spoke, her eyes filled with hatred, staring directly at Lin Yan. "Su Lin Yan, even if I become a ghost, I will never forgive you." As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiao Meng lunged towards the window behind her. Lin Yan quickly reached out, trying to grab her. Xiao Meng plummeted. The crowd on Lin Yan's side screamed in shock and worry. "Oh no, she really jumped." Suddenly, the sound of rain fell. Xiao Meng opened her eyes slightly, seeing several people standing in front of her. She thought, "That hurts. My face hurts." Before she could understand what had happened, Xiao Meng instinctively touched her swollen cheek, as if she had just been slapped. The middle-aged man in a black suit standing in front of Xiao Meng angrily tugged at his tie and scolded, "I'm telling you, tomorrow you must marry the Luo family's only son in your sister's place. Now that Lu Yunsheng, the only son of the Lu family, is a vegetable. Do you want your sister to marry him and be a widow for the rest of her life?" These words felt incredibly familiar to Xiao Meng. She widened her eyes. Her father continued, "You, as the older sister, are so unreasonable. You don't even know how to care for your younger sister. You've truly disappointed me. Wasn't I dead?" Remembering her fall from the 25th floor, Xiao Meng wondered, wasn't I dead? Her face pale, she subconsciously looked at her hands and the clothes she was wearing. Why was this scene identical to the one from 3 hours ago? I was forced to jump. To confirm this wasn't a dream, Xiao Meng pinched herself hard. Back then, her father had forced her to marry the comatose Luo family's only son in Su Lin Yan's place. Her stepmother had fanned the flames, and her father had slapped her. This was exactly how he had scolded her. Her face crumpled in pain as the sharp sensation shot through her. It really hurt. "I've been reborn." Then, Xiao Meng struggled to her feet, tears welling up in her eyes. She had been reborn 3 hours before her stepsister drugged her and forced her to jump. Perhaps even the heavens couldn't stand it. Tears streamed down Xiao Meng's face. Perhaps from the joy of rebirth. Perhaps from the hatred for Lin Yan and her mother. "Su Lin Yan, Lin Yanlan," she thought, "everything you did to me in my past life, I will make you pay back tenfold in this one." Regardless of Xiao Meng's reaction, her father, as if insane, pointed at her face and threatened, "If you don't agree to marry in her place tomorrow, get out of this house. I don't have a daughter like you. Honey, don't be angry. No matter how disobedient Xiao Meng is, she's still your daughter." Yanlan appeared to speak up for Xiao Meng, but everyone knew she was instigating Xiao Meng's father. "She doesn't treat me like a mother at all. She's not even willing to help her sister with such a small matter as marriage." His tone was commanding. Lin Yan, standing beside him, looked as if she were about to cry. "Dad, no. I don't agree." Yinlan's face was grim, but she forced herself to remain calm. "All right, calm down." Then, whispering in Lin Yan's ear, Yinlan began to plot anew. "Su Xiaomei is pitiful and easily fooled. Once the company stabilizes, I'll sweet-talk her into transferring the shares back. Your mother's company will still be yours. Your father is just angry right now. You should try to be more considerate right now." Yinlan's words seemed reasonable. Even though Lin Yan was furious, she could only suppress her anger and try to appease her father. Inwardly, she cursed, "Su Xiaomei, just you wait. How dare you steal my shares? I'll make sure a wretch like you dies a horrible death." Speaking of changing faces, Lin Yan was a true master. She immediately went over to Xiao Meng, her voice gentle. "Sister, thank you for helping me. You'll always be my best sister." As soon as the words left her mouth, a crisp slap rang out. Xiao Meng slapped her without hesitation. Lin Yan hadn't even reacted yet. She was startled. I was actually slapped by that wretch, Su Xiaomei." Seeing her younger daughter being hit, Yinlan immediately rushed over, furious. "Are you crazy? How dare you hit Yin'er?" Su Xiaomei's father was just as enraged and moved to strike her, but Xiao Meng dodged in time. He cursed incessantly, "You unfilial daughter. What madness has taken you now?" He then pointed directly at Xiao Meng's face and warned, You dare dodge. You dare hit your younger sister. Do you even deserve to be called a sister? Xiao Meng calmly retorted, her voice firm. Dad, this marriage was her idea in the first place. If she truly considered me her sister, she wouldn't have forced me to marry in her place. Xiao Meng even calmly provoked her father further. Besides, Dad, if she truly cared about you, would she have gotten engaged to the Liu family without your consent? Hitting a nerve, Lin Yin immediately defended herself. Dad, don't listen to her nonsense. My engagement to the Liu family is to save the company. Xiao Meng pretended to cover her head, continuing to expose Lin Yan's lies. She's good with words. If it weren't for her recklessness, would the company be in crisis? She liked the Liu family's young master when she was little, and you even wanted to set them up. Then she changed her mind and dumped him, which is why the Liu family ended their partnership with us, and the company fell into crisis. Not only did she not apologize to the Liu family, but she also wanted to take a shortcut into another wealthy family by unilaterally signing a marriage contract with the Luo family, who just happened to be looking for a bride for a ghost marriage. Xiao Meng added fuel to the fire, her words like a knife piercing a balloon. Su Xiaomei's father's anger intensified. Now that she's realized that the Luo family's only son might never wake up, she's instigating you to force me to marry in her place. His hands clenched tightly as he listened to Xiao Meng. If it weren't for her recklessness, the company wouldn't be in trouble. She has no respect for me whatsoever. Lin Yin frowned and angrily cursed. You wretch. When did your mouth become so sharp? As soon as the words left her mouth, a heavy slap landed on her fair cheek. Xiao Meng's father roared, enough. Go and reflect on your actions. Before Lin Yin could react, she fell to the ground. Xiao Meng's father glared at her. Lin Yin stammered in disbelief. Dad, you hit me. Yin Lan quickly rushed over to help her up, whispering, don't say anything more. Your father is angry right now. We'll have other opportunities to teach that wretch Su Xiaomei a lesson. Yin Lan then led Lin Yin away. Looking back, she glared fiercely, resentment burning in her heart. Su Xiaomei, you made me get slapped twice. You're dead. Xiao Meng, in turn, watched them coldly, her mind made up. Su Lin Yin, Yin Lan, this is just the beginning. I will take back everything that belongs to me from you. The last thing Lin Yin saw before leaving was Xiao Meng's sharp gaze and confident smile. The next day, at the Liu family villa, sunlight filtered through the leaves, and pristine white camellias bloomed, facing the morning sun. Xiao Meng wore white high heels today. The person beside her spoke, Madam, due to our young master's special condition, it's inconvenient to hold a banquet. Please understand. Xiao Meng got out of the car and smiled at the young man beside her. It's all right. The young man then invited Xiao Meng inside. The interior was extremely luxurious, exquisitely decorated. An elegant lady sat before Xiao Meng. Steward Zhang bowed respectfully and said, Madam, Miss Su has arrived. The black-haired woman with a rather unfriendly expression was Mrs. Liu, the mother of the Liu family's young master. Xiao Meng walked up to Mrs. Liu, smiled politely, and called out, Mom. Mrs. Liu stood up expressionlessly, looked Xiao Meng up and down, and then said, CEO Su is quite clever, keeping his most beloved daughter by his side and letting you marry in her place. However, you're clean, so you barely meet the requirements. She added, since you've already received your marriage certificate, you are my son's wife. Come with me. After saying that, she led Xiao Meng towards a room. They arrived at the door, and Mrs. Liu gently pushed it open. Before they got close, Mrs. Liu introduced, this is my son Yinshen's room. Xiao Meng's eyes lit up, and her cheeks flushed slightly. This was Liu Yunshen, the CEO of the Liu Group, who had been in a coma for 2 years since the accident. Her son lay in bed, seemingly sleeping soundly without a sound. Xiao Meng thought to herself, he's so handsome, even more handsome than those celebrities. At this moment, Mrs. Liu said, from today onwards, you will take care of his daily life. There will be professional nurses to teach you. Yinshen has been lying down for 2 years, so you should massage his body regularly to promote blood circulation. Xiao Meng looked around, her gaze resting on Yinshen's legs, and she couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Strange, logically speaking, after 2 years like this, his muscles should have atrophied somewhat. Why is his physique still so good? Suddenly, Mrs. Liu handed her a gold card and said coldly, you are Yinshen's wife. Every month, I will give you 200,000 in allowance on Yinshen's behalf. I hope you could take good care of him. Xiao Meng took the card, her face slightly pale, and forced a smile. 200,000, that's more than my monthly salary. To get back the company inheritance my mother left me, money is absolutely essential. Then she cheerfully said to Mrs. Liu, Mom, don't worry. Since I agreed to marry Yun Shun, I will definitely fulfill my duties as a wife. She also thought to herself, even just for this money, I have to take good care of him. Seeing that her new daughter-in-law was behaving well, Mrs. Liu smiled. You say that nicely, but who knows if you'll really be well-behaved in the future. Saying it's for the money is more comfortable than those hypocritical pleasantries. She suddenly became serious again. There's one more thing. I hope you can have a child with my son. A reward of 10 million for each child. Xiao Meng blushed shyly and stammered, Each of a child. She glanced at Yun Shun lying in bed and muttered softly, How can a person in a vegetative state have children? Mrs. Liu sat down, pulled the blanket over her son, and said, Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Although Yun Shun has been in a coma for 2 years, his body is the same as a normal person. He can do that kind of thing. She turned to look at Xiao Meng and reminded her, We generally don't publicize the Liu family's affairs, so you probably don't know much about our family situation. Yun Shun also has a younger sister and a younger brother, but for various reasons, even when they grow up, it will be difficult for them to get married. The Liu family has many things that require my attention, and I'm already very tired. In short, I hope that while Yun Shun's body is still normal, we can have a grandchild soon, preferably several. Who knows what Yun Shun's body will be like in the future? Mrs. Liu hesitated for a moment, frowned, and looked at her with sharp eyes. You don't have a high education, and you don't have much of a background. I don't need you to be more capable than other daughters-in-law. As long as you can have children, children will protect you, and I will never let anyone bully you. But if you have ulterior motives, I will never let you off. Xiao Meng smiled obediently and agreed submissively like a kitten. Mom, don't worry about me harming Yin Shun. Since I married Yin Shun, I am his wife, and the children I give birth to will not only inherit the Liu family's business, but after they are born, you will also help me take care of and educate them. I can save so much effort, and I also get so much bonus money every month. It's a win-win situation. She said this, but in her heart, she felt that she was better off than other women. This was also Xiao Meng's way of comforting herself. After all, many women, after getting married, not only have to earn money, but also take care of the children, subsidize their husband's family with money, and endure beatings, scoldings, and infidelity from their husbands if they have bad tempers. When it came to leaving the children and focusing on the money, she felt it was a good deal. Before leaving, Mrs. Liu praised her, You really know how to coax people. I hope you remember what you said. Steward Zhang entered the room, looked at her, and said politely, Madam, the young master needs a bath now. Xiao Meng flicked her sleeves. Let me do it. Xiao Meng's enthusiasm worried Steward Zhang a little. He stopped her, saying, Let me help the young master, madam. You won't be able to move him. You could just help wipe his face. Xiao Meng ignored Steward Zhang's warning and went straight to Yun Shun's side. Gently lifting his head, she said, It's okay, let me. Carrying him is easy. Steward Zhang was still unconvinced. Madam, the young master is 1.89 meters tall. You really can't move him. To his surprise, Xiao Meng lifted Yun Shun with almost no effort. Madam, you're so strong. Looking at the young man in her arms, Xiao Meng smiled and explained, I used to have a part-time job moving goods, so naturally, I'm quite strong. Finally, Xiao Meng successfully carried Yun Shun into the bathtub. She sat beside him and looked at the bathtub, which was already full of water. After putting him down, she asked, Can I start bathing him now? Steward Zhang hadn't yet recovered from his shock. He stammered, Yes, madam, you can start now. I'll go out first. If you need anything, just call me. Xiao Meng smiled and nodded. Okay, but it seemed no one noticed that Yun Shun's face was slightly creased, as if with anger. After Steward Zhang left, Xiao Meng prepared to begin her task. She looked at his shirt and thought to herself, To bathe him, I have to take off these wet clothes first. As soon as she thought of this, her initial enthusiasm vanished. Xiao Meng was so shy she wished she could hide her face in smoke. Although she had mentally prepared herself, it was still a bit embarrassing. She took a deep breath, pulled herself together, and silently reminded herself, Don't be shy. It's just bathing my unconscious husband. It's simple. After a while, Yin Shun's shirt was finally off. Xiao Meng concluded, Taking off clothes in the water isn't easy. Next time, I should take them off before putting them in. Next were the pants. She lowered her head and thought, The water is a bit deep. It's hard to find the button on his pants. Xiao Meng's hand reached into the water, following the muscles to find the button of his pants. Suddenly, she touched something and was startled. What is this? Her hand brushed against a certain raised area. Realizing what she had touched, Xiao Meng quickly withdrew her hand, her heart racing. This. How could I accidentally touch there? Xiao Meng fumbled for a long time, but still couldn't undo the button. She thought, no, the bathtub is too deep. I can't undo it through the water. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Meng simply pulled up her skirt and climbed directly into the bathtub. Forget it. Since a vegetative person won't open his eyes, there's nothing to be shy about. One foot stepped into the water first, the warm and comfortable water spreading around her. Xiao Meng sat down and laughed self-deprecatingly. This is much more convenient for bathing. Then she started to wipe Yun Shun's body directly, and suddenly a blush appeared on her face. Xiao Meng was a little surprised. Is it an illusion? Why is his body a little hot? Worried that Yun Shin's temperature was abnormal, Xiao Meng quickly pressed her forehead against his, muttering, "It's about the same temperature as my forehead, so he shouldn't have a fever, right? Was it just an illusion? His face isn't red now either." Then she continued to gently wipe Yun Shun's face. "Here, let me wipe your face. Looking closely, you're really handsome. It's a pity you can only lie in bed forever." Xiao Meng reached for the shampoo on the chair, muttering, "Don't worry, since I've married you. Even if you don't wake up, I won't mess around outside and embarrass you." Hearing her say this, Yun Shun's eyes suddenly opened slightly. It turned out he had been feigning being a vegetative person all along. But before Xiao Meng turned around, Yun Shin quickly closed his eyes again. Xiao Meng continued, "Come, come, come." She happily washed his hair. "I'll make bubbles for you and wash you clean." At this moment, Xiao Meng wasn't standing very steadily. She was suddenly tripped by Yun Shun's leg and slipped, her other leg unable to support her. Xiao Meng lost her balance and fell directly onto Yun Shun. He was startled and opened his eyes wide, looking at the girl lying on his chest. Xiao Meng sat up and rubbed her nose, hissing in pain. "Your skin is really elastic, firm. Are you sure you've been lying down for 2 years?" As if suddenly remembering something, Xiao Meng quickly touched Yun Shun's chest, which had turned red. "It was too slippery just now. I didn't hurt you, did I?" Yun Shun's face twitched slightly, showing a hint of pain. Xiao Meng was frightened and quickly jumped away. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Before she could recover from the fright, Xiao Meng's eyes suddenly widened. "Wait, what was I sitting on just now?" She quickly stood up and looked down at where she had been sitting, only to realize it was Yun Shun's private area. Xiao Meng quickly climbed out of the bathtub. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't break it." She peeked at Yun Shun and saw that he had no reaction, so she quickly patted her forehead. Good, it should be fine, right? But she didn't know that the young man in the bathtub was trembling slightly with anger. Yun Shun's face wasn't much better, flushed red as he tried his best not to show his embarrassment. Xiao Meng was still shaken, stammering, "I'm sorry." She suddenly turned to look at Yun Shun's unusual complexion. "Why is your face so red?" Worried that something might be wrong with him, Xiao Meng carefully observed his condition. Looking closer, it didn't seem so red anymore. "No, I need to finish his bath quickly and then get Steward Zhang to check him." Madame Lu was looking at some documents, not even glancing at Steward Zhang as she casually asked, "What do you think of Xiao Mei?" Steward Zhang honestly replied, "So far, I only see that Madame doesn't mind that young master is in a vegetative state. Many people are averse to the idea of caring for someone like that." Madame Lu flipped through her new daughter-in-law's information. The file contained Xiao Meng's photo and details. Name, Su Xiao Meng, born in 2001, ordinary bachelor's degree, occupation, food delivery driver. Steward Zhang continued, "But Madame not only doesn't mind, she's also very proactive in helping. And Madame is very strong, able to easily carry young master into the bathroom." He smiled at Madame Lu. "Even I have to put in some effort to carry young master." Madame Lu frowned at Xiao Meng's resume, a hint of puzzlement in her eyes. It's normal for her to be so strong. This child has been bullied by her stepmother and stepsister ever since her mother passed away when she was 10. Let's not dwell on the past. Now that she's married in, we'll observe her slowly. Madame Lu closed the file, and Steward Zhang poured her a cup of tea. Madame Lu suddenly said softly, "Her strength is indeed different from ordinary people. I just don't know what her personality is like. Still, she's better than her sister. That Su Lin, Yin initially pretended to be gentle and sensible in front of me. Such manipulative tricks, how dare she try them on me? She took the teacup from Steward Zhang and continued. As soon as she heard that Yun Shen wouldn't wake up and couldn't inherit the Liu family's largest corporation, she immediately changed her tune. She didn't want any dowry or anything, just waiting for her younger sister to marry in her place. It's a good thing she didn't become my daughter-in-law. Otherwise, there would definitely be trouble. Madame Liu took a sip of tea, her face displeased as she criticized Lin Yan. Fortunately, Madame mentioned the inheritance back then, filtering out those with ulterior motives. Steward Zhang hesitated for a moment before continuing. Madam, those ladies from the ancestral home called just now. They said old Madam wants to see her granddaughter-in-law. She said she's free tomorrow and will, by the way, teach Madam how to be filial to old Madam and how to take care of young master. These words made Madame Liu's face even darker. Madame Liu immediately slammed her teacup on the ground, furiously saying, "Nonsense. Those shameless women. Do they think I don't know what happened with Yin Xian's car accident? Do they need to teach me? What do they mean by teaching my daughter-in-law? It's not their place to teach my daughter-in-law." Madame Liu's face was full of anger as she slammed the table. They're deliberately using old Madam's name to summon my daughter-in-law, aren't they? Just to assert their dominance and humiliate me in front of Xiao Meng. They think that with Yun Shen in a coma, our main Liu family branch is nobody, so they try to make things difficult for us at every turn. It's truly outrageous. Just then, a maid walked in from outside and announced Steward Zhang, "Madam is looking for you." Hearing the maid's words, Madame Liu's anger subsided slightly. "It must be Xiao Meng needing to ask you something. Go quickly." So Steward Zhang left the room. Entering Yun Shen's room, he was a little surprised. Yun Shen was already bathed and changed into clean clothes. Steward Zhang said, "Madam is truly amazing. She's already bathed young master." Xiao Meng leaned Yun Shen's head against her, smiling. "I still have a lot to learn from you." She glanced at Yun Shen. "Is Yun Shen sick?" His face flushed twice while I was bathing him. "I just took his temperature, and it's normal. Should we call a doctor?" Hearing this, Steward Zhang hurried over to check, thinking to himself, young master actually blushed. Steward Zhang suddenly became thoughtful. Since Chi Chu Xiao left 2 years ago, let alone blushing, young master hadn't been moved by any woman. Watching Xiao Meng attentively caring for young master, he couldn't help but wonder what had happened in the bathroom earlier. Afterwards, Steward Zhang smiled at Xiao Meng. "Please leave the rest to me to take care of young master. Madam has been busy for so long, she should rest. By the way, Madam will take you back to the ancestral home tomorrow, and in the afternoon, she will personally take you to buy clothes. Madam can prepare in advance." After handing over the remaining tasks to Steward Zhang, Xiao Meng waved goodbye and walked out, adding, "Thank you." The door slammed shut. Steward Zhang finally spoke. "Young master, the soundproof door is closed." He continued, "Madam probably hasn't realized you were only pretending to be in a vegetative state." At that moment, Yun Shen slowly opened his eyes. He sat up and rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly exasperated. That stupid woman was truly infuriating. Seeing his displeasure, Steward Zhang asked, "Young master, are you angry with Madam?" Yun Shen snapped no, but inwardly he roared. How could he not be angry? That woman. Yun Shen regained his composure and instructed Steward Zhang, "Keep a close watch on the ancestral home. Send more people discreetly. We must find out where my uncle and the others are hiding, and also my grandfather." Steward Zhang bowed his head and replied, "Yes, sir. However, I'm a little worried that they might give Madam a hard time at the ancestral home tomorrow. I think Madam is too kind and easily bullied." Yun Shen frowned in displeasure, opened his laptop, and said, "If she can't handle it, she can leave. The Liu family doesn't keep useless people around." The scene shifted to Yun Lan and her daughter. Lin Yan said to her mother jealously, "Mom, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I really want to kill that bitch Su Xiaomei." She grumbled, full of envy as she mentioned Xiaomei. Yesterday, she was like she was possessed. She actually dared to talk back to me and even expose my lies in front of Dad. Lin Yan's beautiful face was distorted with anger. Her words also displeased Yunlan. If it weren't for her marrying into the Liu family, I would definitely make her regret offending me. Yunlan pushed her glasses up her nose in annoyance. What's there to be angry about? Do you think she'll have a good time marrying into the Liu family? Let's not even talk about staying chaste her whole life. That old woman of the Liu family is not easy to get along with. I heard she was a notorious shrew in her younger days. Mother and daughter rode the elevator upstairs together, Yinlan maintaining her dignified demeanor. I heard that when her daughter used to bring her boyfriends home, they were all chased out. Xiao Meng was forced to marry in her place. How could she be willing to take care of that vegetable? If she dares to make a fuss, I'm afraid that old woman will slap her a few times. She continued, who knows, maybe that old woman from the Liu family kicked Xiao Meng out today. Hearing these flattering words, Lin Yin covered her mouth and laughed. Being kicked out on her wedding day, that would be so embarrassing, serves her right. But no matter what, the humiliation brought by Xiao Meng remained in Lin Yan's heart. She gritted her teeth and cursed. Damn it, she took so many shares. I finally managed to transfer her mother's inheritance to my name. In contrast, Yinlan was much calmer. Her fox-like eyes narrowed, a calculating smile playing on her lips. What's the rush? She'll be back in 3 days. Your dad will make her return the shares. Can she refuse? If she doesn't, we'll threaten her with her mother's only heirloom. She'll obediently hand over the shares like a dog. The mother and daughter were walking down the street when they suddenly stopped. Wait, is that? Lin Yin pointed to the girl ahead. Mom, why do I see that bitch Xiao Meng entering the most expensive high-end fashion store in the mall? Yinlan didn't believe her daughter's words and quickly took off her glasses. Impossible. Someone as lowly as her doesn't even have the right to kneel and scrub the floor at their doorstep. How could she enter that kind of store? Lin Yin frowned, somewhat worried. But I really saw her go in just now. That store is super expensive. I usually don't even dare to go in and buy anything. To confirm, Yinlan pulled her daughter along. Let's go and see, shall we? I don't believe she's so poor that she can enter such a high-end store. After entering the store, Lin Yin finally saw clearly and stared at the girl in front. Is that really Xiao Meng? How is that possible? Yinlan beside her also found it hard to accept. How could someone so poor and unwanted enter a high-end fashion store? Lin Yin frowned, a sneer playing on her lips, deliberately belittling Xiao Meng. You can't just spend the money from the shares, can you? Is she here to deliver takeout? Seeing her daughter rambling and letting her imagination run wild, Yinlan reminded her, use your brain. Would the Liu family let their daughter-in-law continue delivering takeout? Lin Yin muttered, I understand. Then she walked toward Xiao Meng and called out, oh, sister, what are you doing here? Lin Yin covered her mouth, mocking Xiao Meng. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a rich lady. You can't even afford the spare change for the clothes here. These words were deliberately spoken loudly, attracting the attention of everyone in the store. Everyone whispered amongst themselves, and Lin Yin continued even more confidently. Put the clothes down quickly. Don't get my sister's clothes dirty. Xiao Meng ignored Lin Yin and continued to choose clothes, muttering, same old, always likes to scold me. These words left Lin Yin speechless with anger. After the stepmother finished, it was the daughter's turn. Lin Yin stepped forward to speak for her daughter, raising her voice to remind Yin Yin, your sister is teaching you how to be someone's daughter-in-law. Why aren't you appreciating her kindness? Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Lin Yan's face turn pale. What are you two? My daughter-in-law doesn't need you to teach her anything. The speaker was none other than Mrs. Liu. Seeing her displeasure, Yinlan stammered, Mom, Madam. Seeing her mother-in-law, Yinlan immediately put on a friendly face and asked, Madam, why are you here? Mrs. Liu replied coldly, her words full of indulgence for Xiao Meng. I'm taking my daughter-in-law out to buy clothes. Is there a problem? Seeing such good treatment fall into Xiao Meng's hands, Lin Yin cursed inwardly. That damn Xiao Meng. She actually got the old lady to personally take her to buy such expensive clothes. Looking at her smug look, Lin Yin wished she could slap her a few times. Shouldn't this old lady hate Xiao Meng? Why is she treating her so well? Her face darkened, and she thought to herself in disbelief, impossible, I don't believe it. On the other side, Yinlan pretended to be a good mother and quickly stepped forward to take Mrs. Liu's hand. Thank you, madam, for liking my daughter so much. I'm really happy to see this. Mrs. Liu remained expressionless and directly shook off Yinlan's hand, her voice sharp. Your daughter, you, a homewrecker and a stepmother, angered the girl's real mother to death, and you still want to pretend to be a good mother. Hearing these words, Xiao Meng, who was standing beside them, felt warmth in her heart, knowing she had her mother-in-law's support. On the other hand, Yinlan and her daughter were stunned by Mrs. Liu's words. WH. At this moment, the other customers in the clothing store were also whispering. The girl in the blue dress frowned and said, "Shameless, speaking so arrogantly. Turns out she's a mistress." The girl in the yellow dress also looked disdainful. So shameless, stealing someone's husband and bullying their daughter. Being made a laughingstock by outsiders. Mrs. Lu couldn't swallow her anger and cursed under her breath. It must be that little bitch Xiao Meng who complained to the old lady. Lin Yin couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, "This damned old woman." Yin Lan's face darkened, and she quickly reached out to stop her. Yin Lan immediately switched to a pitiful look. "Madam, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us." Mrs. Lu didn't bother with her and focused on choosing clothes. "If you're not buying anything, then get out." Her cold and decisive reaction directly shattered Yin Lan and Lin Yan's pride. Surrounded by the gossip of others, the mother and daughter could only endure their anger in silence. "This damned old woman is too condescending." Lin Yin couldn't stand it anymore and walked to the saleswoman. "We're here to buy clothes, of course we'll buy." "Miss, I want to buy the same outfit as her." But the saleswoman didn't bow to her. Instead, she ignored her and turned to ask Mrs. Lu, "Madam, should these also be wrapped up?" Mrs. Lu glanced at them and said indifferently, "Wrap them all up for my daughter-in-law." Lin Yin was not to be outdone and shouted, "Miss, I want those too." Yin Lan frowned and reminded her, "Yin Yin, you're buying too much." Lin Yin looked displeased and muttered, "It's just a few clothes. I can afford them." The saleswoman dutifully wrapped up the clothes Lin Yin had chosen. "Miss Su, 6 outfits total 3.07 million. Lin Yin stood there, stunned by the total price, cursing inwardly, 3.07 million. "Why don't you just rob me?" At this moment, she felt a chill down her spine as if a million volts of electricity were coursing through her. Her eyes were filled with worry. "What should I do? All my cards combined only have a little over 1 million. The saleswoman noticed her expression and suggested with a smile, "If you think it's too expensive, you can return them." For the sake of face, Lin Yin forced herself to say, "Who said I wanted to return them? I just forgot my card." Mrs. Lu came up from behind and sneered, "It doesn't matter if you didn't bring your card. This store accepts facial recognition payment." Knowing that Lin Yin had no money but was still putting on a brave face, causing so much trouble, Yin Lan had to step in and hand her card to the saleswoman. "Use my card. It's been a while since I bought clothes for my daughter. Today's a good day." The saleswoman took the card and swiped it. She smiled and returned the card to Yin Lan. "I'm sorry, madam. All 3 of your cards are overdrawn. You're still 150,000 short." The surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. No money and still acting like a big shot. Utterly humiliated, Yin Lan couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly left with her daughter. "I just forgot to bring money. I'll have the driver bring it over." One wave had barely subsided before another arose. Lin Yin cursed angrily under her breath. "Xiao Meng, you made me and my mom lose all face. Just wait in the clothing store." Xiao Meng looked at Mrs. Lu with gratitude. Seeing her daughter-in-law's gaze, Mrs. Lu asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xiao Meng's eyes glistened with tears as she smiled. "Mom, thank you for standing up for me." Mrs. Lu immediately handed her the bags of clothes and reminded her, "If you really want to thank me, then hurry up and give me a grandson." Xiao Meng's eyes widened at these words, the line between gratitude and awkwardness so thin. Back at the Lu house, Mrs. Lu instructed Xiao Meng, "Tonight is like your wedding night. You have to work hard." Before letting her enter the room, Mrs. Lu repeatedly urged, "The future of the Lu family depends on you." Mrs. Lu's face showed a look of sadness. "I really hope to hold a grandson soon." Seeing her mother-in-law like this, Xiao Meng could only offer a few words of comfort. "I'll try my best." After saying that, she entered the room, thinking to herself, "Should I start now?" As she fumbled her way onto the bed, Xiao Meng's face flushed even redder. What's the first step? The thought made Xiao Meng's face burn. She was so nervous her mind went blank, her heart pounding. Yin Shun also had his own thoughts. How can I react to a woman I've just met? Suddenly, Xiao Meng leaned down and gently kissed Yin Shun's lips. He subconsciously opened his eyes and looked at her. Xiao Meng closed her eyes tightly, her lips trembling slightly. Afterward, she sat and looked at the motionless boy in front of her, not noticing that his face was also slightly flushed. She thought to herself, "He's unconscious now, so I don't really need to be so nervous." Next, Xiao Meng fumbled with Yin Shun's buttons, becoming more embarrassed with each one she undid. She neatly folded a shirt on the bed and patted her own chest. "Su Xiao Mei, calm down. It's just sleeping." She leaned in again, intending to kiss Yun Shun once more. Yun Shun, with his eyes closed, couldn't help but murmur softly, "No, don't." But Xiao Meng was too embarrassed, so she turned her head and covered her face. "Next time, we'll continue next time." Saying that, she glanced at Yun Shun, gently pulled the quilt up to cover him, lest he catch a cold, and then smiled sweetly. "Good night." Seeing that she had fallen asleep, Yun Shun slightly opened his eyes and looked at her. Looking at the sleeping girl beside him, seemingly without any ulterior motives, Yun Shun smiled. This girl is really interesting. Night passed, and the sky gradually brightened. Yun Shun struggled to remove the hand resting on his chest. Xiao Meng's sleeping posture was so terrible that he felt uncomfortable and awkward. She was using him as a pillow now, her leg draped over him. Does this girl always sleep like this? Suddenly, the alarm clock rang incessantly, making his eardrums ache. Xiao Meng woke up with a start, and the boy beside her quickly closed his eyes, pretending to be a vegetable. Xiao Meng reached out and turned off the jarring alarm. She sat up, stretched, and yawned. "I have to get up early, take care of my husband, and then go to the old house." Saying that, Xiao Meng hurried to wash up. Yun Shun lay there, somewhat apprehensive. "Take care of me." "How?" Xiao Meng returned with a toothbrush, helped him sit up, brushed his teeth for him, and exclaimed, "They're already white." Yun Shun sat there speechless. After tidying him up, she dressed him in a white shirt, pulled the quilt higher, looked happily at Yun Shun's handsome face, pinched his cheek, and then said goodbye. After a while, Steward Zhang's voice came. "Young master, Madam and Miss have already left for the old house." Only then did he reluctantly open his eyes. Steward Zhang came in from outside, holding a stack of documents. After the new group went public, it has already occupied half of the real estate industry. He handed Yun Shun a document. "These are the newly signed contracts. Young master, please take a look." Yun Shun flipped through them casually, seemingly unconcerned with the contracts in his hand, and simply instructed Steward Zhang, "Send 2 people to secretly protect Su Xiaomei." Hearing this, Steward Zhang was stunned. Is young master starting to care about Madam? At the Su family's house, someone slammed their phone on the ground. Early in the morning, someone was yelling, "Damn Su Xiaomei." Lin Nan cursed like a madwoman in her room. "Go to hell." Seeing her daughter so upset, Yun Lan angrily asked, "What are you ranting about again?" Lin Nan couldn't help but pour out her heart. "I just want Su Xiaomei to die," she shouted, agitated like a lunatic. The story of being mocked by that old woman from the Lu family yesterday has already spread through my circle of friends. And Xiao Meng added fuel to the fire. Some of the rich young ladies even privately messaged me asking if I couldn't afford those dresses. I've lost all face. These words made Yun Lan's face contort with anger. Lin Nan gripped her mother's hand tightly. "I really can't stand it. That old woman not only protected her, but also bought her such expensive clothes." Yun Lan, even more frantic than her daughter, gripped Lin Nan's hand, her teeth gritted. "Calm down. Even if that old woman is kind to Xiao Mei, the man she married is nothing but a vegetable. She's destined to be a widow for life. No one will love her." A sinister smile spread across Yun Lan's face as she plotted. "It won't be difficult to teach her a lesson. 3 days from now, when she returns home, we'll have someone kidnap her and force her to take some indecent photos. Then we'll see if she still dares to disobey us." Hearing her mother's vile words, Lin Nan felt a surge of satisfaction, like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. "I want to humiliate her any way possible." Yun Lan smirked. "And I've also received news that Lu Yunxing's sweetheart, Chi Xia, has returned to the country." Holding the Lu family's weakness in her hand, Yun Lan gloated, determined to avenge the humiliation she had suffered. That old woman of the Lu family adores Chi Xia. Once the new love is compared to the old, I doubt she'll continue to favor Xiao Mei. Meanwhile, the car carrying Mrs. Lu and Xiao Mei stopped in front of a mansion. The driver got out and opened the door for them. "Madam, Miss, we've arrived at the old residence." Xiao Mei looked around, awestruck. "It's so big, like a castle." The mansion before her was magnificent, resembling a Disney princess's castle. Mrs. Lu turned to her and cautioned, "Stay close to me. Don't trust anyone later." A sense of foreboding crept into Xiao Mei's heart. She frowned, wondering could it be that Mom doesn't have a good relationship with the family either. As they were about to ascend the steps, 3 women appeared at the entrance, waiting for them. One of them remarked sarcastically, "You're finally here. We've been waiting all morning." "You're so slow." Mrs. Lu responded coldly, It's just past 7. How can you say you've been waiting all morning? The woman in the blue dress stepped forward, attempting to greet Xiao Mei. This must be Xiao Mei. You're so beautiful. I'm Yuchen's second aunt. Call me second aunt. Mrs. Lu suddenly stepped in front of Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei is frail. She can't handle shaking hands. Second aunt chuckled. You're such a joker. Let's go inside. Just as she finished speaking, the woman in the black dress interjected. Wait. Old madam hasn't been well recently. Without introducing herself, she assumed an elder's authority and curtly addressed Xiao Mei. Since you're the new daughter-in-law, you must kneel and bow 3 times at the entrance before entering. Mrs. Lu immediately stepped forward to protect Xiao Mei. Nonsense. Since when did the Lu family have a rule about kneeling 3 times at the entrance? Why didn't your daughters-in-law have to kneel? The woman in black explained, old madam wasn't ill before, so there was no need to kneel. The amiable second aunt chimed in, kneeling brings good luck. It's also for old madam's health. Surely Xiao Mei wouldn't be so unfilial. Xiao Mei's hands clenched into fists, her body trembling slightly. Mrs. Lu scolded angrily. Making my daughter-in-law kneel at the entrance is clearly meant to humiliate me and bully Xiao Mei. Not wanting her mother-in-law to be upset, Xiao Mei quickly took Mrs. Lu's hand and said with a smile, Mom, I'm willing to pray for Grandma's health and bring good luck. Mrs. Lu responded unhappily. But instead of kneeling immediately, Xiao Mei invoked family tradition. However, according to the family genealogy, kneeling is only effective in front of Grandma. Xiao Mei's sharp words left the woman in black speechless. How does this little wretch know so much? Her face darkened. Su Xiao Mei is the new daughter-in-law. Of course, she has to kneel before old madam, offer tea, and be formally recognized as a member of the family. Kneeling then is a blessing for old madam. It's not considered humiliation at all. Seeing how adeptly Xiao Mei handled the situation, Mrs. Lu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This Xiao Mei is quite clever. Suddenly, a girl about Xiao Mei's age broke the silence. Third aunt, wait. You can enter the old residence, but sister-in-law Xiao Mei cannot. Mrs. Lu gave her a cold glance. What tricks is this girl trying to pull now? The girl who had just spoken was Wan Hong, second aunt's daughter. She smiled and said, Third aunt, I'm only stopping sister-in-law Xiao Mei out of goodwill. Wan Hong stroked her chin, sizing Xiao Mei up and down as if inspecting her. We are all from prominent families, well-educated, but sister-in-law comes from a humble background and is a food delivery worker. Wouldn't her presence defile the old residence? Mrs. Lu was so angry she could barely speak. You, Wan Hong, flaunting her superiority in front of Xiao Mei, was taken aback by Xiao Mei's faint, wronged/aggrieved expression. Xiao Mei said, insulting Grandma like this, how are you fit to be her granddaughter-in-law? Reminded by Xiao Mei, Wan Hong's face darkened. Through gritted teeth, she hissed, what nonsense are you talking about? How did I insult Grandma? Xiao Mei, not backing down, retorted coldly, Grandma's generation didn't even go to university. You said those without a high education aren't fit to enter the old residence. Isn't that insulting Grandma? These words left Wan Hong speechless with anger. Even second aunt and the woman in the black dress were so furious they could only swallow their anger. At this point, Madame Lu's gaze towards her new daughter-in-law had changed, seemingly more satisfied. This Xiao Mei, she's truly quick-witted. Then, the experienced Madame Lu made her move. She crossed her arms coldly, adding, Wan Hong, how could you insult Grandma? Do you have any filial piety? Wan Hong felt choked, unable to explain. I wasn't insulting Grandma. Just seeing the tense atmosphere, second aunt quickly stepped forward to smooth things over for her daughter-in-law, Wan Hong. She said soothingly, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Xiao Mei, come in quickly. Don't keep Grandma waiting too long. After speaking, second aunt reached out to take Madame Lu's hand. Madame Lu, however, flung her hand away, coldly ignoring her. She then directly took Xiao Mei's hand and left, her face full of displeasure. As she walked, she muttered, ridiculous. Watching Madame Lu and Xiao Mei walk past, second aunt's face darkened with anger. Damn it. Beside her, Wan Hong was no better. Suppressing her fury as she advised, Mom, don't be angry. There will be a chance to deal with them later. Inside the Lu family's old residence, the interior decoration was extremely luxurious. The crystal chandelier in the center of the main hall particularly eye-catching. Madame Lu led Xiao Mei to an elderly woman and gently called out, Mom, I've kept you waiting. Grandma Yunshun looked at her granddaughter-in-law, a benevolent smile appearing on her face. This is Yunshun's wife, right? Madame Lu then handed Xiao Mei a cup of hot tea and instructed, Xiao Mei, quickly offer tea to Grandma. Acknowledge your ancestry. Xiao Mei held the tea with both hands and respectfully presented it to Grandma Yunshun, politely saying, Grandma, please have some tea. Xiao Mei knelt down to offer the tea, formally accepting the family's recognition. Grandma Yunshun took the teacup and praised meaningfully, good, very good. Afterward, Xiao Mei kowtowed a few times. This sudden action surprised Grandma Yunshun, but she was also very pleased. Xiao Mei looked up at her sincerely and said, May Grandma have happiness as immense as the eastern sea and a lifespan as long as the southern mountain. Grandma Yunshun happily took her good granddaughter-in-law's hand, sighing, good, what a good child. Then, she took off the red jade bracelet from her wrist. Here, holding Xiao Mei's hand, Grandma Yunshun directly placed the bracelet on her wrist. This is for you. Thank you for taking care of Yunshun. Having received Grandma Yunshun's recognition and trust, Xiao Mei blushed shyly. Thank you, Grandma. At this moment, second aunt entered from outside with Wan Hong. She and the woman in the black dress were extremely shocked. Mom, no. Seeing her children objecting to her decision, Grandma Yunshun asked coldly, What's wrong? Sensing her mother's displeasure, second aunt forced a smile and softened her tone. This bracelet is the only heirloom in the family. I'm just afraid Xiao Mei will damage it. Hearing this, Grandma Yunshun turned to Xiao Mei and kindly advised, Then Xiao Mei, you must take good care of it. Xiao Mei politely replied, Don't worry, Grandma. Watching Xiao Mei wearing the family heirloom jade bracelet, second aunt stood to the side, filled with jealousy, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this priceless heirloom has actually fallen into the hands of this lonely little thing so easily. I absolutely cannot let Grandma like her this much. Not only that, but even her daughter Wan Hong was so angry she couldn't stand it. She suddenly rushed to Grandma Yunshun's side and whispered in her ear, Grandma, just now, when Xiao Mei entered, she said she wanted to play your favorite piano piece. Seeing her try and stir up trouble again, Madame Lu frowned and snapped, What nonsense are you talking about? When did Xiao Mei say she wanted to play? Not wanting the atmosphere to become more strained, Xiao Mei quickly ran over and took her mother-in-law's hand, smiling. Mom, it's okay. But Madame Lu was still worried about Xiao Mei. She knew Xiao Mei's background very well. Xiao Mei was just a food delivery person. How could she play the piano? A moment later, Xiao Mei walked to the prepared piano. Grandma Yunshun also sat down, ready to enjoy the performance. Madame Lu stood to the side, her expression tense. If Xiao Mei played poorly, her mother-in-law would definitely think this granddaughter-in-law was inadequate, and even Yunshun would be ridiculed by the family. But contrary to second aunt's expectations, Xiao Mei's slender fingers glided gracefully across the piano keys. Her face darkened. She thought, how could this little girl's movements be so skillful? Could she really play the piano? At this moment, Wan Hong, who was standing beside her, leaned close to her ear and whispered, She's just pretending. Later, she'll definitely play terribly, and Grandma will definitely hate this useless granddaughter-in-law. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mei, who was said to be pretending, played very proficiently. Her fingertips danced lightly on the keys, and the melodious sound of the piano echoed throughout the room. Third aunt closed her eyes confidently, dancing gently, immersed in the royal music. Those who had originally intended to stir up trouble were now astonished, hardly believing their ears. Second aunt whispered, How could this be? How can she play so well? Madame Lu, no longer worried, said with a smile, This Xiao Mei is so talented. A moment later, Xiao Mei played the last note of the piece. She gently rested her hands on the keys, then stood up and bowed respectfully to Grandma Yunshun. With her hands clasped together, she said, Grandma, I dedicate this blessing song to you, wishing you blessings as boundless as the eastern sea and a lifespan as long as the southern mountain. Xiao Mei's perfect demeanor made Grandma Yunshun even more pleased. Holding Xiao Mei's hand, she continuously praised her. Good child, Grandma is so happy. Sit next to Grandma at dinner later. The plan to humiliate Xiao Mei had failed. Second aunt could only glare at Xiao Mei fiercely, cursing in her heart, Damn it, letting this little wretch show off. On the other side, Madame Lu was rather satisfied, looking at this meal-delivering girl with new eyes. This Xiao Mei really knows how to bring honor to the family. Madame Lu took the opportunity to raise her voice, sarcastically saying to second aunt and her daughter, "In this competition, my daughter-in-law is much better than yours, isn't she?" A while later, second aunt led Madame Lu and Xiao Mei to the garden, using the excuse that a walk after dinner would help with digestion. Wan Hong, dressed in a black dress and standing on higher ground, asked, "Are the preparations ready?" Wan Hong said with malice in a low voice, "My dog has been starved for a week and is very ferocious. Anyone who approaches, except us, will be bitten to death." Thinking about how she had been humiliated by Xiao Mei and how Grandma Yun Shun had taken a liking to her at first sight, Wan Hong's face was twisted with anger. Even if it doesn't bite anyone to death, it can ruin their faces. Let's see how third aunt and that little wretch will still be arrogant then. Below, Madame Lu walked beside Xiao Mei and asked with curiosity, "Xiao Mei, how can you play so well?" Xiao Mei looked down sadly as she replied, "Before my mother-in-law passed away, she often taught me to play the piano." Seeing her daughter-in-law's sad expression, Madame Lu felt a pang of heartache. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps. An aunt came running, pulling a dog leash and shouting, "Xiao Meng, wait." But the dog seemed abnormal, its eyes bloodshot, fangs bared, saliva dripping, staring fixedly and barking fiercely at Madame Lu and Xiao Mei. Madame Lu panicked and quickly shielded Xiao Mei behind her. Seeing their pale faces, the aunt quickly reassured them, "It's okay, it doesn't bite." She confidently treated the dog as a harmless pet, simply taking it for a walk. As soon as she finished speaking, the aunt let go of the leash. As soon as the dog was free, it lunged ferociously at Madame Lu and Xiao Mei. The two were so frightened that they froze, momentarily unsure how to react. Suddenly, Xiao Mei's mother-in-law encountered another mishap. At this moment, the aunt pretended to be afraid and shouted, "Be careful." But this was all planned by her and Wan Hong. Madame Lu fell to the ground, while Xiao Mei stood still, letting the ferocious, starving dog slowly approach. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mei suddenly raised her foot and kicked the dog in the head with a thud. Her action startled the aunt, her eyes widening in disbelief. Xiao Mei stood in front of her mother-in-law. The older woman anxiously shouted, "Xiao Mei, run." But out of righteousness, she couldn't abandon someone in danger, especially her own mother-in-law. Xiao Mei quickly grabbed a flower pot from the garden, raised it high, and prepared to smash it on the dog. The flower pot hit the dog's head accurately, blood splattering everywhere, and the pot shattered. The dog collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood quickly forming beneath its head. Its body twitched a few times before becoming still. Seeing her dog smashed to death by Xiao Mei with a flower pot, the aunt's face turned pale. Is this lonely girl a monster? The flower pot was so heavy, yet she could lift it so easily. On the other side, Xiao Mei quickly ran over to help Madame Lu up, asking worriedly, "Mom, are you hurt?" Madame Lu held her hand and replied, "Mom, I'm fine." "Xiao Meng, are you all right?" Hearing the loud noise, the woman in the black dress and Wan Hong ran out to see what had happened. Seeing the motionless dog, they were stunned and cried out, "Xiong Xiong." Wan Hong sorrowfully picked up the dog, trying to wake it. "Xiong Xiong, don't die, Xiong Xiong." Then, her eyes brimming with tears, she glared at Xiao Meng and angrily accused, "Su Xiao Meng, you vicious woman, you dared to kill Xiong Xiong. I'll make you pay with your life." Xiao Meng didn't let her continue. She immediately stepped forward and grabbed Wan Hong's collar. Wan Hong stammered in shock, "WH, what are you doing?" Immediately after, Xiao Meng swung her hand and delivered a resounding slap, a welcome gift from sister-in-law to sister-in-law. Wan Hong cried out in pain, The aunt standing to the side immediately intervened. "Su Xiao Meng, are you crazy? How dare you hit Wan Hong?" As soon as she finished speaking, another stinging slap landed on her face. Still reeling from the shock, the aunt instinctively touched her burning cheek. She had just been slapped, and the person who slapped her was Xiao Meng. The aunt angrily pointed at Xiao Meng and scolded, "Su Xiao Meng, are you out of your mind? How dare you hit me? I'm going to tell Grandma." Xiao Meng ignored her threat and simply stared at her coldly. "Go ahead, let Grandma see how you deliberately set the dog loose and almost got us killed." The aunt, caught red-handed, hurriedly defended herself, who said it was deliberate. The dog ran out on its own. Xiao Meng kicked the black dog's corpse on the ground, her voice full of menace. "Knowing that this dog was dangerous, you still brought this beast in front of us, and you say it wasn't deliberate." She added, "Grandma isn't senile yet. Go ahead and tell her. Let her see your true colors." These words infuriated them. The aunt wanted to say something, but could only point at her face and stammer. Why you? Xiao Meng brushed her hand away. I won't offend unless I'm offended. She said coldly, if anyone dares to hurt my mother-in-law today, I will not let them off. Madame Lu stood by her daughter-in-law's side. The aunt's face was distorted, her eyebrows almost knitted together, cursing inwardly. This girl is a tough nut to crack. Afterwards, Xiao Meng helped Madame Lu leave the scene. In the afternoon, the two returned to the Lu family's old residence. The aunt, Wan Hong, and the woman in the black dress all came out to see them off. Watching the Lu family's car drive away, the aunt's eyes were practically spitting fire. She gritted her teeth and said, just letting them go like that, I'm so angry. That little bitch dared to hit me. Wan Hong immediately comforted her mother-in-law, Mom, don't be angry. We'll have other opportunities to deal with them. Lu Yingxin's first love, Qi Xia, hasn't returned yet. She smiled viciously. As long as Qi Xia helps us, that mother and daughter will definitely turn against each other immediately. The aunt didn't listen at all, turning to scold Wan Hong. It's all your fault. That dead dog was useless. I really don't understand how my son could fall for you. You're not even as good as Su Xiaomei. After saying that, she stormed off. Wan Hong was both ashamed and resentful, secretly harboring hatred in her heart. Su Xiaomei, just you wait. On the other side, the car carrying Madame Lu and Xiao Meng was speeding back to the Lu family home. In the car, Madame Lu asked, why did you protect me just now? If you antagonize them like this, they'll come after you later. Xiao Meng smiled and replied, because you're my mother-in-law, and more importantly, you helped me drive away my stepmother last time. Her words surprised Madame Lu. Madame Lu didn't say anything more, suddenly feeling that this daughter-in-law was a truly thoughtful child. Before long, the two returned to the Lu family home. Yun Shun put down the documents in his hand and asked with a hint of doubt in his voice, did Su Xiaomei really protect my mother at the old residence? Steward Zhang replied respectfully with a smile, absolutely. Our informant at the old residence saw it with their own eyes. When the vicious dog lunged at Madame, young Madame immediately shielded her. He also praised Xiao Meng. Young Madame even avenged Madame. Even second aunt and her daughter got slapped. After hearing about Xiao Meng's actions, Yun Shin suddenly smiled. This girl, she's got guts. Then he fell silent, tapping his fingers on the table, his expression changing. Steward Zhang, second uncle's family has gone too far, daring to harm my mother so blatantly. Steward Zhang lowered his head and responded, yes. At this moment, a rapid knock came from the door. Steward Zhang immediately guessed, Madame and young Madame have probably returned. Seeing this, Yun Shun returned to his bed and pulled the covers over himself. Steward Zhang reminded him, young master, Madame has been heartbroken over your coma. Should we tell her about your condition? Yun Shun lay down, closed his eyes, and shook his head. It's not the right time. Mother trusts people too easily. If the news reaches grandfather, he might use it as leverage, and then she'll be in danger. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door. Steward Zhang softly said, young master. Yun Shun asked with displeasure, why are you back again? Steward Zhang hesitated. It's not Madame and young Madame. They've returned. Seeing Steward Zhang's unusual expression, Yun Shun pressed, what's with that look? Just say it. Steward Zhang replied, it's Miss Qi Xia. Hearing the name Qi Xia, Yun Shun's expression immediately changed. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the door. Steward Zhang, I heard from the maid that you're in Yun Shun's room. Open the door for me. Steward Zhang glanced at Yun Shun, seeking his opinion. Young master, should I let Miss Qi in? Yun Shun closed his eyes coldly and replied, no. Having received his orders, Steward Zhang immediately went to the door and refused Qi Xia's request. Miss Qi, I'm so sorry, but I'm helping the young master bathe. It's not convenient for you to come in right now. Standing in front of Yun Shun's door was the delicate, long-haired young woman, Qi Xia. Rejected by Steward Zhang, she felt quite dissatisfied. How had Steward Zhang become so unperceptive? Now that someone as important as her had returned, he actually wouldn't let her in. She quickly concealed her displeased expression and softly said, then I won't disturb you. Just then, the maid outside respectfully called out, Madam, young Madam, you're back. Seeing Madame Lu and Xiao Meng coming down the stairs, her gaze fixed on Xiao Meng. This was Yun Shun's new wife. Xia glanced her over, thinking, her figure is not bad. But with Xia's cunning, she knew her own advantage as well. She sneered, looks alone can't beat me. Then, Xia ran towards Madame Lu, feigning delight. Aunt Lu, long time no see. Madame Lu was a little surprised and asked, Xia, why are you back? Ignoring Xiao Meng completely, she hugged Madame Lu. I rushed over as soon as I got off the plane. I missed you and Xiao Meng so much. Xiao Meng stood there dumbfounded, silently admiring Xia's beauty and grace. Who is she? She seems so elegant. Madame Lu smiled at Xia. This child, you didn't even tell us you were coming back. I should have sent someone to pick you up. Xiao Meng asked, Mom, who is she? Madame Lu replied, this child, Xia is. She stopped mid-sentence, a look of awkwardness and difficulty appearing on her face, unsure of how to introduce her. Xia was Yun Shun's ex-girlfriend and had even taken a knife for him. She was a good girl, but if she said all that, would Xiao Meng dislike Xia because of it? Before Madame Lu could speak, Xia introduced herself. Hello, you must be Xiao Meng, right? I'm Yun Shun's ex-girlfriend, Xia. Hearing this, Xiao Meng was a little surprised. Ex-girlfriend. Seeing Xiao Meng's expression, Xia felt a bit smug. Xiao Meng must be angry, right? When Annie sees her dislike for me, she'll naturally know what kind of person her new daughter-in-law is. However, far beyond her expectations, Xiao Meng ran over affectionately, took her hand, and greeted her warmly. Hello, Sister Xia was stunned, completely caught off guard. What's going on? Shouldn't she hate me? Why is she holding my hand and smiling so happily at her husband's ex-girlfriend? Xia quickly withdrew her hand, frowning as she looked directly into Xiao Meng's eyes, thinking, Xiao Meng's methods are quite impressive. But that expression only flashed across her face for a moment before she put on her usual mask. Xiao Meng, where did you go today? Madame Lu interrupted their conversation. Xiao Meng, you should go take care of Yunxin first. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Xiao Meng bid farewell to Xia and went straight into Yunxin's room. Watching her daughter-in-law leave, Madame Lu thought to herself, I must get Xiao Meng away from here, lest Xia say something that upsets her. But before she had taken 10 steps, Xia hurried after Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng, let's go together. I haven't seen Yunxin yet since I arrived today. Madame Lu thought helplessly. This child, Xia, still hasn't let go of Yunxin. Xia pleaded with Xiao Meng, feigning pitifulness. Xiao Meng, can you let me see Yunxin for a while? It's been so long since I've seen him. Xiao Meng happily agreed. Of course. She immediately became suspicious of the girl before her. How could she agree so easily? Xiao Meng walked to Yun Shun's door, while Xia waited outside, muttering to herself, how can she be so agreeable? Which ex-girlfriend wouldn't be angry seeing the current wife? Having failed to provoke her, Xia gritted her teeth, questioning her life choices. How can there be a girl who doesn't get jealous? If she doesn't get angry, how can I act pitiful in front of Aunt Lu and sow discord between them? The two walked into the room. Steward Zhang, seeing her, said, Young madam, you're back. I'll take my leave then. Xiao Meng responded with a smile. Steward Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Seeing Steward Zhang's politeness, Xia felt like someone had sprinkled chili powder in her mouth. It was truly irritating. She glanced at Steward Zhang, thinking, Xiao Meng is just a replacement. After all, Steward Zhang actually treated her like the real young madam, his attitude so courteous and respectful. Realizing her position had been usurped by Xiao Meng, Xia resolved, since I'm back, I should be the mistress of this house. After a while, Xiao Meng carried a basin of warm water to Yunxin's bedside. Xia, feigning concern, walked to the head of the bed and looked at Yunxin with a pained expression. Yunxin, it's been a long time. You've lost weight. Putting on a saintly act, Xia tearfully threw herself into the arms of the motionless Yunxin, lamenting under Xiao Meng's shocked gaze. When I took that knife for you, you promised to give me all the best things in the world. Stroking Yunxin's face, she sobbed. If you hadn't been in that car accident, we would be married by now. Xia, her acting impeccable, paused for a few seconds, secretly observing Xiao Meng's expression, speculating. No matter how magnanimous a wife is, she should be jealous and angry after hearing this, cursing and hitting me, so Aunt Lu can see how vicious she is. But this time, contrary to her expectations, Xiao Meng said gently and sincerely, Sister Suxia, you and Yunshun have been through so much. Your feelings must run deep. Xiao Meng stood there foolishly, listening to the tragic story of her husband and his former lover, crying her heart out. If you still love Yunshun, I'll step aside. I'll divorce him. Suxia didn't expect this, stammering, why you? What did you say? Seeing Xiao Meng's strange expression, Suxia began to doubt reality, wondering if she had just hallucinated. What surprised her even more was that Xiao Meng was still sobbing, holding Suxia's hand and saying, if your true love can't be fulfilled, it would truly be against heaven's will. Suxia was dumbfounded by her words, cursing inwardly. I've been a green tea bitch for so many years, and I've never met such a bizarre wife. Is this girl crazy? She's actually willing to divorce him for us. Thinking it over, wouldn't it be better if Xiao Meng really divorced Yunshun? Looking at the unresponsive Yunshun on the bed, she mocked herself inwardly. But now Yunshun is a vegetable. Am I supposed to be a widow for him my whole life? Suxia quickly withdrew her hand, turning sideways and saying, Xiao Meng, thank you, but all that is in the past. Now Yunshun and I are just friends. As soon as she finished speaking, she received no response. Suxia looked at Xiao Meng quizzically, only to be surprised to find Xiao Meng undoing Yunshun's buttons. Suxia quickly grabbed Xiao Meng's hand, shouting, what are you doing? Xiao Meng calmly replied, he's too hot. I need to wipe him down so he can sleep well. Suxia's face darkened, her lips stiffening. Damn it, even if I don't want him, I can't let someone else pick up the scraps. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao Meng. Seeing Suxia holding her hand, she smiled and said, I understand. Sister Suxia wants to help wipe Yunshun down, right? Xiao Meng thought to herself, if someone helps, it'll be easier for me. Hearing this, Suxia's face turned green, and she quickly made an excuse. I don't want to do such troublesome things. Yunshun can't see anyway, and I won't gain his favor. Why bother? She quickly turned around, pretending to cry. No need. Seeing him makes me sad. I'll leave now. With that, Suxia walked out of Yunshun's room without looking back. Watching the girl's figure gradually disappear, Xiao Meng felt sympathy for her and sighed. What a pitiful person. Turning back to look at the handsome young man lying there, she felt a little regretful. If you woke up, the two of you would definitely have a perfect ending. Then Xiao Meng skillfully unbuttoned Yunshun's shirt, muttering as she did so, Sister Suxia is gone. I'll take care of you from now on. Folding the shirt and placing it on her lap, Xiao Meng smiled at him, then dipped the towel in warm water, wrung it out, and carefully wiped Yunshun's body. Every time she did these things, she would talk to herself. Don't worry, his mother is very good to me. I will protect his mother. As Xiao Meng wiped Yunshun's body, he continued to pretend he didn't know anything, but he heard every word she said clearly. Xiao Meng whispered, of course, I'll protect you too. Her words made Yunshun's face flush. Xiao Meng then pinched his face, teasing, after all, you're my money tree. The touching atmosphere instantly vanished, turning from warmth to cold humor in a matter of seconds. That night, in Yunshun's room, the moonlight streaming in through the window was exceptionally bright. Yunshun slightly opened his eyes, looked around, and saw the sleeping girl beside him. He thought to himself, this girl is so silly, she can't even sleep properly. Seeing the blanket kicked off by her, Yunshun pulled it back up, carefully tucking her in and complaining dotingly, you want your money tree to tuck you in. Looking at the gentle and obedient woman beside him, Yunshun suddenly felt curious about her. What kind of person are you really? The next morning, the sunlight was just right. Xiao Meng dressed up carefully, thinking to herself, the day after tomorrow is the day we return to my family's home. Today is a good day to go out and survey the market to start my business as soon as possible. She stood in front of the mirror, making final adjustments to her appearance. Putting on her hat, she looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes firm. Sulin, Yanlan, just you wait. In my past life, you used despicable means to take everything from me and force me to jump to my death. In this life, I will make you watch everything you care about disappear. Downstairs in the kitchen, Suxia was at Yunshun's house again. She called out softly, Xiao Meng, are you awake? Come down for breakfast. Xiao Meng walked down from upstairs and, seeing the delicious food on the table, asked, you got up so early. Mrs. Liu happily greeted Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng, come and try these. The buns Su Xia made are delicious. Su Xia placed a plate of bread on the table and said modestly, Aunt Lu, you're making me blush with all this praise. Then she continued to try and ingratiate herself with Mrs. Lu. As long as you like them, Auntie, I'll make them for you every day. It's a shame I can't be here every day to make you breakfast. Then Su Xia pointedly reminded Xiao Meng of her own shortcomings as a daughter-in-law, saying, So, Xiao Meng, you should get up early from now on, otherwise I'll make breakfast for Annie in your place. You can join me in showing filial piety to Annie. Xiao Meng suddenly realized something, thinking to herself, why do these words sound a bit strange? However, Xiao Meng still replied with a smile, Sister Su Xia, it's not even 7 o'clock yet. I heard that eating breakfast at 8 o'clock is best for the stomach. Besides, Mom is very good to me. Even if you didn't say anything, I would still be filial to Mom. Her reply always pleased Mrs. Lu, who looked at her tenderly. This child, Xiao Meng, is truly kind. On the other hand, Su Xia felt like Xiao Meng's reply was a slap in the face. Damn it, how is this Su Xiao Meng not so easy to fool now? Even Aunt Lu's gaze towards her has become gentler. Realizing her position was threatened, she decided to formulate a detailed plan. No, I'm the recognized mistress of the Lu family. I can't let Aunt Lu become fond of Su Xiao Meng. Not long after, Xiao Meng said, I'm finished eating. You guys take your time. I have something to do outside. Su Xia tried to stir up family conflict again. Xiao Meng, you just got married. What important things do you have to do? Annie loves the buns. I make the most. You can stay home and learn from me in the future. She thought that saying this would make Xiao Meng unable to refuse. If Su Xiao Meng dares to refuse, it means she's unwilling to cook for Aunt Lu, which means she's unfilial. But someone like Su Xia wouldn't just think of one plan. She had other schemes in mind. If she follows me and learns, I'll teach her the wrong methods. No matter how she learns, the buns she makes will be terrible. This way, whether it's Aunt Lu or anyone else, they'll think she's far inferior to me. By now, Xiao Meng had seen through the trap in Su Xia's words, and her expression changed slightly. Xiao Meng didn't give in easily. She stood up, pushed her chair back, and said, Let Aunt Wang learn from you later. I need to learn more other things so I could do a good job and help Mom relieve some pressure. These words once again increased Mrs. Lu's fondness for her. Looking at Xiao Meng smile, she thought to herself, this child has ambition. Xiao Meng waved goodbye to Mrs. Lu. Mom, I'm going out, bye-bye. Mrs. Lu carefully reminded her, be careful on the road. Back to Su Xia. All the traps she had set were easily resolved by Xiao Meng, and even became a whetstone for honing Xiao Meng's character. She was annoyed. Damn it, this time it actually made Aunt Lu like that bitch Su Xiao Meng even more. Temporarily hiding her true face, Su Xia turned to Mrs. Lu and said with a smile, Auntie, is Xiao Meng too focused on her career? Mrs. Lu asked in surprise, what's wrong? Su Xia pretended to be worried about the Lu family, saying that a married woman should prioritize her husband and mother-in-law, implying that Xiao Meng might be associating with scheming men. Mrs. Lu immediately defended Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng is not that kind of person, and comforted Su Xia. Seeing that she couldn't continue, Su Xia had to give up. This is just great. Looking at Mrs. Lu's trust in and smile towards Xiao Meng, Su Xia hated her even more. Damn it, Su Xiao Meng only took 2 days to change Aunt Lu's opinion. She had to find a way to get her out of the house quickly. As for Xiao Meng, after finishing her work, she held a water cup and thought to herself, I'm so tired. I've finally covered the entire market. She was thinking to herself that the beauty industry seemed to be the easiest to get into these days. She planned to do more research in a few days. Suddenly, a commotion caught her attention. Hit him hard. In the distance, a group of young people were beating a young man curled up on the ground. You drunkard, what do you think this place is? How dare you cause trouble on our turf? Xiao Meng's eyes suddenly lit up. The person being beaten was a young man about her age. She suddenly recognized him. Isn't that Xiao Rui? Xiao Meng stepped forward and pointed at the group, shouting, Stop. You'll kill him if you keep hitting him. Do you know who he is? He's the young master of the Lu family. The group of young people stopped immediately after her shout. 3 of them whispered to each other, worried expressions on their faces. Lu Ruowei, the young master of the Lu family. I heard the Lu family is very powerful. Forget it. Let's not pursue this any further. The group hurriedly left. Xiao Meng quickly went forward to check on Lu Ruowei's injuries and asked with concern, Xiao Ruowei, where's your phone? Hurry up and call your family driver to pick you up. He murmured, Sister Xiao Meng. The bruised and battered young man was indeed Lu Ruowei, the young master of the Lu family, Su Linan's former fiancée and her childhood sweetheart. Tears streamed down his face. Sister Xiao Meng, Linan doesn't want me anymore. Please help me. I've always treated you like my own sister since I was young. Please persuade Linan to help me. I don't want to break off the engagement. She's pregnant with my child. A child can't live without a father. Xiao Meng was shocked. Su Linan is pregnant. Then why does she still want to marry Lu Yunxin? Lu Ruowei suddenly became more agitated, kneeling in front of Xiao Meng and pleading for her. I gave up my acceptance letter to a top university abroad and even gave up my inheritance rights to the Lu family. Lu Ruowei's tears kept falling, making Xiao Meng feel awkward. I really love Linan. I can't lose her. Xiao Meng stood up abruptly and coldly refused. I'm sorry, I can't help you. After saying that, she took out her phone from her bag, dialed a few numbers, and said, Hello, is this the Lu family's housekeeper? Your young master is injured. He's at the entrance of Bar C. About half an hour later, a four-wheeled car drove up from the distance. A girl in cool black and purple clothing got out of the car. It was Lu Han, the newly appointed CEO of Lu Corporation. Taking off her sunglasses, Lu Han looked coldly at Xiao Meng. Su Xiao Meng, long time no see. Xiao Meng responded politely, Long time no see, Miss Lu. This woman exuded a powerful aura from head to toe. Looking at her bruised and battered younger brother, Lu Ruowei, she said, If it weren't for you saving him today, my brother might have been in serious trouble. I owe you one. At this moment, Lu Ruowei was being helped into the car by the housekeeper. Lu Han looked at Xiao Meng and announced, However, I don't like owing favors. Lin Yanlan took your mother's urn, the one that was kept at the temple. Xiao Meng froze. What? Lu Han put her sunglasses back on, frowning. She probably wants to use my mother's ashes to threaten you. Su Linan has done this to my brother. I want her to live a life worse than death. With that, Lu Han turned to leave, leaving behind one last sentence. If you need help, you can come to me. Lu Han's information was like a knife stabbing into Xiao Meng's heart. Her face turned purple with anger. Lin Yanlan, you won't even spare my mother's ashes. That evening, at the Lu residence, Chu Xia was still diligently cooking in someone else's kitchen. Suddenly, Chu Xia's phone lit up with a new message. Someone had sent her a video of Xiao Meng and Lu Ruowei, along with a message. Aunt Shi, I've taken the photos you wanted. After receiving the photos, Chu Xia smiled triumphantly. I finally got pictures of Su Xiao Meng with another man. Dealing with a fool like Su Xiao Meng is just too easy. Just then, Chu Xia saw Mrs. Lu walk into the kitchen. She immediately switched into actress mode, pretending to cry out, Oh my God, how could this happen? Mrs. Lu asked worriedly, Chu Xia, what's wrong? She pretended to be very worried, tears streaming down her cheeks. Auntie, this made Mrs. Lu even more worried, and she hurried over to wipe the tears from the corners of Chu Xia's eyes. Don't be sad. Tell Annie what's wrong. She then took out the photos of Xiao Meng and Lu Ruowei. I just feel so sorry for Yinxin. Chu Xia added fuel to the fire, saying, I thought Su Xiao Meng was such a well-behaved girl. Chu Xia's photos and instigation made Mrs. Lu waver. She frowned, holding her phone in her hand. Seeing her expression, Chu Xia continued, I liked her so much, and I even wanted her to help me take care of you and Yunxin. But she's secretly dating another man behind your and Yunxin's backs. How could she be so excessive? Her crocodile tears continued to flow, her words still implying that although Yunxin was currently unconscious, he was still the true heir of the Lu group. How could he endure such humiliation? Mrs. Lu glanced at her and muttered, Could there be some misunderstanding? Chu Xia immediately retorted, There can't be a misunderstanding. My friends saw them hugging each other with their own eyes, and even took pictures and sent them to me. Hearing the conclusive evidence provided by someone she trusted, Mrs. Lu's heart surged with anger. How could Xiao Meng become like this? After a while, silence returned to the Lu residence. The maid opened the door for her and respectfully greeted, Madam, you're back. Xiao Meng happily handed over a gift. Mom, I heard you like the bird's nest soup from that shop on North Street. She placed the gift box on the table and then took out a small black box. Mom, try while it's hot. But this time, Mrs. Lu was in no mood. The anger on her face was undisguised. Xiao Meng asked curiously, Mom, what's wrong? Suddenly, Chu Xia, the green tea actress, pretended to be angry and swept Xiao Meng's bird's nest soup box off the table with a clatter. Xiao Meng angrily asked, "What are you doing?" Chu Xiao pointed at her face and questioned, Xiao Meng, you're really good at acting." Xiao Meng frowned and retorted, "Mom has always been very good to me. I especially bought her favorite bird's nest soup and brought it home. How am I acting?" Chu Xia seized the opportunity to press her. "Are we talking about bird's nest soup now? You're flirting with other men outside. Do you think you're worthy of Yin Shun?" Faced with this baseless accusation, Xiao Meng panicked slightly. Flirting. Chu Xia immediately held up the photo of her rescuing Luo Wei that afternoon and said, "Don't try to deny it. I have evidence." Seeing the photo, Xiao Meng thought in surprise, "Isn't this the scene where I met Luo Wei this evening?" Recognizing the green tea bitch's scheme, Xiao Meng's face darkened. Chu Xia had someone secretly take pictures of me. She deliberately wanted to harm me. She saw through Chu Xia's intentions. You don't want to marry Lu Yun Shun, but you don't allow other women to get close and take care of him. It seems that Lu Yun Shun's judgment of character isn't very good either. Seeing Xiao Meng sneer, Chu Xia trembled with anger. "What are you laughing at?" Before Xiao Meng could answer, Chu Xia added fuel to the fire. "Auntie, you have to do something. Xiao Meng has been caught red-handed, and she's not pretending anymore." Xiao Meng looked at Chu Xia with a mocking gaze. "I'm laughing at your despicable methods, and I'm laughing at Lu Yun Shun for being blind." Chu Xia stammered, "What nonsense are you talking about?" She was panicked. Why wasn't this fool panicking at all? At this moment, Mrs. Lu stepped forward to protect Chu Xia and questioned Xiao Meng. "Xiao Meng, how can you scold Chu Xia like this?" Xiao Meng quickly defended herself. "Mom, you've been deceived by her." The situation was extremely tense, and she could only explain urgently, her facial muscles tightening. "Mom, I spent all day inspecting the market today. In the evening, I ran into your granddaughter's ex-fiancé. He was almost beaten to death, so I stepped in to stop it. Then his family came and took him away." Xiao Meng spoke with certainty, shaking Mrs. Lu's defenses. "That entire commercial street has surveillance cameras. You can check if you don't believe me." She glanced at Chu Xia, her voice sharp and urgent, making people's hearts tighten. "On the contrary, why did you deliberately send someone to follow me?" Her question exposed Chu Xia's scheme. "Why did you only show my mom one photo and make her misunderstand me?" Xiao Meng didn't shy away from airing the dirty laundry. "Last night, I asked you if you still loved Yin Shun. If you did, I would back off." Her firm gaze was enough to shatter any pretense. "But you said that the two of you were impossible." Every word forced Chu Xia to retreat. "You don't want to marry him while he's in a coma, but you don't allow others to take care of him. Don't you think you're too selfish?" Her mind was in a mess. Her lips moved, but no words came out. "It's over, I've hit a snag." Chu Xia resorted to her usual green tea tactic, pretending to faint to divert the situation. Seeing her slender body fall, Mrs. Lu's heart tightened, and she shouted, "Chu Xia." Her voice trembled as if she had just been bullied, skillfully concealing her ability to twist the truth. "Auntie, I'm not that kind of person. I sent someone to follow her because I was too worried about Yun Shun and want to take precautions for him." Chu Xia nestled in her arms, dirty tears streaming down her face. "Auntie, believe me, I didn't deliberately speak ill of Yun Shun. If I hadn't been lying there, I wouldn't have taken a knife for him." She hadn't said much before she started feigning a cough, trying to garner sympathy. "Chu Xia, don't be nervous. It's bad for your health. Annie believes you." Caught in the crossfire, Mrs. Lu, usually an impartial hostess, didn't want to offend anyone. She turned to Xiao Meng and said, "Xiao Meng, you had a long day. Go and rest." Xiao Meng pursed her lips, observing the scene before her with discontent, yet she dared not speak. Night fell, and the crescent moon shone brighter than usual. The closed doors shut out the world, isolating the thoughts of those within. She gazed wistfully out the window and sighed in disappointment. Looking at Yun Shun lying quietly in the corner of the bed, she murmured, "Lu Yun Shun, you have terrible judgment. I thought she loved you so much." Her late-night soliloquy needed no response. "No one wanted to marry you, to take care of you, but she deliberately tried to harm me. She wants to drive me away." Xiao Meng frowned, her irritated voice laced with exhaustion, echoing in the silence. "But this time, she's only hurt herself." Worried about disturbing the patient's sleep, she quickly moved away from the bedside, adding one last remark, "Mom is so smart. Even if she cries and says it's all for your own good, Mom won't completely believe her anymore." Deep into the night, a faint, pure white light illuminated the vast residence. Shen tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He glanced at the person in the same bed, feeling uneasy. Are we so distant today because she's blaming me? He thought anxiously. His contractual wife was right beside him. It felt like they were miles apart, and he could do nothing. Seeing how thinly she was covered, he gently pulled the blanket over his wife. The next morning, fresh sunlight filled every corner of the residence. Xiao Meng happily opened the door, ready to go out, but the scene before her made her freeze. Mrs. Liu and Steward Zhong stood in the downstairs hall, waiting for her solemnly. Since when? Xiao Meng broke out in a cold sweat. Her conversation with her mother had eased her initial apprehension. Mrs. Liu explained, "You're going back to your family home today, and Shen can't accompany you." Seeing that Xiao Meng still seemed preoccupied, she softened her voice and continued, "I've asked Steward Zhong to take bodyguards with you. If anyone dares to bully you, there will be consequences." The unconditional care brought tears to Xiao Meng's eyes, rendering her speechless. When she regained her composure, she expressed her gratitude and apologies. Thank you, Mom." Inside the box Steward Zhong brought, sparkling jewels and a powerful black card came into view. Xiao Meng stared at the contents of the box in disbelief. "What is this?" Mrs. Liu gently offered a brief explanation, but her words exploded in Xiao Meng's mind like a bomb. "These are 5 pieces of jewelry and a $1 million red envelope for when you officially join our family." Her loving gaze seemed to melt away the hurt from the previous day. "Even though you married into our Liu family quickly, you'll have everything other daughters-in-law have." Hearing these words, she wasn't foolish enough to refuse the gifts. A smile spread across her face. "Thank you, Mom." Then she led Mrs. Liu upstairs. "Let's put these away first." The precious black box was neatly placed in a compartment in the house. After she put the things away, Mrs. Liu hesitantly changed the subject. "About yesterday, I'm sorry." Her candid words stunned Xiao Meng. "I shouldn't have gotten angry with you before investigating clearly." Clearly feeling the warmth and depth of their familial affection, she hugged Mrs. Liu. "Mom, I don't blame you." The unspoken words remained buried in her heart. "Mom should trust me." Mrs. Liu looked at her sleeping son in bed, her heart filled with worry. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, making her hesitate. This child, Xiao Meng, afraid of losing control of her emotions, she took Xiao Meng's hand and led her out. "It's getting late. You should go." Unbeknownst to them, Shen had already opened his eyes, watching the 2 women hurry away from behind, pondering, "Su Xiao Meng, what kind of person are you really?" Watching everything unfold, Xiao Meng couldn't help but feel sorry for Chu Xia. If Chu Xia knew that her scheming had only strengthened her mother's trust in Xiao Meng, she would be furious. A fleet of sleek luxury cars and a formidable group of bodyguards have been waiting in the courtyard for some time. The Su family villa bathed in sunlight, dispelling any lingering negativity, yet inadvertently trapping the soldiers within. Yinlan was surprised to see her beloved daughter standing in front of the balcony door. "Why are you up so early?" Lin Nin didn't even turn her head at the question, too lazy to answer. "Of course, it's because I'm too excited. I've finally waited for that bitch Su Xiaomei to come back." Her words were venomous enough to disgust even ghosts. "She made me lose so much face, so today I have to find a way to teach her a lesson. She's always scheming against others, and she's such a gossip. She's really not as smart as I thought. I've already prepared the drugs. As long as I can get some compromising photos of her, she'll be my dog from now on." Even her mother had to intervene to restrain her antics. "Stop messing around. We need her to go back to the Liu family and get us things." Lin Nan's sharp voice was like a poisoned thorn, piercing the ears. "I don't even know if she's gotten her hands on any good stuff these past few days. I'll have to ask her about everything later." Yinlan, recalling the news she'd heard, repeated excitedly, "Don't even think about it. I heard Chu Xia has already entered the Liu family." A few days ago, standing in front of the mirror, she still felt like she was no different from an empress in her prime, speaking with an air of arrogance. That old woman of the Liu family likes Chi-Chi. She definitely finds Su, Xiaomei an eyesore. How could she possibly still treat her well? She listened silently, cursing under her breath. What a useless waste. Forget it. When the time comes, just have her steal whatever you see and give it to you. Even if she gets caught, she'll be the one to take the blame. Suddenly, a servant ran in to report, "Madam, eldest Miss is back." A chilling aura emanated from both mother and daughter, as if they were about to devour someone. "She's finally back." Seeing her enter, she muttered to herself, dressed so shabbily. It seems Chu Xia has easily replaced her position. Serve her right. But when she saw the person following closely behind, Lin Nan's smug expression immediately crumbled. "Wait, isn't that Butler Zhong?" Seeing the villa quickly filled with servants brought by Xiao Meng, she was both surprised and panicked. Why is he here? And with so many bodyguards? Seeing the livid faces of the mother and daughter, Butler Zhong pretended not to notice and said hypocritically, "Madam Lin, all 20 of your parking spaces are full. There are 5 more cars temporarily parked at the entrance. Will that be all right?" Yinlan, still relatively clear-headed, quickly came to a conclusion. Today, the Liu family sent more than 20 luxury cars to pick up Su Xiaomei. Intimidated by this display, although somewhat dissatisfied, she still spoke tactfully. "It's fine, of course it's fine." Seeing this scene, Lin Nan was extremely displeased. Her hands clenched into fists, barely suppressing the nameless fire in her heart. Impossible. How could the Liu family value Su Xiaomei so much? Her face was contorted with anger, but she still lowered her voice, concealing the obvious frustration in her body. This isn't neglect, it's clearly doting on her. What right does she have? After everyone was seated, Yinlan was the first to break the heavy atmosphere in the room. "Xiao Meng, you're back." Before saying anything else, she began to reproach Xiao Meng. "Why did you have Butler Zhong bring so many people to pick you up? How much time did you waste for them?" Butler Zhong, who was waiting on them, couldn't help but interject, "Madam Lin, you jest. It's my honor to be by Madam's side." This scene was like a small nail in her eye, constantly irritating her. Damn it, the Liu family's Butler Zhong is actually being so subservient to Su Xiaomei. Lin Nan, sitting beside her, looked at Xiao Meng's complacent face and couldn't help but mutter to herself, "What about Chu Xia? How could Su Xiaomei be so favored in the Liu family?" Before the topic could be nipped in the bud, Xiao Meng pushed a plate of pastries towards her and greeted, "Xiaomei, it's hot. Have some pastries and tea." But Xiao Meng didn't say a word, leaving the other party speechless and at a loss for what to do. Yinlan's face suddenly turned ugly because of her own calculations. With Butler Zhong present, there was no opportunity to ask Su Xiaomei for shares. With dirty thoughts in her mind, she forcibly grabbed Xiao Meng's hand. "By the way, Xiao Meng, I have a few private words to say to you. Come here for a moment." Lin Nan, sitting on the other side, also hurriedly joined in. "Yes, sister, Mom really misses you and had a lot to say to you." But how could Xiao Meng not see through their tricks? She immediately withdrew her hand. Butler Zhong, worried, quickly stopped what he was doing and intervened, "Madam." Xiao Meng sighed softly and agreed gently. "It's all right." Lin Nan happily opened the door and welcomed her into the interrogation room. As soon as the door closed, the atmosphere in the room became suffocating. She dropped the pretense first, raising her hand to strike. "Su Xiaomeng," she sneered, "are you rebelling?" She thought she would succeed, but Xiaomeng swiftly caught her mantis-like arm. Before she could react, Su Xiaomeng slapped her across the face, Pikachu style. Stunned, she sputtered in disbelief, "You bitch, Su Xiaomeng. How dare you hit me?" Xiao Meng carefully studied the green tea bitch in front of her and, without hesitation, pierced through her deceptive words. "You can hit me, but I can't hit back." True to form as Lin Nan's mother, Yinlan immediately intervened, scolding Xiao Meng with a sanctimonious air. "Su Xiaomeng, looks like your wings have hardened. You dare defy us now." Clutching the urn containing her mother's ashes, she began her practiced threat. "I'll get straight to the point. Hand over the shares." Her shrill voice was like poison. "If I hadn't stopped her, she would have already smashed your mother's urn, Xiao Meng. You'd never have let your mother rest in peace." Yinlan said, her face grim. This time, Xiao Meng refused to endure any longer. She slapped Yinlan across the face. The urn flew out of her hands, but she managed to catch it in time. Yinlan froze, pointing at her face, only managing to choke out "You." Lin Nan seized the opportunity and grabbed a vase from behind, throwing it at Xiao Meng. "Su Xiao Meng, are you crazy? How dare you hit my mother?" Fortunately, Xiao Meng was agile. Without even turning her head, she dodged the vase and landed a kick on Lin Nan. Butler Zhong, who was drinking tea outside, was startled by the shouting from inside. Worried something had happened, he immediately kicked the door open and rushed in. "Madam." But when he saw Xiao Meng calmly handling the two women, he froze, secretly impressed. Madam is truly formidable. Seeing that he wasn't needed, he pretended he hadn't seen anything and closed the door again. Just then, Su Hai rushed over with a group of bodyguards, yelling, "What are you doing?" Butler Zhong greeted him politely with a cold face. "Mr. Su," but Su Hai ignored him, instead shouting, "Get out of the way." Recalling the chaotic scene inside, Butler Zhong decided to hold his ground. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, but Madam Lin invited our madam inside, saying men weren't allowed." But the short-sighted man wouldn't listen, posturing and pointing. "Don't bully people too much, Lu family. Move." Butler Zhong maintained his amiable and professional demeanor as he calmly replied, "It's hot out, Mr. Su. Please rest." As soon as he finished speaking, the Lu family's bodyguards rushed forward, pinning down Su Hai and his men. "Get out! Get out!" Suddenly, the door clicked shut and the noisy space fell silent. Butler Zhong turned to look at the situation inside. He paused, then quickly ran over to ask, "Madam, are you all right?" Xiao Meng replied calmly, "I'm fine." But the pitiful mother and daughter weren't so lucky. Yunlan dragged her daughter, crying, "Husband, save me." Linden immediately knelt down and complained, "Dad, she's tried to kill Mom and me." Without even understanding the situation, Su Hai jumped up and down like a chihuahua, yelling, "You ungrateful wretch. Your aunt, Nan, and your sister are so good to you. How could you hit them?" At this point, Xiao Meng didn't want to hold back any longer. She laid out the truth. They were the ones who tried to hit me, and they even wanted to smash my mother's urn. Who are the real villains here? Su Hai's ears rang as he looked at the white urn she clutched tightly. Urn. He looked at Yunlan suspiciously. Afraid of losing face, Yunlan immediately lied without changing her expression. "I didn't." Her feeble mind could only distort the truth. "I just saw that Xiao Meng missed her mother so much, so I took it out to let her see it." Xiao Meng mercilessly scolded her, calling out her lie. "Dad, if you believe her lies, then you're not only blind, but also deaf." She didn't bother saying anything more and turned to address the other employees. "Let's go." She left Yunlan crying and pleading. "Su Hai, you have to believe me. I really took the urn for Xiao Meng's own good." But Su Hai wouldn't listen. Instead, he struggled and yelled, "How did you become like this? I almost don't recognize you anymore." Afraid of being kicked out in her old age, Yunlan quickly knelt and begged him, "Husband, it's all a misunderstanding. You have to believe me." Lin Nan looked at the mess in the house, hatred churning in her heart. "Su Xiao Meng, how dare you tear down my mother's facade?" Her slender hands clenched tightly, trembling slightly. "I will ruin your reputation." That stupid brain of hers led her to falsely accuse me on social media. I'm a well-known KOL with tens of millions of followers, and she dares to go against me. Su Linan, from the same city, truly doesn't deserve sincerity. On the day my sister returned home, she actually laid hands on my mother and me. The keyboard warriors immediately took the bait, the comments endlessly flowing. Is this really Linan's half-sister hitting her? Linan is so kind. How could she hit anyone? How could there be such a vicious older sister in this world, worse than an animal? Looking at the malicious comments directed at her, she gave a cold laugh. Su Xiao Meng trending, returning home to viciously attack her stepmother and sister. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. In Yun Shan's villa, a cold breeze blew through, carrying people's weariness into the distance. Mrs. Liu was waiting at home. As soon as Xiao Meng pushed the door in, she immediately asked with concern, "How was your trip back to your family home today? Did they give you a hard time?" Xiao Meng nestled into her arms and briefly explained the situation. "Thank you, Mom." With Butler Zhong and the people there, everything went smoothly. Hearing these words, Mrs. Liu gently patted her hand. "Get some rest." She went straight back to her bedroom without hesitation. Seeing no one in the room, she muttered to herself in confusion, "Where did Lu Yunshen go?" Xiao Meng quickly went downstairs to ask Mrs. Liu, "Mom, where's Yunshen?" Her gentle voice was quickly answered. Yunshen was taken for treatment this afternoon. Butler Zhong will go over to look after him later. You get a good rest tonight. Stars gradually appeared in the night sky, making the scenery outside the window even more dazzling. Yun Shun stood in the study, hardly able to believe what he had just heard. He confirmed again, You're saying she not only retrieved the ashes, but also hit that vicious mother and daughter pair. Butler Zhong bowed slightly and replied, yes, Madam returned after settling the ashes. She didn't mention anything about today to Mrs. Liu. It seems she doesn't want her to worry. Recalling his wife's calm expression, his voice was somewhat dazed. Did Xiao Meng cry? Thinking back to the morning's events, he couldn't help but boast proudly, but before he could finish, his phone rang incessantly. Madam was very strong. She didn't cry. Looking at the news constantly popping up on his phone, Butler Zhong said to him with some panic, young master, it's not good. There's negative news about Madam online. Trending. KOL Su Linan and her mother were beaten by Xiao Meng upon her return home. Afraid that Yun Shun hadn't grasped the seriousness of the situation, he added, now many of Su Linan's fans are attacking Madam. He frowned, looking at the filth on the screen, and coldly ordered, have the PR team suppress the news tonight and push Su Linan's scandal to the top. Before Butler Zhong could leave, he gritted his teeth and added, venting his anger, how dare they touch my woman? They're looking for death. Just as Butler Zhong was about to leave, the phone rang again. The news he received this time left him stunned for a long time. With a look of disbelief, he handed the tablet to Yun Shun. Young master, the situation has reversed. Looking at the constantly refreshing comments, Butler Zhong was momentarily dumbfounded. Madam posted the recording of that vicious mother and daughter pair online. The keyboard warriors, as expected, changed their tune with the wind. The comments are completely different from before. This is really Su Linan's voice. Oh my god, how could she be so vicious? To get the shares back, she actually threatened someone with her mother's ashes. Even the professional butler, Zhong, couldn't help but reveal his true feelings. Those who were just cursing Madam are now all cursing Su Linan. In such a short time, Madam has gained over 500,000 followers. Yun Shen looked at the trap his wife had laid and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Meng's mind is truly full of surprises. To silently support her, he immediately changed his previous instructions. Have the PR department push this recording to the top of the trending list. Butler Zhong quickly took note and respectfully replied, yes. Left alone, Yun Shen pondered for a moment and dialed a number. Add friend MP32531. But the system quickly prompted that the friend request failed, leaving him stunned. Yun Shen stared stiffly at the unpleasant reality before him, burning with anger and frustration. That silly girl actually rejected me. On the other side, the yellow phone on the table vibrated incessantly. Looking at the notifications constantly popping up on her phone, Xiao Meng muttered in confusion, why does this person keep sending me friend requests? P32531 friend request. P32531 friend request. Her finger hovered over the new notification for a moment. More information, accept friend request. After clicking confirm, Xiao Meng asked the other party without hesitation, are you curious about me, since you keep adding me? Receiving his wife's message, he happily replied, a little. But her next message stunned him. All right, transfer me 50 yuan, and I'll tell you my revenge plan. She had only meant to tease him, but she was stunned when he directly transferred 5 million yuan. Xiao Meng stared at the dazzling string of numbers, speechless. 5 million. Was he crazy? Were Su Linan's fans all this rich? She tapped her finger to delete the contact, a hint of regret in her voice for the premature end of this joke. Not playing anymore. Lu Yinsheng was stunned. He hadn't expected his generous gesture to lead to such a baffling outcome. She blocked me again. He sighed softly, but his tone held a touch of indulgence. She didn't even want the money, not greedy at all. At the Su residence, a business partner's furious voice erupted at Su. Hi, Mr. Su, I think we should terminate our cooperation. He was working in his study when he heard the news and was so startled he immediately asked why. Instead of calming down, the other party vented even more agitatedly. Haven't you seen the news? Cooperating with you will only tarnish our company's reputation. Before the call ended, he rushed to check the trending topics on social media. After listening to the recording, he gritted his teeth, barely containing his fury. These two damn vicious things. A few minutes later, Linan's door was pounded on forcefully, as if someone had come to collect a debt. She was lying in bed, scrolling through her phone, and frowned in annoyance at the disturbance. But when she heard Su Hai's voice, open the door. Open the door. She panicked and quickly sat up. Why was her father so anxious in the middle of the night? Linan's slow-witted mind suddenly raced. It seemed her father had found out about Xiao Meng being cyberbullied. As soon as the door opened, she ignored her father's grim expression and said smugly, "Dad, don't worry. The cyberbullying will only make us look better." Before she could finish, he slapped her hard across the face. "You vicious thing." One slap wasn't enough. He grabbed her hair and roared, "Are you trying to ruin me?" After being hit repeatedly, Lin-An finally couldn't take it anymore and could only plead, "Dad, stop hitting me, stop hitting me." Hearing her daughter's screams, Yunlan rushed over. Seeing her husband hitting Lin-An, she quickly asked, "Nan, what's going on?" Although she didn't understand what had happened, she still tried to pull her husband back. "Honey, stop hitting her, you'll kill her." What happened? Even though he stopped, Su-hai continued to rage. "You vicious thing, why did you post our family matters online?" Hearing this, Yunlan's face turned even paler. "You posted our family matters online." Now that the truth was out, Lin-An showed no remorse and instead boasted arrogantly. "It's all because Xiao Meng was being so arrogant. I just wanted to help you teach her a lesson." Su-hai pointed at her furiously, as if he'd been stabbed in the back. "You helped me teach her a lesson." His question made her confused. "If it really was for you, then why did you say such vicious things in the recording Xiao Meng released?" She trembled uncontrollably, stammering, unable to believe what she had heard. Xiao Meng recorded it. While Su-hai was silent, Yunlan quickly took out her phone to check. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead, draining all the color from her face. Impossible, impossible. Even now, she still tried to grab her husband's hand, seeking a lifeline. Honey, listen to my explanation." But Su-hai was already at his wit's end and slapped her, knocking her head to the side. "You vicious woman, you and your daughter, that are trying to ruin me." Lin-An's pitiful appearance from earlier now seamlessly transferred to Yunlan. "Honey, it's not like that. It's all a misunderstanding, don't hit me." The only thing she cared about now was the news online. "My image, it's all ruined." The comments that once praised her now turned into venomous attacks. But she still had to maintain the facade of a savior. Xiao Meng is a vicious white lotus. It's so unfortunate to have a sister like her, being tormented and framed by her. Vicious woman, go die. Nothing was going according to her plan. The situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Lin-An couldn't help but cry and throw her phone. "This isn't real. This isn't real." Her face was filled with resentment, almost driven mad. "I shouldn't be the one ruined." Facing the consequences of her own actions, she screamed frantically, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Xiao Meng, I'm going to kill you, kill you." A new day dawned on the Liu family estate. Xiao Meng immediately informed Mrs. Liu of her plans. "Mom, I'm going out today to check on the shops you and my mother left me. I'll be back tonight." Mrs. Liu didn't object and readily agreed. "Okay." Watching her well-behaved daughter-in-law leave, Mrs. Liu praised her silently in her heart. Xiao Meng is very ambitious. Not bad at all. Xiao Meng stood in front of a villa-like building, thinking this restaurant was also left to me by my mother. Xiao Meng walked in and smiled amiably at the staff. "Don't reveal my identity yet. I want to do a secret inspection." She had just sat down when the waitress launched into her professional sales pitch. "What would you like to order?" "This is our new seafood hot pot. It's incredibly delicious." The description was tempting, and her heart was swayed. She immediately ordered, "Thank you, I'll have one." While she was waiting, a sharp voice suddenly pierced her ears. "Xiao Meng, is that really you?" Lin Hao, sporting an old-fashioned middle-part hairstyle, opened his mouth to taunt her. "Someone as poor as you dares to enter such an expensive restaurant." His shrill voice attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. "Do you know how much a meal costs at Mingwei Restaurant? Enough for you to deliver takeout for several months." The delicate woman beside him leaned closer and asked coquettishly, "Lin Hao, who is she?" Seeing the beauty approach him, Lin Hao became even more smug, stepping on others to elevate himself. "She's that ex-delivery girl I told you about." Hearing this, his girlfriend mimicked his tone and sneered, "A delivery girl? Lin Hao, you actually went for someone like that." Seeing that Xiao Meng remained silent, the two of them stood there laughing loudly, as if no one else was present. Originally intending to just let it go, Xiao Meng endured it silently for a while, waiting for the two lunatics to leave. Seeing that they were still carried away, she coldly splashed a glass of water in their faces. Hearing a burst of laughter from the restaurant, Lin Hao gritted his teeth, thinking, "Are they laughing at me? Rage consumed him, and he raised his hand, wanting to hit her in public. Xiao Meng, you're asking for it. But how could she let him succeed? Her slender hand lightly grasped his wrist. His plan to strike was thwarted before it even began, subdued by a girl, causing Lien Hao's face to flush with shame and anger. He was pinned to the table, yelling like a child, "Manager, get the manager. Throw this damn pauper out." The manager in the private room, hearing the staff calling for him, slowly came out. "What's going on? Hurry up and throw the pauper who hit someone out." Seeing the familiar person, he couldn't help but freeze. "Miss Su." He completely ignored the tense atmosphere, focusing only on speaking to Xiao Meng. "When did you arrive? What happened?" Hearing his words, Lien Hao yelled in dissatisfaction, "Manager, are you blind? She's just a delivery girl, and you're being so polite to her." The manager's forehead throbbed with anger at his vulgarity. "Sir, you may have mistaken her. Miss Su is not a delivery girl. She is the owner of Mingyue Mingzhu." At this point, even with his hands still hurting, Lien Hao asked dumbfoundedly, "What?" Xiao Meng impatiently flung him aside and ordered, "Throw him out and never let him enter Mingyue Mingzhu again." Receiving the owner's order, the manager immediately replied, "Yes, ma'am." Even as the security guards urged him to leave, Lien Hao couldn't believe what was happening. Impossible. She's a liar. Being dragged out, he continued to yell, "She's just a delivery girl. How could she be the owner here?" Noticing that his companion hadn't left, Xiao Meng turned and threatened, "Do you want to be thrown out too?" Seeing the clear precedent, the girlfriend quickly grabbed her shoes and ran out of the restaurant. Soon, everything was settled. The manager said to her somewhat awkwardly, "I'm sorry you were startled. Please come to the VIP room." Xiao Meng's plans were disrupted, but she wasn't annoyed. She instructed, "Bring me the account books for the past few years." Later, sitting in the executive office, the manager cautiously asked for her opinion. "Miss Su, do you think there's anything else that needs to be adjusted in the restaurant?" On the surface, he appeared loyal, but inwardly, he was judging her based on her appearance. Miss Su is so young. Looking at the account books is probably just a show. She quickly finished flipping through the pile of account books and succinctly suggested, "The restaurant is doing well in all aspects, but you could find 2 young people to film short videos and upload them to online platforms. Create some youthful advertisement videos. It could increase the percentage of young people coming to the restaurant." After hearing her suggestion, the manager's jaw dropped in surprise. Young people do rarely come to the restaurant. Miss Su saw the problem at a glance and even offered a solution. "That's amazing." Looking at Xiao Meng's extraordinary demeanor, he completely changed his previous superficial view. The new boss is not bad, not like those useless rich second generations. As she left the restaurant, she encountered Lien Hao, who was still waiting at the entrance, clinging to her like a leech. Xiao Meng. He still refused to give up, grabbing her wrist. "You're lying, right? How could you be the owner of Mingyue Mingzhu?" The doorman at the entrance quickly reported, "Madam is being accosted." But before they could act, she threw the lunatic directly to the ground. The spectacular martial arts display stunned the bodyguards. Madam's skills were too impressive. Should they tell the young master that Madam didn't need bodyguards at all? Thrown to the ground like an unwanted stray dog, he angrily roared at her, "Xiao Meng, you." But his words were completely shattered by Xiao Meng's bold declaration, "If you buzz around me like a fly again, I'll beat you up every time I see you." Watching her decisively turn and leave, besides the bodyguards pretending to be passers-by, only Lien Hao was still foolish enough to yell, "You." The next day, in the courtyard of the Yunshin residence, Xiao Meng looked at the garage in the front yard and asked in surprise, "Why are there so many cars parked at the entrance?" After entering the house, she was still confused by the noise coming from all directions. "Why are there so many relatives here today?" A servant was the first to run over with the good news. "Madam, good news." The news was so shocking that she had to cover her mouth with her hand to hide her flustered expression in front of the guests. "The young master is awake, but the doctor said he might still be disabled." She took every word to heart, happiness overflowing from every cell in her body. Liu Yanchen was awake. That was wonderful. Even if he could only be in a wheelchair in the future, it didn't matter. Xiao Meng weaved through the crowd. Watching the rare scene, Yanshin's face glowed as handsome as a Greek statue. Her heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks flushed when their eyes met. Why? Why was she so nervous? She silently hid behind the crowd, immersed in her previous emotions. Seeing her, the first madam spoke gently. "Xiao Meng, why are you only back now? Your husband is awake, and you didn't even know." Wan Hong took the opportunity to lecture her in front of the relatives. "Xiao Meng, Why can't you be more settled? Instead of staying by Yanshin's side, you're always running around. Hearing these unpleasant words, Madame Lu couldn't bear it any longer and immediately retorted, Xiao Meng is not a nanny. Of course, she has her own things to do. She didn't forget to poke at Wan Hong's sore spot, her words barbed. You only know how to buy clothes and get beauty treatments every day. You definitely can't understand ambitious people. Turning her gaze to Xiao Meng, her voice softened naturally. Xiao Meng, come here. Madame Lu kindly pushed the wheelchair towards her. Yanshin needs to rest. Push him back to his room. Knowing that Madame Lu was giving her a way out, Xiao Meng quickly took over. Thank you, madam. The second madam walked over with a tray. Yanshin, you must be thirsty after sitting for so long. Her sweet voice concealed sarcasm. Just like the steaming cup of water, here, drink some water. Seeing through her little trick, Xiao Meng stepped forward to stop her. The water is too hot. He can't drink it. Exposed in public, the second madam shamelessly refused to give up. It's fine. Drink it. It's not hot at all. Her gaze swept towards the legs covered by the blanket on the wheelchair, malice rising in her heart. I'll see if you're really paralyzed. She deliberately tripped, dramatically spilling the entire cup of water on a Yanshin like a C-list actress. Madame Lu, distressed for her son, rushed to his side immediately. Yanshin instinctively cried out, Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng shielded him with her body, her face contorting in pain from the hot water. He stared blankly at the wife who had shielded him from disaster the first time they met. Madame Lu anxiously ran over and called her name, Xiao Meng. She quickly pulled Xiao Meng away from those malicious relatives. Quick, quick, rinse it with cold water to cool it down. Madame Lu urged while helping her rinse the burn. Doctor, quickly call the doctor. Xiao Meng bit her lip, not uttering a sound, letting Madame Lu rinse her burn. The butler brought the first aid kit, but discreetly avoided looking directly at them. This is burn ointment. Please apply for Madame. It's not very convenient for me. Madame Lu gently pulled down the zipper of her dress. Seeing the redness and swelling on her back, Madame Lu was extremely distressed and couldn't help but say, it's such a serious burn. She was about to say something when Xiao Meng quickly comforted her. Mom, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore. Xiao Meng pushed Madame Lu out of the bathroom. Mom, you go take care of Yanshin. I can change my clothes myself. Madame Lu could only agree. Okay. Her heart was full of gratitude towards Xiao Meng, who was so badly injured yet still thinking of Yanshin. At this time, the troublemaker came to apologize pretentiously. Xiao Meng, I'm sorry, I just sprained my ankle. Madame Lu didn't say a word and slapped her directly. Wan Hong cried out, Mom. Madame Lu wasn't finished, pointing at the second madam's face and scolding. You vicious old woman, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? The second madam covered her face, crying and wailing. Third sister, how can you say that? I was just being kind. Madame Lu trembled with anger, interrupting sharply. You're still pretending. You gave my son boiling water to drink, and you dare to act pitiful. Being exposed on the spot made second Nan's face contort. Since the pretense was already dropped, she quickly regained her composure. It was just a matter of burning a pitiful, lonely daughter-in-law. What was there to be angry about? Su Xiaoming had just stepped out when she heard her finish this sentence. Mrs. Lu, burning with rage, scolded sternly, if you dare say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. Yin Shen finally spoke. Butler Zhong, although he was in a wheelchair, it didn't affect his decisiveness in the slightest. From now on, terminate all business cooperation with second uncle's family. Butler Zhong acknowledged the order. Understood. Su Xiaoming stared blankly at Yin Shen, stunned. By the time she reacted, second aunt had cried out in alarm. What do we do now? She finally felt fear and immediately knelt down to beg Yin Shen. You're joking, right? How can you be angry with your second aunt for an outsider? He looked directly into her eyes and said word by word, Su Xiaoming is not an outsider. Yun Shen, in front of all the relatives, declared without reservation, she is my wife, the mistress of the Lu family. Second, aunt stood up in disbelief. How is that possible? How can Su Xiaoming have such a high status in the Lu family? Butler Zhong stepped forward at the right moment and made a gesture of invitation. Second, madam, you're not welcome here. Please leave. Wan Hong anxiously reminded. Mom, Lu Yin Shun seems to be serious. We're finished. Dad will definitely beat us to death. Second aunt was furious but didn't dare to say a word. A cripple who had just woken up dared to treat her like this. Seeing bodyguards all around, she panicked. What are you doing? Let go of me. She simply dropped all pretense and rushed to Yin Shun to plead, "Nephew, second aunt knows she was wrong. Please don't terminate the cooperation." Seeing the chaotic scene, a group of cousins tactfully slipped away. "Third aunt, I have something to do. I'll leave first." Miju. Xiao Meng still felt uneasy. If the cooperation with second uncle's family could be terminated so easily, it would have been done long ago. Unable to understand, she simply asked directly, "Will terminating the cooperation affect you?" Yinshin calmly replied, "It's no big deal." At this time, Butler Zhong ran back with medicine. "Madam, the burn ointment can easily stick to clothes. Remember to reapply it every 3 hours." Mrs. Liu smiled gently and suggested, "Xiao Meng, sleep with me tonight, and I'll help you apply the medicine." Yin Shun suddenly interjected, "I can help her apply it." Both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were stunned, their eyes wide. Hearing his earth-shattering words, Xiao Meng's heart was in turmoil. He wanted to help her apply the medicine. Mrs. Liu cleverly went with the flow, her heart blossoming with joy. Yin Shun didn't reject Xiao Meng. It seemed she would soon have a grandchild. With the newlywed couple's sleeping arrangements settled, the maid respectfully announced, "Madam, young master, madam, dinner is ready." A table of delicious and aromatic dishes was placed in front of everyone. Mrs. Liu thoughtfully picked up food for her daughter-in-law. "Xiao Meng, eat more." She responded with a smile, "Thank you, Mom." Yin Shun also picked up a piece of food and put it in her bowl. "You have a burn, eat something light." Xiao Meng secretly glanced at her husband, her heart secretly rejoicing. He was caring for her. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted her thoughts. Xia arrived uninvited but still thoughtfully asked, "Yin Shun, you're finally awake." Mrs. Liu narrowed her eyes, confirming it was Xia. Ignoring everyone else, she rushed over and hugged Yin Shun, crying, "You're really awake, that's great." Tears streaming down her face. Xia held his hand and said, "For the past 3 years, I've been praying for you to wake up. Heaven has finally opened its eyes." Mrs. Liu watched this scene, momentarily speechless. This child, Xia, truly loved Yin Shun deeply. Yin Shun politely interrupted her. "It's easy to catch a cold in the changing seasons. Have you eaten?" Xia wiped her tears and replied, "Not yet." He thoughtfully suggested, "Eat first." She laughed happily. "Yin Shun, you're so good to me, always caring about me." Xiao Meng watched the two of them, speechless. Mrs. Liu, sitting opposite, instructed the maid, "Liu, add another set of tableware." Xia, transformed from guest to host, kept picking up food for someone else's husband. "Yin Shun, I remember this is your favorite dish. Eat more." He politely replied, "Okay." Yin Shun also returned the favor, reminding her, "Eat more if you're hungry." Feeling pampered, Xia covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes curving into crescents. "Yin Shun, you're so nice." Xiao Meng could only silently chew her food, listening to their pleasant conversation. At this moment, Yin Shun noticed his wife. "Don't just eat rice, have some dishes too." He looked at her tenderly and softly instructed, "Except for spicy food, you can eat anything else." Receiving her husband's care, Xiao Meng quickly became happy again. Xia sat across from them, secretly jealous. Why was Yin Shun so good to this poor woman? Did he have feelings for her? She was just a nanny in this house. Unable to bear it any longer, she put on an innocent expression. "Xiao Meng, thank you for taking care of Yin Xin this whole time." Handing her a black card, she feigned gratitude. "I really want to thank you." Mrs. Liu looked uneasy, wanted to speak, but hesitating. Xia pretended not to understand and continued to emphasize her point. "Xiao Meng has been taking care of Yin Shun for so long. I must thank her properly." Seeing no one spoke, Xia continued even more enthusiastically. "Xiao Meng is short of money right now. Don't be polite with me. You deserve this money." Xiao Meng couldn't stand it anymore and abruptly stood up. "Miss Xia, you're really funny." She unceremoniously threw cold water on her, making Xia's face instantly pale. "Taking care of my husband is my responsibility. I don't need your money." Xia's face darkened with anger, cursing her inwardly. This damned woman dared to call Yin Shun her husband. So shameless. Didn't she see that she was back? Having said her piece, Xiao Meng said goodbye to her mother-in-law. "Mom, I'm finished eating. Take your time." Mrs. Liu responded. Her mind was in turmoil, unsure of what to do. Xiao Meng loved Yin Shun and was his legal wife, but Xia had saved Yin Shun's life. Xiao Meng stood in the bathroom, talking to herself, actually admiring Xia. 2 days ago, when Lu Yinshan was in a coma, she didn't want him. Now that he's awake, she's come to stake her claim. While applying ointment, she saw through Xiao's tricks. Now that he's awake, she's come to snatch him away. Suddenly, there was a noise outside, like someone was coming in. Seeing someone she disliked, Xiao Meng immediately questioned, "What are you doing here?" Xia said nonchalantly, "It's so late. Of course I'm here to take a shower." Xiao Meng impatiently reminded her, "There's a bathroom in the guest room." She stood naturally in front of the mirror, posing as the mistress of the house. "I'm used to using this bathroom." At this point, Xia no longer pretended and sneered. "Don't be so presumptuous. Don't actually think of yourself as Shen's wife." Xiao Meng wasn't a pushover and immediately retorted, "We're already married. If I don't think of him as my husband, what should I think of him as?" Xia pushed her out of the bathroom and emphasized, "You're just a tool in an arranged marriage. Shen and I truly love each other." Xiao Meng saw the situation clearly and immediately played along. "Fine, then I'll leave. I'll go tell Mom right now that you want to marry Shen." Xia hurriedly grabbed her hand. "What are you doing?" Xiao Meng angrily shook off her hand and questioned, "You don't want to marry Shen, so why are you saying all this nonsense to me?" Xia was bitter inside. How could she not want to marry Shen? In fact, she had calculated even more. But even if he was handsome, rich, and capable, so what? He was a cripple, unable to stand for the rest of his life. How could she marry a cripple? Xia gave her an ultimatum. "I don't want to waste my breath on you. Shen is awake now. You two can't stay in the same room anymore." Xiao Meng slapped away the hand she pointed at her face and retorted, "Are you crazy? Why should I listen to you?" Xia furiously cursed, "You bitch, you deserve a good lesson." Seeing her reach for the makeup box, Xiao Meng asked warily, "What are you doing?" Xia didn't say a word, threw everything on the floor, and then sat down and started crying loudly. "Xiao Meng, don't hit me." Xiao Meng was so frightened by this scene that she could only stammer out one word, "You." At this moment, Mrs. Liu arrived just in time and asked Xia, "Why are you sitting on the floor?" Hearing the commotion, Shen also arrived quickly. "What happened?" Xia immediately threw herself into his arms and cried, Shen, I was just telling Xiao Meng how to take care of you, and she hit me with something." Shen and Mrs. Liu were both stunned by these words. Xiao Meng cried out in grievance, "I didn't." Xia, emboldened by having someone backing her up, immediately turned the tables. Xiao Meng, you still want to deny it at this point." Mrs. Liu quickly stepped forward to comfort her. "Xia, don't get so worked up." Xia, not satisfied with having the upper hand, cried even harder, "Aunt Liu, I really didn't expect Xiao Meng to be this kind of person." She then turned to Shen and added fuel to the fire. Xiao Meng is so vicious. She will definitely harm you in the future." After watching this performance, Xiao Meng couldn't help but clap. "I finally see you for who you are, a true master of twisting the truth." Xia ignored her and continued to fan the flames. Shen quickly kicked Xiao Meng out. "I'm really scared." But Shen remained unusually silent. Xiao Meng couldn't take it anymore. Hands on her hips, she retorted, "I asked you before if you still loved Shen. I would leave, and you two could continue your relationship. You were the one who disagreed. Now you're using these tactics to drive me away. You're truly despicable." Xia turned around in a panic to explain, "I really didn't. Shen, you have to believe me." She skillfully began to feign illness. "My head hurts, my head hurts." Butler Zhang anxiously asked, "Is Miss Chi's old problem acting up again?" Shen was also startled and quickly called her name. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Mrs. Liu wisely advised her daughter-in-law, "Xiao Meng, come out with me for a moment." She tactfully pulled Xiao Meng back to her room, using the excuse, "Your burns haven't healed yet. Sleep in my room tonight so I can take care of you." Xiao Meng looked directly into her eyes and asked, "Do you believe me?" Mrs. Liu only said one word, "Mom," then fell silent. Disappointed, she blamed herself inwardly. How could I ask such a stupid question? Xia and Shen have years of history together. No one would believe me, someone who's only been married for a few days. Realizing she misspoke, Mrs. Liu quickly tried to remedy the situation. "Don't overthink it, just rest for a bit." Xiao Meng firmly refused. "The burns aren't that serious. I'll sleep in the guest room." Mrs. Liu hesitated, wondering how to explain tonight's events to her son. Xiao Meng turned back and gave her a comforting smile. "I know he needs to take care of Xia. I won't disturb you." Mrs. Liu felt conflicted. Could she really have misunderstood Xiao Meng? Just as she lay down, her phone rang. It was an unknown number. Xiao Meng answered the call, and the other party spoke directly. "Hello, Miss Su, are you free tomorrow?" She paused, recognizing Lu Xian's voice. Lu Rua's younger sister. Xiao Meng frankly asked, "Miss Lu, is something the matter?" The voice on the other end was vague. "There are some things I'd like to discuss with you in person. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, meet me at the D Building restaurant." After the other party hung up, she muttered to herself, "Why is Lu Xian suddenly looking for me?" The next morning, Qi Xia sneered at her. "Putting on your shoes so early. Are you planning to get lost?" She crossed her arms and said viciously, "Take your ragged things with you too." Xiao Meng turned around and retorted without hesitation, "This is my home. Why should I leave?" Qi Xia shouted angrily, "You're home. You got some nerve." Qi Xia gave her a provocative look. "Didn't you see Yin Shun taking care of me last night?" Xiao Meng was waiting for this and immediately labeled her. "So you're the mistress." Watching her leave, Qi Xia yelled in frustration, "Su Xiao Meng, just you wait. I'll make you see with your own eyes that the unloved one is the real third party." Xiao Meng quickly rushed to Building D. She walked into the building lobby without hesitation. As soon as she saw Lu Xian, she spoke. "Miss Lu, I wonder what you wanted to see me about." Lu Xian appeared very calm. "No need to be so formal. Have a seat and eat something first." Xiao Meng didn't want to waste time and urged her again. "Miss Lu is so busy. You wouldn't just invite me for a meal, would you? Please speak frankly." Lu Xian finally stopped beating around the bush. "Since you're so direct, I'll get straight to the point." She put down her cup and first complimented Xiao Meng. "You handled the matter with Su Linyin and Lin Yanlan very well. They went too far. They deserve to be scorned. Their reputations are ruined within the circle." After the preface, Lu Xian got to the main point, but that disgusting Su Linyin actually dared to use the child in her belly to play the victim and cling to my brother relentlessly. Xiao Meng listened in surprise as she confessed, "My brother is being forced into marriage and is preparing to get engaged to Su Linyin. I hope you can help me ruin this relationship." Feeling like she was being dragged into unnecessary drama, Xiao Meng immediately stood up. "I'm sorry, Miss Lu, this is your family matter. I don't want to get involved. Although I hate Su Linyin and her mother, the child in her belly is innocent. I won't interfere in her affairs anymore." Lu Xian then dropped a bigger bombshell. "Su Linyin's child was actually aborted a long time ago. You don't have to worry about that. If you don't join forces with me, you'll lose your only chance to avenge your mother." As expected, Xiao Meng's attention was completely captured. "What do you mean?" Lu Xian slowly revealed the past. "Our two families used to be very close. You were young then, so you didn't know a lot of things." She coldly revealed a shocking secret. "Your mother didn't commit suicide by jumping off a building because of depression. She was pushed by Lin Yanlan." Xiao Meng immediately denied it. "Impossible. My dad said it himself, my mom." Lu Xian coldly reminded her, "Your dad was having an affair with Lin Yanlan before you were even born. He had already neglected your mother. Of course, he would believe Lin Yanlan's side of the story. She's so confident because she witnessed it firsthand. I was upstairs and saw it with my own eyes." Lu Xian pushed a stack of documents towards Xiao Meng and suggested, "If you don't believe me, you can investigate a nanny named Shang Tianhe. Besides me, she was also there and saw Lin Yanlan push your mother down the stairs." She completely exposed her stepmother Lin Yanlan's scheme. Lin Yanlan threatened the nanny, Zhang Tianhe, not to speak, and gave her a large sum of money. Lu Xian continued, each piece of information more shocking than the last. But not long after, Zhang Tianhe took the money and resigned. Lin Yanlan then hired someone to stage a car accident and kill her, ending her life in a traffic accident. After her statement, she concluded, "I have money and connections. Joining forces with me won't be a disadvantage for you." 2 lines of tears slid down Xiao Meng's face, and she choked out, "Mom." Xiao Meng began to remember. That day, she had just come home from school and heard in Hei's voice, "Madam, you're not feeling well. Let me wrap the dumplings. You should go and rest." Her mother gently refused. "Xiao Meng loves the dumplings I make. Today is her birthday, and I want to make them for her myself." But not long after, her mother covered her mouth and coughed. Tianhe saw the blood-stained handkerchief and cried out in alarm, "Madam." Hearing the commotion, Xiao Meng rushed in and called out, "Mom." Her mother quickly hid the handkerchief behind her back and greeted her as usual, "You're awake." Xiao Meng innocently asked, "Mom, are you feeling better?" She sat down and gently stroked Xiao Meng's hair. Xiao Meng took her mother's silence as agreement and hugged her, cheering, "Great. Mom can go out and play with me." Soon, a plate of dumplings was brought to the table. Her mother sat quietly, watching her daughter eat happily. Xiao Meng turned her head and praised, "Mom, the dumplings you made are so delicious." Her mother wiped her mouth and promised, "If Xiao Meng likes them, Mom will make them for you every day." Xiao Meng looked at the empty bowl and hesitantly asked, "Mom, why aren't you eating?" She picked up a dumpling and offered it to her mother. "Mom, let's eat together. They're really good. Let's eat together." Her mother nodded in agreement, tears welling up in her eyes. When the moon was high in the sky, Xiao Meng tentatively asked, "Mom, does Dad not like us? Why doesn't he come home every day?" Her mother stroked her head and immediately denied it. "If Dad doesn't like you, then Mom likes you." Mom loves Xiao Meng the most. Xiao Meng continued to ask, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be sick, right?" Her mother exclaimed in alarm, "How could you think that, Xiao Meng?" Xiao Meng didn't hide anything. Annie said, "I'm a burden to you." After saying that, Xiao Meng started to cry. "If it weren't for me, Mom wouldn't be trapped." Her mother hugged her and comforted her. "Silly child, you're not a burden. You're my precious daughter." Her mother gently affirmed, "Even if I had to choose again, I would still marry your father because I wanted to meet my Xiao Meng." Even though she was sick, she tried her best to comfort her daughter. "Xiao Meng is my motivation to live. With Xiao Meng by my side, Mom will definitely get better and better." That night, it was raining heavily. As soon as Xiao Meng got home, she immediately looked for her mother. "Mom, I'm back." But seeing the house full of people, she was confused. "What's going on? Why are there so many people in the house today?" When the photo caught her eye, Xiao Meng froze and cried out, "Mom!" Yunlan pretended to wipe her tears and sighed. "Xiao Meng, poor child, how could your mother bear to leave you like this?" She was too shocked to speak, only allowing the old woman to hug her. Coming back to her senses, Xiao Meng immediately screamed, "Impossible. Where's my mom?" She cried and tried to rush in. "Mom, I want my mom." Yunlan held her back tightly, trying to stop her. "Xiao Meng, calm down. There are so many relatives here. Don't make a scene." At this moment, old Master Su's cold voice rang out. "Only those who can't bear the pain of illness would seek death. What are you crying for your mother for?" He continued to scold her without regard for the occasion. "You and your mother are both useless things." The memory ended, and Xiao Meng gritted her teeth and promised, "I'll find out. If everything you said is true, I'll cooperate with you." Lu Xian handed over an envelope with satisfaction. "This is the invitation to the engagement banquet the day after tomorrow. I believe you will cooperate with me." As soon as Xiao Meng got home, she saw Qi Xiao whispering to her husband, "Yin Shun, look, the tulips are blooming. They're so beautiful." The man in the wheelchair responded in a low voice. Yin Shun readily agreed to his former lover. "As long as you like them, I'll bring you to see them every day." But as she passed by him, her expression was dazed. Qi Xiao softly asked, "Did Su Xiao Meng cry?" Yin Shun answered vaguely, then politely dismissed her. "If there's nothing else, you can go about your business. I have Butler Zhang to take care of me." Deep down, Zhu Xian knew that after last night's setup, Yin Shin must hate Zhu Xiaoming intensely. She secretly resolved to improve herself. "Even if I don't marry you," she thought, "I will become the girl you care about most." Having plotted enough, Qi Xia turned to Yin Shun and said, "Take good care of yourself. I'll worry otherwise." Even in parting, she made an effort to promise, "If you miss me, call me. I'm always available. Good night." A dark fog quickly enveloped the room. Xiaoming uncomfortably rubbed her blurry eyes. Yin Shun wheeled himself into the room without warning. "What's wrong? Do you need help?" Seeing her trying to get out of bed, he immediately stopped her. "You don't need to get up." Yin Shun handed her a handkerchief and asked with concern, "Are you too tired today, or did something unpleasant happen?" "Don't worry about what happened yesterday." He looked directly into his wife's eyes and spoke up for his ex-girlfriend. I believe you. Qi Xia can be a bit childish sometimes. I apologize on her behalf." A little bewildered, Xiaoming asked directly, "Why do you believe me?" She moved closer to Yin Shun's face, vehemently denying, "You shouldn't believe me. No one else would believe me, right?" As the distance between them closed, both of them became flustered. Yin Shun leaned back slightly and ordered, "Take off your clothes." Xiaoming cried out in surprise. "What?" she said defensively, clutching her chest. "Take off my clothes. What do you want to do?" Yin Shun took out the first aid kit, his expression serious. "Your burns haven't healed yet. I need to apply medicine." Xiaoming stammered her refusal. It's okay, I could do it myself. He stubbornly insisted on helping her. It's not convenient for you to apply the medicine yourself. It will leave scars. Let me do it. Xiao Meng was stunned by his persistence and finally blushed, compromising. Then I'll trouble you. Xiao Meng shyly lifted her clothes, revealing the horrific wound. Yin Shun's heart trembled. It's burned so badly. He sincerely admired this nominal wife of his. Yet, she hadn't said a word when she stood before him then. He applied the medicine while reproaching her. Are you stupid? Looking at the wound, he asked irritably, why didn't you dodge? Xiao Meng didn't hide anything. I don't know why at the time. Maybe I was afraid you'd get hurt worse. Yin Shun lowered his eyes and instructed her, if you encounter danger in the future, protect yourself first. Seeing her silence, he pressed further. Why aren't you answering? Xiao Meng softly confirmed, are you concerned about me? This sudden question flustered Yin Shun. He quickly denied it. No, don't overthink it. Seeing her awkwardly about to leave, Yin Shun immediately grabbed her hand. Sleep here tonight. Xiao Meng blurted out the crucial question, isn't Qi Qiushu coming tonight? He countered provocatively, do you want her to stay? She immediately denied it. I don't. Yun Shin suggested with satisfaction, then you should rest. As soon as Steward Zhang entered, he heard Yun Shin say with concern, you're injured, so try to rest more. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add, if you feel unwell anywhere, you must tell me immediately. Slightly annoyed, Xiao Meng quickly agreed. Watching him leave, she muttered under her breath. Although Lu Yinshan speaks a bit coldly, he's actually a good person. Xiao Meng quickly fell asleep, not at all uncomfortable in the new bed. When Yinshan came to check on her, he secretly smiled. This silly girl kicked off the covers again. A dreamless night quickly passed, and a brand new day began. As soon as she came downstairs, Mrs. Lu asked, Xiao Meng, are you going out again? She couldn't explain clearly, but still tried to reassure her, Mom, I have something to do. If anything comes up, just call me, and I'll come back right away. Mrs. Lu was struggling internally. This child has suffered so much these past 2 days, yet she can still be so gentle to me. Maybe I really misunderstood her. She was sitting and reading the newspaper when a cold voice interrupted her. Aunt Lu. Mrs. Lu looked up and greeted, Qi Xia, you're here. She walked in carrying 2 exquisite gift boxes. Qi Xia placed the gifts on the table, not forgetting to take credit. I ran 4 streets to buy these osmanthus cakes. Try them. Mrs. Lu responded happily. Oh, you're so polite, dear. She continued to flatter her, to the point where she herself couldn't distinguish the truth anymore. As long as Aunt Lu likes them, no distance is too far for me. After attending to Mrs. Lu, she began to feign fragility. These osmanthus cakes are also for Xiao Meng. Although she's jealous of me, I can understand. Mrs. Lu started to mediate. Qi Xia, I think there might have been a misunderstanding between you and Xiao Meng that night. Let her. Seeing her hesitate, Qi Xia immediately jumped in to smear her rival. Aunt Lu, don't be fooled by her. She's been hanging around with bad women like Su Linyin since she was a child. How about you be a good person? To gain favor, Qi Xia even played her trump card. Annie, you know I almost died saving Yin Shan. How could I possibly harm him? Mrs. Lu's attitude softened upon hearing this. Qi Xia, Annie didn't mean it that way. Qi Xia lied without hesitation, even raising her hand to swear. I swear, Xiao Meng is a bad woman. Xiao Meng wants to harm me and Yun Shan. At that time, Mrs. Lu was still struggling internally. But Qi Xia started crying anxiously. If Annie believes Xiao Meng will definitely harm Yin Shan in the future. Mrs. Lu showed a hesitant expression. Is that really the case? Meanwhile, Xiao Meng was listening to the tour guide's introduction. Miss Su, this is where Zhang Tianha's maid, Zhang Tianha, used to live. She didn't say anything, just quietly followed the guide. He pointed to a boy sitting blankly in the courtyard and introduced. That fool is Zhang Hao, the only surviving eldest son of the Zhang Tianha family. Xiao Meng was stunned as she listened to his story. After Zhang Tianha's car accident that year, her husband, son, and daughter were also involved in car accidents. Only the eldest son, Zhang Hao, survived that accident, but he became mentally disabled. She took out the fee to thank him. I understand. Thank you. He smiled brightly, wanting to maintain the connection. Miss Su, if you need any information in the future, you can come find me at the black market. As soon as Xiao Meng turned around, mocking voices rang out around her. Zhang Hao is a fool. Look at him like a dog. She angrily chased away the mischievous children. What are you doing? How did your parents raise you? Zhang Hao mechanically lifted his dirty face. Xiao Meng gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Seeing his unstable mental state, she became even angrier. Lin Yanran, it's not enough that you killed his mother. you want to harm his whole family. Hearing her mention that familiar name, Zhang Hao seemed to be struck by lightning. Lin Yanran, you are truly evil. Xiao Meng took out a stack of money and handed it to Zhang Hao. If you're hungry, take one to buy something to eat. She patiently taught him, don't let others see it. Usually just like the teacher, put the money in your pocket. Understand. Zhang Hao quietly followed her instructions, very obedient. He watched Xiao Meng's retreating figure, but in his heart, he was as clear as a mirror, completely different from his current demeanor. Who is this woman? How does she know so much about what happened to my family? The car carrying Xiao Meng was speeding along the mountain road. Xiao Meng looked at her phone and smiled slightly. Miss Liu, I agree to cooperate with you. See you at the engagement party tomorrow night. Suddenly, a tire burst with a bang, and the driver quickly braked. Xiao Meng was startled. The driver said nervously, what happened? After the car stopped, the two got out to check the situation. The driver said worriedly, how could a perfectly good tire suddenly burst? He saw several sharp nails scattered on the ground and cursed. Who is so wicked to scatter so many nails on the road? Just then, Xiao Meng shouted in panic, run. But it was too late. She and the driver were surrounded by a group of people armed with weapons. Someone said, finally caught you. Looking at the young man in front of her, Su Xiaoming immediately recognized him. Chen Wei, that dog beside Su Linyan. The young man, Chen Wei, had green-dyed hair and even green eyebrows. He laughed. Today I'm going to ruin your reputation. Take a video and post it online. Let everyone see what kind of thing you really are. Chen Wei stood aside and ordered the person holding the machete. Take off her clothes, record it for me, and post it online. Let everyone see what she really is. Xiao Meng hurriedly dodged the attacks of the few people in front, her mind racing. What should I do? Even if I'm a good fighter, there are too many of them. Unexpectedly, Xiao Meng snatched their steel rod, while her other hand had to guard against the sneak attack of the young man in yellow clothes behind her. She thought to herself, almost no one passes by on this mountain road. Even if I call the police, it will be too late. Just as Xiao Meng was entangled by Chen Wei's men, Chen Wei rushed over, wielding a steel rod. Su Xiaoming, don't even think about struggling, otherwise it won't just be taking nude photos. Caught off guard, she thought she was about to be hit by them. Xiao Meng's face crumpled in panic. Suddenly, several people rushed over and pulled Chen Wei aside. You dare bully our madam. You must be tired of living. Two bodyguards stood in front of Xiao Meng. Madam, are you all right? She didn't recognize these two people and was a little confused. I'm fine. Who are you? The young man with black-rimmed glasses immediately replied, Madam, we are the bodyguards sent by the young master to protect you in secret. Hearing the bodyguard's words, Xiao Meng couldn't help but think of her handsome husband and asked, Did Lu Yuzhen send you? The lead bodyguard continued, Young master was truly far-sighted. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiao Meng felt relieved and said with a smile, Thank you. Are any of you injured? The second bodyguard smiled confidently, giving a thumbs up. Madam, please rest assured. We've all been trained as bodyguards since childhood. These punks were just a warm-up for us. By this time, the other bodyguards had dealt with the thugs. The second bodyguard spoke again, Madam. You must have been frightened today. Why don't you get in the car and rest for a while? The driver, who had been injured earlier, looked disheveled. Xiao Meng kindly went over to help him up. I'm so sorry about what happened today. This is the money for the car repairs and replacement. The driver accepted the money with a smile. Miss, this is too much. Xiao Meng handed all the money to the driver and explained, You were also frightened. The rest is for emotional distress. The driver replied happily, Thank you, kind lady. At this moment, Xiao Meng, protected by the bodyguards, got into the car and prepared to go home. Suddenly, a call came in from an unknown number. Xiao Meng answered the phone curiously. Hello. Suddenly, a string of curses came from the other end. Su Xiaoming, you blocked my number again. The person cursed even more fiercely. I'm your father. Do you have any filial piety at all? Hearing her father's words, Xiaoming frowned and replied, Have you forgotten what you did to me? Her words didn't seem to reach the other end. Xiaoming was subjected to a verbal assault from her biological father. I don't want to waste my breath on you. Upload a clarification video online immediately, saying that the recording you posted was fabricated using high-tech and has nothing to do with Lin Yanlan and her son. Seeing her father desperately protecting his new family, Xiaoming sneered, feeling a bitter taste in her heart. Her tone turned cold. You know they threatened me with my mother's ashes, yet you not only protect them, but also want me to take the blame for them. My mother devoted her life to you. Is your heart made of stone? Xiao Meng's father on the other end of the phone had already lost his reason, driven to the brink by the chaos surrounding him. He roared, "Don't bring up that dead woman. I'll give you half an hour to upload the clarification video." Otherwise, before he could finish, the other party hung up the phone. The long, busy signal left Xiao Meng's father momentarily stunned. Humiliated and despised to the extreme, he frantically pressed his phone, roaring, "Damn brat, how dare she hang up on me?" Lin Yinlan walked in from outside and saw Xiao Meng's father gnashing his teeth. She asked curiously, "Dad, who are you talking on the phone? Why are you so angry?" He slammed his phone on the table. "That brat, she won't listen to anything I say." Shen Wei frowned and asked, "Dad, were you talking to your daughter?" Xiao Meng's father raged. Who else could be so rebellious? Hearing this, Lin Yinlan's face paled. Perhaps she already knew the plan had failed. How could this be? Su Xiaoming actually had a chance to answer the phone. Recalling the plan she had Chen Wei arrange, Xiaoming should have been humiliated by those thugs long ago. Chen Wei also couldn't believe the plan had failed. Lin Yinlan boldly asked, "Dad, did you really get through to your daughter?" Xiaoming's father was furious and roared, "Are you deaf?" In his extreme anger, he pointed at Lin Yinlan's face and cursed, "And you, when did you become so vicious? If it weren't for you and your mother causing all this trouble, would I be the laughingstock? Would I be so angered by that brat?" Lin Yinlan took a step back in fright and quickly explained, "Dad, Mom, and I were also forced by her. At the time, we just wanted to help you get your shares back." Seeing that Xiao Meng's father's emotions had calmed down a bit, Lin Yinlan put on a pitiful look. "Dad, Mom and I are doing this for your own good." He turned his face away, the veins in his neck bulging. "Speaking of shares makes me angry. That beast didn't return the shares." Lin Yinlan grinned beside him. "Don't worry, Dad. Tomorrow I'm getting engaged to Lu Ruwei. With the Lu family backing us, getting the shares back from her will be a piece of cake." Night fell, and the Lu family's house was brightly lit. Inside the villa, Qi Xia was sitting next to Mrs. Lu and asked, "It's dark already. Why hasn't Xiaoming come back yet?" Another person began to cast their net. Qi Xia spoke softly, her eyes full of worry, feigning concern for Xiaoming. But her words implied that Xiaoming was irresponsible, staying out late, and enjoying herself at such a young age. "She can't be out all day. Aunt, you have to discipline her." Mrs. Lu frowned beside her, more worried than blaming. Xiaoming said she had something to do. Maybe she has a lot of work, so she's coming back late. Seeing Madame Lu's gentle tone, Qi Xia immediately retorted, "Aunt, you're spoiling Xiaoming too much. If she doesn't go to work, what else could she be doing? She doesn't take this family seriously at all." Madame Lu held Qi Xia's hand and looked into the distance. "But I don't think Xiaoming is that kind of person." Qi Xia immediately tried to persuade her with sweet words. "That's because Xiaoming is very clever and has given you the wrong impression." Suddenly, a servant's cheerful voice came from outside. "Young madam, you're back." This immediately caught Qi Xia and Madame Lu's attention. Qi Xia smiled slightly. She immediately stood up, walked over to Xiaoming, and pointed at her wristwatch. "Look at the time. What kind of wife are you?" Xiaoming took out her phone, checked the time, and calmly replied, "It is a bit late. It's already 7 o'clock. What's strange is, why are you still at someone else's house?" After saying that, she casually put her phone in her pocket and looked at the girl in front of her, her aura imposing. "It's you. Can't you go a day without causing trouble in my house?" Qi Xia, her thoughts exposed, became annoyed. "I was just showing concern for Yin Shan." Xiaoming frowned, assuming the demeanor of the second madam of the Lu family. "Yin Shan is my husband now. As his wife, I will take care of him. I don't need an outsider like you interfering." Hearing this, Qi Xia was immediately provoked and brought up her past with Yin Shan. "Am I an outsider? Do you know how much Yin Shan and I loved each other before?" Xiaoming's calm retort left Qi Xia speechless and pale. "Then would you marry him? If you would, I'll step aside." Ignoring the immature girl behind her, Xiaoming walked quickly towards Madame Lu and said softly, "Mom, I'm sorry. I had something to do today, so I came back late." Suddenly, the sound of a wheelchair could be heard. The person who appeared was Yin Shan, sitting in a wheelchair, pushed by Steward Zhong. Seeing the scene before him, Yin Shan called out, "Xiaoming, come to my room." Hearing him say this, Xiaoming was stunned and looked at him. Qi Xia stood to the side, observing Yun Shun's attitude, secretly pleased. Yun Shun is frowning. He must be about to scold Xiao Meng. Satisfied with her prediction, Qi Xia sneered disdainfully. I can't miss this good show. She then ran directly to Yun Shun and acted coquettishly. Yun Shun, Xiao Meng is being so naughty. You have to teach her a lesson. Yun Shun ignored Qi Xia's coquetry and simply ordered coldly, Steward Zhong, take Qi Xia back to rest. Qi Xia was stunned, and after a few seconds, she asked, Yun Shun, are you asking me to go back to my own home? Yun Shun pretended not to see Qi Xia's change in expression and simply explained, it's getting late. It's not good for your reputation to stay in my house. Realizing that Yun Shun was hinting for her to leave, Qi Xia's face became embarrassed. I'm still thinking about my first love, but he's chasing me away. Qi Xia glanced at Xiao Meng, and another thought crossed her mind. I understand. He must want to scold Xiao Meng privately. That's why he's sending me home. Thinking of this, Qi Xia's mood suddenly brightened, and she smiled brightly. Thank you for your concern, Yunshin. You should take care of yourself too. She then ran over and held Xiao Meng's hand, admonishing her. Aunt, I will take care of Yunshan. Please don't listen to Xiao Meng's instigations anymore. With that, Qi Xia was escorted home by Steward Zhong. As for Yunshan, he was wheeled back to his room by Xiao Meng. On the way, Xiao Meng explained, something came up today, so I came back late. Next time, I'll come home earlier. Yunshan glanced at her coldly, then took off his clothes to apply medicine. Yunshan picked up the bandages and said gently, you were arguing so fiercely just now. Your wound must have split open again. He looked at the stunned Xiao Meng and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Meng started to feel dizzy and rubbed her temples, saying shyly, I thought you were going to scold me for being late, but you're concerned about whether I'm in pain. Yunshan took her hand and reminded her, don't be shy. Hurry up and apply the medicine. The man in front of her simply didn't understand romance. Xiao Meng pouted, pretending to be angry. A moment later, Xiao Meng took off her clothes, revealing the red and swollen wound on her abdomen. Yunshan personally applied the medicine for her, exclaiming softly, it's this bad. Xiao Meng said calmly, it's fine, it doesn't hurt anymore. She smiled at him and thanked him. Thank you for sending bodyguards to protect me secretly. They almost saved my life. Yunshan blushed and avoided her gaze, carefully applying medicine to the old wound. If you have any difficulties in the future, tell me, and I will help you. Yunshan noticed Xiao Meng staring intently at him again. Why are you looking at me like that again? Her cheeks flushed slightly as a smile spread across her face. Even though their marriage was technically just a contract, it felt truly wonderful to be protected like this. Yunshan, seeing her innocent smile, felt his heart skip a beat, a blush creeping up his own face. Don't try to shoulder everything yourself. If anything happens, tell me. Xiao Meng, not wanting trouble Yunshan further, said, I just need to borrow your bodyguard for a few more days. I can handle the rest. After she spoke, silence fell again. Xiao Meng glanced at the young man applying medicine to her wounds, thinking, so many people want to harm him. How can I distract him with my own affairs? Thank you for your concern. Once he finished, Yunshan said, I'm going to the rehabilitation center in a bit. You should rest. Xiao Meng lowered her feet from the bed, looking at him with worry. Should I go with you? Yunshan refused again, ordering his little kitten like a domineering CEO, you rest obediently and recover from your injuries. Butler Zhong will accompany me. The area was practically a hidden corner of the city, devoid of lights, with few pedestrians, looking like an abandoned zone. Suddenly, a scream echoed, spare me. Stop hitting me. At that moment, Butler Zhong opened the car door for Yunshan. Young master, the people who harassed Madam are all here. Yunshan took the wooden stick from Butler Zhong and slowly walked towards Chun Wei and his group. Butler Zhong introduced, this is Chun Wei. Chun Wei, looking like a beaten dog, lay on the ground, pleading, please, please spare me. Ignoring his pleas, Yunshan brought the wooden stick down hard on Chun Wei's body and head. Covered in wounds, Chun Wei knelt before Yunshan, hands clasped together. Big brother, I don't know where I offended you. I'm sorry, I apologize. Please, spare me. I'll give you whatever money you want. No matter how pathetically Chun Wei begged, Yunshan wouldn't tolerate anyone who dared to touch his wife. He kicked him to the ground. Shouldering the wooden stick, Yunshan said to the person beside him, Butler Zhong, break his legs. Understood. Chun Wei's soul nearly left his body upon hearing those words. He looked up at Yin Shun. No. Help! Elsewhere, what appeared to be a high-class banquet was taking place. Even the drinks were exceptionally expensive and the decorations exquisite. Many wealthy individuals had gathered there tonight, including Yun Lan and her daughter. Yun Lan anxiously looked around, whispering, so many prominent families came tonight. The Liu family truly has considerable influence. Standing beside her, Lin Yunlan, dressed in a bright red, tight-fitting dress, leaned in to whisper in Yunlan's ear. Knowing this, I shouldn't have broken off the engagement. I went in such a big circle, only to finally step into high society. Lin Yunlan looked at Yunlan with worry, softly saying, Mom, I'm a little worried. Lu Xian hates me so much. Will he bring that bitch, Xiao Meng, to cause trouble? Yunlan, however, was surprisingly confident, as if everything was under control. I already anticipated that Lu Xian might bring Xiao Meng to make a scene, so I arranged for people to intercept her in advance. The corners of Yunlan's mouth curled up slightly in disdain as she instructed her daughter, the engagement ceremony will begin soon. If she hasn't arrived by then she must have been stopped on the way. Several cars sped down the street when an accident suddenly occurred. A black car was blocked by a yellow car. The bodyguard in the car shouted, "What are you doing?" stopping and hitting people. The young man in the passenger seat frowned, anxiously saying, "Quick, follow them. Madam's car is getting away." However, the other party gave them no chance to leave. The people in the yellow car started causing trouble. "How are you driving? Drunk and still trying to run?" The young man in the passenger seat cursed, "You're talking nonsense." "Who's drunk?" The bodyguards in the car were worried. "Damn it, we can't catch up with Xiao Meng." Her phone suddenly started ringing incessantly. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air. Xiao Meng's eyes widened in shock. Another car had blocked Xiao Meng's taxi. Seeing a group of men get out, carrying steel pipes in their hands, and walking menacingly towards her, Xiao Meng guessed that these thugs had been lying in wait. 36 strategies of Sun Tzu. Running is the best strategy. Following the ancient teachings, Xiao Meng flung open the taxi door and took off running. The men were momentarily stunned, then yelled, "Catch her!" Seeing the group chasing after her, Xiao Meng began to worry. "What do I do?" They blocked her path. One of them threatened, "Xiao Meng, you can't escape." Another ordered, "Grab her." Suddenly, a young man wearing a cap appeared out of nowhere, swinging a stick and hitting the man in white hard on the head. Xiao Meng looked at the young man who had just saved her, her face pale with fright. He didn't give her time to react. The young man grabbed her hand and pulled her away. "Run," he urged. The same thugs from before were chasing after them. A motorcycle was waiting up ahead. The man in black, sitting on the bike, gritted his teeth. "Damn it, we can't let them get away." The man in black jumped onto the motorcycle and extended a hand to Xiao Meng. "Get on." Xiao Meng took a step back, her face full of confusion. "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" The man frowned, his voice urgent. "Hurry." Xiao Meng froze. "It's you. What are you doing here?" In this critical moment, Zhang Hao pulled her onto the motorcycle and sped away. Seeing how frightened she was, he murmured, "Hold on tight. Don't let go if you don't want to die." The two sped off. The thugs didn't chase after them in a car, instead opting to run on foot. At this moment, Xiao Meng's attention was entirely focused on Zhang Hao. Am I seeing things? Looking at him now, Xiao Meng couldn't believe that the person who saved her was Zhang Yanhua's good-for-nothing son, Zhang Hao. Time gradually passed, and the building where the engagement ceremony was being held was already bustling with activity. The person on stage spoke happily. "It's an honor for our Liu family to have you all here today." Lu Xian stood in a corner, constantly making phone calls, whispering anxiously, "The engagement ceremony has already started. Why isn't Xiao Meng answering her phone?" Receiving no response, Lu Xian stared at her phone screen, a sense of unease growing in her heart. Could something have happened? Yin Lan, standing next to her, had her own schemes in mind. She frowned maliciously. "Xiao Meng, you think you can fight me with your petty tricks? How naive." At this moment, Mr. Liu happily introduced the protagonists of the ceremony to the guests. "Today is the engagement ceremony of my son, Liu Ruwei, and his future wife." Before he could finish his sentence, the doors of the hall were suddenly flung open, and Xiao Meng and Zhang Hao appeared before everyone. She declared loudly, "I object to this engagement." Seeing Xiao Meng's sudden appearance, Yunlan's face instantly paled. How is she still here? She stepped forward and warned, "Xiao Meng, today is your sister's important day. You can't just spout nonsense because you're jealous." Having said that, Yinlan ordered the security guards to take Xiao Meng away. Security, get her out of here. Lucien stood in front of Xiao Meng, protecting her, and frowned. Aunt Lin, don't be hasty. Since she dares to cause a scene, I want to hear why she objects. At this moment, Lu Rui tightly held Lin Yan's hand and pleaded earnestly, Sister Xiao Meng, I really love Yin Yan. Please don't break us up. Lin Yan also chimed in tearfully, Sister, we already have a child. Please don't hurt me. Seeing her daughter crying so sadly, Yin Lan couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. Su Xiao Meng, do you have any conscience? Do you know how pitiful children from single-parent families are? Ignoring their performance, Xiao Meng took out a report. Lu Rui, your child was aborted a long time ago. Are you still going to keep up the act? The best evidence is to give it to the person involved. She handed the document to the stunned Lu Rui. This is the hospital's abortion agreement. You can check it yourself. And the child wasn't even yours. Lin Yan's face turned deathly pale as she tried to snatch the paper from Xiao Meng's hand. No, this is fake. She's framing me. She ripped the paper to shreds, crying and cursing, Sister, I've been so good to you. How could you wrong me? Even if you're jealous that I'm better than you, you can't do something so despicable. Qi Xia hypocritically chimed in from the side. Xiao Meng, I never thought you were this kind of person. She stepped forward and falsely accused, you bully and frame your own sister. Do you even deserve to be called a sister? Another person blushed as they looked at Qi Xia, praising, is she a celebrity? She has such a strong presence. The girl in the yellow dress next to her smiled and said, you don't even know Qi Xia, the second miss of the Qi family. Everyone's attention was focused on Qi Xia, and they all praised her. She's that Qi Xia who often does charity work, right? I remember she's also the president of the Traditional Housewives Rights Protection Association. At this moment, a girl in a blue dress spoke up, criticizing Xiao Meng. To be accused by such an upright and kind person like second Miss Qi, Su Xiao Meng must be deliberately framing her sister. The boy next to her echoed, look how pitiful her sister is crying. Lucien stepped forward to speak up for Xiao Meng. Qi Xia, this is our family matter. You don't need to interfere. Qi Xia tossed her hair lightly. Lucien, you don't care about your brother, but I'm helping him fight for his happiness. These words completely enraged Lucien, and she retorted loudly, you. Xiao Meng pulled her hand back and said softly, don't worry, I can handle this myself. Xiao Meng walked up to Qi Xia and looked at her coldly. I know you don't like me, but is there any need to interfere without knowing the truth? Qi Xia immediately reacted, you're truly hopeless. You've completely disgraced the Lu family. She even grabbed Xiao Meng's hand, intending to drag her away for punishment. Come with me. I need to let Auntie see what you become. A vicious woman like you. All you do all day is cause trouble. But Xiao Meng wasn't someone to be pushed around. She abruptly yanked her hand back. We're not close. Don't touch me. Having lost face in front of everyone, Qi Xia was furious. You bitch. How dare you humiliate me in front of so many people? With that, she raised her hand in a fit of rage, intending to slap Xiao Meng. You've disgraced the Lu family today. I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of Annie. Suddenly, her pupils contracted sharply, as if she'd seen something terrifying. Her hand was caught firmly in midair, and then a slap landed on her cheek. It was Xiao Meng who had slapped Qi Xia without hesitation, her eyes cold and devoid of pity. Slapped in public, Qi Xia was stunned. She instinctively touched her face, wondering if she had really just been hit. The humiliation and anger were almost unbearable. Glaring at Xiao Meng with eyes full of hatred, she seethed, this bitch. How dare she slap me in front of everyone? Yinlan also pointed at Xiao Meng's face and scolded. Su Xiao Meng, are you crazy? You even dare to hit someone as nice as Qi Xia. Are you even human? Xiao Meng shook off her hand and retorted, she can hit me, but I can't hit her back. Qi Xia, losing control, was about to speak, but Xiao Meng interrupted her. Qi Xia, what's your relationship with me? What right do you have to say you're teaching me a lesson? Qi Xia's face darkened. Su Xiao Meng, don't be ungrateful. I'm teaching you how to behave. Xiao Meng didn't back down. Then can I ask you to learn how to behave too? Stop coming to my house every other day. She added, if you love my husband so much, I'll step aside and let you marry him. These words completely trampled Qi Xia's reputation. Qi Xia hurriedly defended herself. You're talking nonsense. The surrounding people immediately looked at the lovely socialite with strange expressions. Xia often seduces Xiao Meng's husband. Impossible, right? Xia is the president of the Family Women's Rights Protection Association. How could she deliberately destroy someone else's family? The two people who had just criticized Xiao Meng now turned to criticize Xia. If it wasn't true, how would Xiao Meng dare to hit her? Someone else exclaimed, "Oh my God, if I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it." These words made Xia's face flush red. As if it were the last straw, Xia lost control and raised her hand again to hit Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng, however, showed her what it meant to know martial arts. Xia received another slap, this time leaving both sides of her face swollen. Xia collapsed on the ground. Xiao Meng asked her, "Do you deserve to be the president of the Family Women's Rights Protection Association? Your family's a joke." Xiao Meng's sarcasm was no less potent than Su Zhao's, but everything she said was true, sparking another round of discussion among the guests. "I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. She's actually a mistress. How can she still have the nerve to be the president of the Family Women's Rights Protection Association?" Having reached the peak of humiliation, Xia frantically ran out of the banquet, adding another grudge to her heart. "Xiao Meng, you actually made me suffer such humiliation. You're finished." Running outside, she started calling her ex-boyfriend Shen. "Xiao Meng's gone crazy. She not only barged into my sister's engagement party, but she also hurt people. She's playing the victim, hitting me and bullying me. Come quickly. I'm almost beaten to death by her." Inside, Xiao Meng continued the unfinished topic. "I know you'd do anything for Su Linyan, but can you accept that she also has several boyfriends?" Yinlan's face turned pale. "Xiao Meng, you're talking nonsense." Because of her outburst, Lucien had the security guards restrain her and ordered the people outside to bring in Su Linyan's lovers. A group of young men were brought in, 3 or 4 looking disheveled. One of them shouted, Yin, save me. These security guards are too strong." A boy in a white shirt knelt down and said, Yin, let's break up. I don't want to be ruined." Another boy was even more dramatic, clinging to Lin Yan's leg and pleading, Yin, you said you would marry me. I can't live without you." Besieged by this group of people, Lin Yin could only deny it. Get away. I don't know you." Lu Ruwei looked at her suspiciously. "Who are they?" Lin Yin frantically grabbed his hand and explained, "This is slander. Mr. Lu, you have to believe me. This is all fabricated by Xiao Meng." Lucien walked up to them and looked coldly at Lin Yin. "I'm sorry, but I personally investigated these men." With that, Lucien threw a stack of indecent photos of Lin Yin in her face. "Mr. Lu, why? It's all a misunderstanding. Mr. Lu, you have to believe me." Lu Ruwei couldn't stand it any longer. His trust and affection had been trampled upon by such a despicable person as Lin Yin. He roared, "Get out. I never want to see you again." At this moment, Yinlan put on a pitiful act, looking at Xiao Meng with a sorrowful expression. "Xiao Meng, your mother and I were like sisters. After she passed away, I always treated you as my own daughter." Mentioning her mother was Xiao Meng's bottom line. She slapped Yinlan hard and yelled, "You stole my mother's husband," and pushed her down the stairs, killing her. Xiao Meng became more and more agitated. "And now you dare to say such shameless words." The people in the hall were shocked again. "What? Yinlan is a murderer." Yinlan pointed at Xiao Meng angrily. You're framing me." Zhang Hao, who was standing beside her, took off his mask and said coldly, "Yinlan, I am the evidence of your murder." With the mask completely removed, Zhang Hao's handsome face was revealed. Yinlan was stunned, speechless. "How could it be you?" Lin Yin, standing beside her, was equally surprised. Aren't you a fool?" Zhang Hao looked at the group of villains in front of him and told them everything. "If I hadn't pretended to be a fool, how could I have survived until today?" Zhang Hao clenched his fists and looked at Yinlan with hatred in his eyes. "Yinlan, this is just the beginning." He continued, "You kill my whole family. I will make your life a living hell." The girl in the blue dress stammered, "Did I hear that right?" His whole family was killed. The young man beside her was also stunned. Yinlan is so vicious. The surrounding people whispered amongst themselves. Mr. Lu could only stand there dumbfounded. Fortunately, today's engagement ceremony hadn't been completed yet. Otherwise, if the news of the Lu family allying with a murderer got out, their stock would definitely plummet to bankruptcy. Yinlan retorted, I didn't kill anyone." She was immediately restrained by security. Yinlan screamed hysterically, "Let me go. It's all a frame-up. Xiao Meng is framing me." Not only the mother, but the daughter was also arrested. The security guards went to arrest Lin Yan according to the warrant. "Miss Su, please come with us to assist in the investigation." Lin Yan's face was pale. "What does this have to do with me? Let me go. I didn't kill anyone, and neither did my mother." She had betrayed and deceived Lu Ruwei, but at this moment, she still hoped he could help. Mr. Lu, save me." Lucien looked at the young man, Zhang Hao, and thought, Su Xiaoming is really amazing. She actually found Yinlan's weakness. Then she turned to Xiaoming. "I'm starting to see you in a new light, Su Xiaoming." Xiaoming smiled faintly. "I'll be going now." Seeing Xiaoming about to leave, Lucien said, "I'll have someone take you back." Xiaoming replied, "No need." Outside, Qi Xia was still waiting for her savior. She secretly observed her surroundings. Why hasn't Yunshin come yet? Being in a wheelchair made it inconvenient to move, but after so long, he should have arrived. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with excitement. Police cars were already waiting outside, and Yunlan and her daughter were being escorted into the cars at the same time. What happened? Why were Yunlan and her daughter arrested? Qi Xia cursed under her breath while pressing her phone. "Damn it, how could I let Yunshun see Xiaoming bullying my sister, Lin Yan?" Then Qi Xia called Yunshun. "Yunshun, where are you? Xiaoming is causing trouble here." I tried to reason with her, but she slapped me again. My face is swollen, it hurts so much. But the concern and anxiety she imagined didn't appear. Yunshun simply said indifferently, "I already know about the engagement. I'll send someone to take you to the hospital." Qi Xia then realized that Yunshun meant he knew everything. Looking at the darkened phone screen, Qi Xia understood everything in her heart. Did he also know that she had made the first move? Qi Xia looked inside and saw Su Xiaoming and Zhang Hao walking out together. She cursed inwardly, "Shameless bitch, how dare she steal my man?" Qi Xia started making a fuss again. "Su Xiaoming, I advise you to behave yourself. I saved Yunshun's life. No one can replace me." Su Xiaoming approached Qi Xia and said through gritted teeth, "You're crazy." Qi Xia angrily tried to hit Su Xiaoming again. Her hand was caught again, this time not by Su Xiaoming, but by Zhang Hao. He warned, "If you dare to hurt her, I'll break your hand." As soon as he finished speaking, their eyes met. Qi Xia quickly pulled her hand back from Zhang Hao's grip. Watching them leave safely, Qi Xia gnashed her teeth in hatred. "Damn it, where did this wild thing come from? Why is everyone protecting that bitch, Su Xiaoming?" By this time, it was late and the moon was high in the sky. Zhang Hao sat on his motorcycle, and Xiaoming stood beside him, trying to persuade him. "You should hide for a while." Although Lin Yunlan has been arrested, she hid the evidence long ago. Today, at most, it's just public condemnation. It probably won't be that easy to convict her. Zhang Hao snatched Xiaoming's phone and warned, "You should worry about yourself. The Lu family is a den of vipers." As Zhang Hao saved his number in her phone, he said, "Those who covet the Lu family's assets will definitely target you." He returned the phone, his tone both a warning and a tease. "Don't get killed by anyone else before I complete my revenge." With that, Zhang Hao rode off on his motorcycle. Watching his figure disappear, Xiaoming thought to herself, "This person seems to know a lot." Suddenly, her phone rang. She answered, "Hello, Steward Zhang." Steward Zhang said, "Miss, Madam isn't feeling well. She's at the hospital now. Could you please go over and look after her tonight?" Xiaoming quickly looked for a car to go to the hospital. "Okay, I'll be right there." The sky gradually darkened, and a few dim rays of light fell from the distant streetlights. A maid carrying a bowl of porridge came forward and called out, "Miss Qi Xia." Qi Xia glanced at her and asked, "Has Madam gone to bed so early?" The maid said with a worried look, "Madam's old illness has acted up again. Steward Zhang and Madam are both attending to her." Qi Xia seemed surprised. "So Yunshun is home alone right now." She pretended to cover her nose and asked the maid, "Why is there a strange smell? It seems like something is burning in the kitchen." The maid, for some reason, looked flustered. She gently placed the porridge on the table and left, leaving Qi Xia alone. Qi Xia took a packet of secret medicine from her bag. No matter how strong a man's will was, he couldn't resist this medicine after consuming it. She poured the medicine directly into the porridge in front of her, thinking smugly, "Su Xiaoming, don't even think about competing with me. Getting you out of the Lu family is just a piece of cake." To help the medicine dissolve faster, Qi Xia picked up the bowl and stirred it a few times. Just then, the maid came out smiling and said, "Miss Qi Xia, you might have smelled wrong. The soup in the kitchen is cooked perfectly." She replied, "Maybe I was mistaken." Xia then picked up the bowl of porridge and smiled as she instructed. Shun must be very tired now, Lu Ma. Quickly take this porridge to Shun. The maid replied with a smile. Miss Xia is so thoughtful. After handing the drugged porridge to the maid, she walked to the door and called out loudly, Young master, drink the ginseng soup and rest early. Shun responded softly from inside the room. Outside, Xia began to prepare herself, ready to seduce someone else's husband. Seeing the maid come out with the empty bowl, not a drop left, Xia smiled triumphantly. He drank it, didn't he? Without waiting for permission, she pushed open the door to Shun's room. Inside, Shun felt a splitting headache. She rushed over, feigning concern, and asked, Shun, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? At this moment, Shun was in a bad state, his face flushed, his whole body itching unbearably. He immediately told the maid to leave. Get out now. Ignoring his rejection, Xia calmly ran over and touched Shun's sensitive body. Shun, you're so hot. She deliberately leaned closer and softly exhaled against his cheek. Let me help you take off your clothes. Then, Xia shamelessly reached out and unbuttoned Shun's shirt, her face shy, and kept acting coquettishly. But Shun immediately pushed her away, interrupting her seduction. Xia was pushed away by him. Seeing his strong reaction, she muttered angrily, acting so righteous, pushing me away even in this state. As she fell, her phone dropped out and started ringing incessantly. Why would Zhang Xiaoyan be calling at this hour? Xia immediately switched to her cute, innocent persona, her voice soft and sweet. Xiaoyan, do you miss me? But the voice on the other end wasn't his usual voice. It was someone else. Xia, your boyfriend is drunk. Come and get him at the VIP room of the Xiao Meng Jian. Hearing this, Xia was furious. She glanced at Shun's feverish body and thought, the meat is right at the cat's mouth, yet it's still caged. Seriously, why drink alcohol ruining my good thing? Helpless, Xia had to pack up and leave, hoping that after taking Zhang Xiaoyan back, she could still rush back to the Lu family. She had to hurry. The night deepened, and the moonlight and starlight grew brighter. Xia had just hailed a taxi when Xiao Meng returned home from the hospital. The first person she saw was the maid. Xiao Meng said, Lu Ma, my mother is at the hospital and needs a change of clothes. Where are her clothes? The maid gently replied, they're all in the innermost part of the wardrobe. Xiao Meng asked the maid to get Lu Yunlan's clothes while she went back to her room to pack a few sets of clothes. I need to bring a couple of extra sets. She pushed open the bedroom door and froze. Lu Yunshun. Looking at Yunshun's weak appearance and flushed face, Xiao Meng was filled with worry. What's wrong? She rushed to his side, patting his chest. Why are you lying on the floor like this? Are you hurt? Get up. Suddenly, her pupils constricted as Yunshun gripped her arm tightly. Yunshun, his face grim, pulled her down on top of him. Xiao Meng was startled, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yunshun kissed her deeply, and she moaned softly, feeling a mixture of emotions. He released her, whispering, don't go. Xiao Meng blushed, her shoulder straps slipping. Looking at his pained expression, she asked Lu Yunshun, what's wrong? Before he could answer, Yunshun kissed her forcefully again, then helped her onto the bed. Their breaths mingled. In a low voice, Yunshun said, Xiao Meng, I'll take responsibility for you. Closing their eyes, their fingers intertwined, their souls wandered together in the realm of the moon and stars. 2 hours later, Xiao Meng woke up and quickly gathered her dress from the bed. After dressing, Xiao Meng carefully adjusted the covers for her beloved husband. His leg had apparently recovered. She tried to get out of bed, but after a night of passion, her body felt weak. She stumbled, her cheeks flushed. The sensation lingered, a painful ache. After gathering her things, she hurried out with 2 large bags, hailing a taxi to the hospital to look after Lu Yunlan. At 3 in the morning, the car carrying the maid sped down the road. Sitting inside, Xia was restless, cursing Zhang Xiaoyan in her mind for being such a troublesome drunk. Resuming her gentle and dignified demeanor, Xia entered the Lu residence. Smiling, she said, Excuse me, Lu Ma, could you open the door? I'm so sorry to bother you. I'm just bringing Yunshun some clothes. The maid replied, Miss Qi, you're too kind. Xia continued her despicable plan, naturally opening Yun Shun's bedroom door. She thought to herself, it's only 3 o'clock. It's not too late to come back. However, things didn't go as she expected. Xiao Meng had just returned, and they had already been intimate. Seeing him sleeping soundly in bed, she froze. How could he already be asleep? Had the drug worn off so quickly? Seeing the red mark on Yun Shun's lips, Xia suddenly realized something was amiss. Looking closer, Xia confirmed her suspicion. The faint lipstick mark on his lips clearly indicated another woman had been there. The only one who could have entered was that damned Xiao Meng. Regardless of whether Yun Shun had just been with Xiao Meng, she shamelessly climbed into bed and lay beside him. Luckily, the drug I gave him was strong enough. As long as I insist I was with Yun Shun last night, no matter how that hateful Xiao Meng tries to explain, Yun Shun won't believe her. But no matter how she thought about it, she was still furious. Xia clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. That damn Xiao Meng, she got off too easy. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into Yun Shun's room. He slowly opened his eyes. Yun Shun, are you awake? Yun Shun was startled to see a naked Xia beside him. Why are you here? How did you get in my bed? Xia pretended to cry, her cheeks flushed. I just wanted to see you last night, but who knew you would do that to me? She put on an act, playing the victim. Yun Shun, you don't have to feel embarrassed. I know you didn't mean to. I won't blame you. Yun Shun's heart softened. He reached out to stroke the girl's hair, wiping away her tears. Don't be sad. I'll take responsibility for you. Xia feigned surprise. Really? But what about Xiao Meng? Mentioning Xiao Meng, she put on a righteous facade. I don't want to ruin your marriage. Yun Shun's expression darkened. He thought of Xiao Meng's bright smile and whispered. Yun Shun continued, I've never touched her. Our relationship is just an agreement. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Xiao Meng was carefully attending to Lu Yunlan. Mrs. Lu held Xiao Meng's hand. Xiao Meng, thank you for your hard work. You've been busy all night. Go get some rest. She softly replied, Mom, I'm not tired. As she left the ward, Butler Zhang was waiting. He suggested, Madam, why don't you go back and rest? Let me take care, Madam. Xiao Meng smiled at him and declined. I'm fine. It's late. Butler Zhang, you should go home. Suddenly, Xiao Meng stumbled, and Butler Zhang quickly supported her. But you look so tired. Your legs are shaking. At his words, she remembered last night's passion with Yun Shun. Blushing involuntarily, she stammered, Uncle, you're mistaken. My legs are fine. Then Xiao Meng left, and I remember Yun Shun's firm words. Xiao Meng, I will take responsibility for you from now on. These past few days, Xiao Meng has been meticulously caring for Mrs. Lu, and her health has improved significantly. Today, the doctor allowed her to be discharged. Mrs. Lu got out of the car, supported by Xiao Meng, and said, You've worked so hard these past few days. Xiao Meng smiled gently. Mom, this is what I should do. Mrs. Lu looked at her thoughtful daughter-in-law, her heart filled with affection. Xiao Meng was indeed a good daughter-in-law. Suddenly noticing Xiao Meng's flushed cheeks, she asked curiously, Xiao Meng, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Meng, caught off guard, froze like a robot. It's nothing, Mom, I'm fine. Let me help you inside. With that, she walked into the house, lost in thought. Standing in front of the door, Xiao Meng felt a little shy. I'm going to see Lu Yun Shun. I'm so nervous. After she knocked, a voice from inside said, Come in. Inside the room, Yun Shun was working at his computer. Xiao Meng walked in, holding some pastries, and said cheerfully, Mom said you loved the pastries from the shop when you were little, so I bought some for you to try. Unexpectedly, Yun Shun didn't even look at her and said coldly, Don't bother with such trivial matters in the future. Take them away. Xiao Mei was stunned by his strange attitude. Did I do something wrong? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Mei is back. You've worked hard these past few days. Inside the room, Xia was only wrapped in a bath towel, drying her hair. Xiao Meng asked, Why are you here? Xia walked quickly to Yun Shun's side and deliberately put her hand on his shoulder. I need to take care of Yun Shun. Of course I'm here. Then she deliberately teased Yun Shun. Yun Shun, you've been working too long. You need a rest. As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Meng's angry expression and smiled triumphantly. Seeing the pastry box on the table, Xia casually picked it up and asked, Did Xiao Mei buy this? She picked it up as if to throw it away. It's too sweet, not good for your teeth. Seeing that Yun Shun didn't react at all and didn't stand up for her, Xiao Mei felt disappointed in him. What Yun Shun said next was like a small knife piercing deep into Xiao Meng's heart. Take the pastries away. From now on, you'll sleep in the living room. A look of sadness appeared on Xiao Meng's face. She picked up the pastry box and softly replied, "Okay." Xia, on the other hand, watched Xiao Meng's lonely departing figure with a smug look. Yin Shun felt a pang of guilt and wanted to stop her. Xiao Meng walked out of the room, and the tears she had been holding back finally flowed down. She silently complained in her heart. "You said you would take responsibility for me, you jerk." Xiao Meng put the pastry box on the table. Suddenly, a loud voice startled her. "Just you, and you think you can compete with me? A toad wanting to eat swan meat? How laughable." At that moment, Xia, wearing Xiao Meng's pajamas, complained disdainfully, "That bitch's pajamas are such poor quality. Yin Shun, you have to take me to buy the best pajamas tomorrow." Then Xia faced Xiao Meng and said provocatively, "So what if you married Yin Shun?" She approached Xiao Meng, uttering the classic green tea bitch line, the unloved third wheel. With that, she left, leaving Xiao Meng trembling with anger. In the blink of an eye, Xia transformed into the obedient daughter-in-law in front of Mrs. Liu, leaning on her shoulder and acting coquettishly. "Auntie, you look much better." Mrs. Liu was very pleased and praised her. "What a good girl." Xia clasped her hands together and said gratefully, "I thank heaven and earth for blessing Auntie with good health a few days ago." Mrs. Liu, sitting beside her, felt comforted. "This child, she has such a good heart." Xia turned to her and said, "Auntie, I think I must have a guardian angel. I've been praying for Yin Shun all these years, and he finally woke up." Mrs. Liu placed her hand on Xiao Mei's shoulder and said reassuringly, "You've worked hard all these years too." Xiao Meng watched their affectionate display, standing in the corner, seeing them acting like a family, while she felt like an outsider once again. The next morning, in the living room of the Liu family villa, someone opened the door with a creak. Mrs. Liu, who was reading the newspaper outside, was startled by the noise. Seeing that it was Xiao Meng who came out, she asked in surprise, "Xiao Meng, why did you come out of the living room?" Xiao Meng replied softly, "I slept in the living room last night." Mrs. Liu's expression was a little sad. "Last night." Xiao Meng smiled and comforted her. "Dear Mother Liu Yinlan, don't worry, Miss Chi is with him." Xiao Meng didn't say much about what happened last night, only telling Mrs. Liu, "Mom, I'm going out to handle the previous research project." Mrs. Liu replied, "Okay." Looking at her small, lonely, yet always seemingly strong back, Mrs. Liu felt a mix of emotions. Xiao Meng must be hurting inside. What should she do today? It was raining outside, and the chrysanthemum bushes in the yard hadn't been tended to in a while. Xiao Meng held a blue umbrella, walking alone along the road. Just then, a car stopped beside her, and someone called out to her, "Xiao Meng." Lian Hao rushed out into the rain, grabbing Xiao Meng's hand. "Xiao Meng, I finally found you." She coldly threatened, "Get lost if you don't want your bones broken." He placed a hand on his chest, guilt-ridden. "I know everything. You're actually a kind pearl, the woman I abandoned. Let's get back together." Hearing Lian Hao's shameless words, Xiao Meng couldn't be bothered with him, even cursing, "Are you sick?" After being scolded, Lian Hao's expression changed. "Why should I apologize to you? Aren't you embarrassed?" Just then, a thud came from behind Xiao Meng. Zhang Hao kicked Lian Hao to the ground, adding, "What scum are you?" Before Lian Hao could react, Zhang Hao took a lollipop out of his pocket and offered it. "All right, don't frown anymore." Xiao Meng took the lollipop. Her mood slightly improved. Zhang Hao advised her, "Don't get angry over this kind of person." Looking at the lollipop in her hand, Xiao Meng felt a little grateful. She silently looked at the young man in front of her, stammering, "Thank you." At this time, Lian Hao also got up, pointing at Zhang Hao's face and cursing, "You poor wretch, how dare you hit me? Do you want to die?" The man didn't waste any words and directly took action. Zhang Hao gave Lian Hao another punch as a greeting, then took Xiao Meng away, leaving Lian Hao sitting in the rain, cursing under his breath. Xiao Meng unwrapped the lollipop and put it in her mouth, looking at Zhang Hao curiously. "Why are you here?" Zhang Hao said, somewhat bored. "The evidence isn't enough yet. Lin Yanlan has been released. I have something to discuss with you." As he spoke, he suddenly glanced at Xiao Meng. By now, Xiao Meng had already raised her umbrella over him, softly saying, "You're getting wet." Looking at the girl who cared about him, he remembered the past. It was also a rainy day when he was bullied by his classmates. Everyone looked down on his background. "Just you, the son of a servant, dared to score higher than us. Next time you act like a good student, we'll beat you to death." Battered and bruised, Zhang Hao dragged himself home. On the way, a little girl followed him, holding an umbrella over him. "Brother, walk slowly, you're soaked." He pushed the little girl's hand away. "Leave me alone." That little girl was Zhang Hao's younger sister. Rejected by her brother, she could only cry in the rain. However, Because of that incident, misfortune struck, and his sister was hit by a car and died. Back in the present, seeing Zhang Hao's dazed expression, Xiao Meng said, "If you're not used to holding an umbrella, it's fine." He took the umbrella handle, looking at her. "It's okay, let me do it. Where are you going now?" Xiao Meng softly replied, "To Dongshan Building to discuss a project." The two walked and talked, not noticing a car behind them. Zhang Hao said, "That place is chaotic. It's not safe for a girl to be alone. I'll take you there." The person in the car was Yun Shun. He closed the file in his hand, seeing a familiar figure through the window, Su Xiaomeng. As the car drove past, he saw Xiaomeng not only alone, but with another man, who was the young man beside her. A while later, in a luxurious KTV in the city center, Zhang Hao said uncomfortably, "My asthma is acting up again. It seems your project discussion today won't be easy." Seeing Xiao Meng arrive, the man said, "CEO Su, you're the last to arrive. You have to drink 3 cups as a penalty." Xiao Meng replied, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." She sat down on the sofa, and the man handed her a glass of alcohol. "CEO Su, don't worry. There are plenty of opportunities. Come, I'll toast you. You must finish it." Xiao Meng looked at the alcohol in the man's hand, her face pale. "I get drunk after just 1 cup." The man took the opportunity to say, "Drunk after 1 cup. Or is CEO Su not giving me face?" Seeing Xiao Meng's predicament, Zhang Hao beside her directly picked up the glass and drank it all in 1 gulp. "I'll drink for her." The man frowned in dissatisfaction. "Why are you drinking for her?" Zhang Hao immediately replied, "My sister can't hold her liquor. It's normal for me to drink for her." The man had nothing to say and could only accept it. "Then you drink for her." He wasn't an ordinary person either, making Zhang Hao drink several bottles of hard liquor in a row. Xiao Meng worriedly tugged at his arm. "Zhang Hao, you've had too much." She quickly turned to the others and said, "Excuse me, everyone. I have something to do and need to leave first. Have fun. I'll take care of the bill." Saying this, she tried to help the drunken Zhang Hao leave. Before they could get out, the man from earlier hurriedly grabbed her wrist and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Xiao Meng abruptly shook off his hand and frowned, reminding him, "Mr. Shang, please behave yourself." A crashing sound came from the table, a broken bottle. The man angrily pointed at her face and said, "Let me tell you the truth. If you don't drink with me tonight, don't even think about getting the contract." Hearing his insulting words, Zhang Hao couldn't help but throw a punch. "You bastard." Someone else picked up a broken bottle, intending to smash it on Zhang Hao's head. "Are you looking for death?" Xiao Meng swiftly kicked him. "Get lost." The man immediately ordered his men, "Beat them up. Break their legs." Xiao Meng quickly pulled Zhang Hao's hand, trying to leave, but suddenly several people rushed forward to attack them. Zhang Hao couldn't defend himself, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, the liquor makes me unable to even stand straight." "Watch out," Xiao Meng screamed. At the same time, a young man tried to help her, swinging a large wooden stick. Suddenly a man appeared, and the wooden stick accidentally hit the young man's head. It was Yun Shun. Seeing her rescuer appear, she was somewhat surprised. Xiao Meng stood there, watching Yun Shun walk towards her. "Lu Yun Shun, why is he here?" He glared at Zhang Hao. "You care about him that much?" Xiao Meng replied, confused. "So what?" He grabbed Xiao Meng's hand and pulled her away. Yun Shun coldly said 2 words. "Let's go home." At this moment, although Zhang Hao was drunk, he still grabbed Xiao Meng's hand. "Don't take her away." The standoff between the 3 made Xiao Meng very awkward. Looking at Yun Shun's displeased face, she thought to herself, "Is he angry?" Xiao Meng quickly pulled her hand out of Zhang Hao's, instructing him, "You go back first, don't worry about me." Then, Yun Shun pulled Xiao Meng's hand and led her out of the chaotic KTV, leaving Zhang Hao alone. Outside, the rain was still falling, and Yun Shun opened the car door for Xiao Meng. The atmosphere in the car was very oppressive. Xiao Meng broke the silence. "Thank you for today." Yun Shun took off his glasses and said coldly, "You should be thanking him." Xiao Meng hurriedly explained, "You misunderstood. There's nothing between us." Yun Shun interrupted her directly. "No need to explain. It has nothing to do with me." His indifferent words stung her heart. Suddenly, Yun Shun spoke again, regarding the startup. "If there's anything inconvenient, you can leave it to Steward Joan." Yun Shun avoided her gaze, looking down at his phone, and reminded her, "Don't attend these kinds of dangerous drinking parties again." Xiao Meng softly replied, "Ma'am." Yun Shun answered a call. "Hello." The voice on the other end said urgently, "Young master, it's bad. Your uncle is taking the old master out to sea tonight. They're likely planning an accident at sea to harm him and prevent you from inheriting the will. Yunshan froze. What? Suddenly the call was disconnected. Yunshan said to Xiao Meng, "Stop the car, get out now." She asked in surprise, "What?" Yunshan said sternly, "Now." Leaving the young woman and her green umbrella by the roadside, Yunshan's car sped away. Xiao Meng stood there, feeling wronged and angry. "Even if you're not taking me with you, why be so mean?" Suddenly, her phone rang. Could it be Zhang Hao? Xiao Meng answered the call. "Hello." The other party said urgently, "Go to the northernmost dock and save Lu Yunshan." Xiao Meng was stunned, asking with concern, "Who is this?" "Save Lu Yunshan. He was just with me." The other party only said the important part. Someone set a trap. Lu Yunshan will fall into the sea and die. Then the call ended. Xiao Meng still didn't understand what was going on. What trap? Explain clearly. "Hello." She stared at her phone, her mind racing. After Lu Yunshan answered the call, should she call the police? But would the police believe her? There was no time to think. She quickly hailed a taxi. She immediately urged, "Driver, can you go faster? I'll pay triple." Seeing a chance to earn extra, the driver immediately agreed. "All right, miss, hold on tight." The car sped through the heavy rain. The driver stopped the car. "Miss, we're at the docks." Xiao Meng quickly got out, and after running a few steps, she heard a loud crash. A gunshot rang out. Xiao Meng realized Yunshan was in danger. "It's over," she thought. Lu Yunshan is right there. A group of gunmen fired at a figure on the bridge, and the person plunged into the sea. Yunshan was swallowed by the seawater. Blood flowed more profusely. Only then did he realize he had been framed. His eyes gradually closed, his mind losing consciousness. All he could see was a blurry figure approaching. "Who is that?" Xiao Meng tightly gripped Yunshan's hand. She quickly gave him artificial respiration. Then, Xiao Meng vaguely recognized the person in front of her. Su Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng, seeing Yunshan still showed signs of life, she immediately prepared to get him out of there. Fortunately, she had made preparations beforehand. After a while, she finally dragged Yunshan's body to the surface. There were bound to be people on the shore checking if Lu Yunshan was still alive. She quickly pulled him to the side, not daring to go near the shore. Seeing the group on the bridge searching for the body with flashlights, Xiao Meng even heard them shout, "We've searched for several kilometers already. Should we keep looking?" At the speed of the current, if Lu Yunshan is still alive, he'll definitely come ashore around here. Xiao Meng hugged Yunshan's body tightly, desperately calling to him, "Lu Yunshan, wake up. I went through so much trouble. You can't die." Half an hour later, the two were still lying in the cold water. Xiao Meng's body could barely hold on. Her lips trembled slightly. So cold, so cold, so cold. Drifting for a while, Xiao Meng finally found a life-saving piece of driftwood. There was a small island nearby, finally a place to land. She hurriedly dragged Yunshan ashore, supporting him with one hand and shaking him desperately. Lu Yunshan, Lu Yunshan. Pulling open his blood-soaked shirt, she saw the bullet had passed through below his right collarbone. She couldn't help but worry. The wound is too deep, and he's been soaking in cold water for so long. Xiao Meng's trembling hand went to Yunshan's nose. Could he be dead? Fortunately, she discovered he was still breathing. Xiao Meng breathed a sigh of relief. He's still alive. That's great, that's great. Then, Xiao Meng carried Yunshan on her back to find help. She stood in front of a nearby villa and shouted, "Is anyone there? Help!" Seeing no response, Xiao Meng quickened her pace. "Is there no one in this villa?" Unfortunately, she tripped over a stone on the way. Losing her balance, Xiao Meng fell heavily, and Yunshan's heavy body involuntarily pressed down on her. Seeing Yunshan unconscious, his breathing getting weaker and weaker, she thought, "What should I do? Lu Yunshan is dying." Left with no other choice, she picked up a large stone from the roadside and smashed it directly into the villa's glass door. The glass of the front door shattered. Xiao Meng helped Yunshan into the house, constantly comforting him. "Lu Yunshan, hold on a little longer." The house was pitch black. Xiao Meng tried to turn on the nearby piano. Thankfully, there was still power. She rummaged around and finally found some first aid supplies. Looking at the instructions, Xiao Meng hesitated. The medicine is almost expired. Will the effect be greatly reduced? Pulling open his white shirt, the wound on his shoulder had stopped bleeding. She muttered to herself. The bullet went through his shoulder. No wonder he couldn't swim. After some effort, Xiao Meng finally bandaged Yunshen's wound. She looked at him worriedly. It's all disinfected inside. Try not to let it get infected. Afterwards, the young woman huddled in a corner, shivering from being soaked in the water for so long. So cold. Suddenly, she looked at Yunshen's pants. His clothes were all wet too. It would be troublesome if he caught a cold and developed a fever. Xiao Meng immediately turned her face away shyly and helped him take off his pants, thinking to herself that this was to save his life. Then she temporarily covered Yunshen with a towel. It was a pity the bedroom door wouldn't open. Otherwise, she could have found a blanket to cover him with. The hole from the broken glass door was now letting in a cold draft. Xiao Meng, wrapped in a towel, curled up beside Yunshen. Suddenly, she heard a low groan. Cold, so cold. It was Yunshen's voice. Xiao Meng hurried over and grabbed Yunshen's arm. What's wrong? Oh no, your hands are even colder. She tried to feel Yunshen's pulse. It was very weak. Losing body heat could also be dangerous. So, to save him, Xiao Meng used her own body to warm him. She smiled faintly. Isn't this just like hugging a block of ice? Looking at his exhausted appearance, she couldn't help but remind him, look how tired I am. Can you be a little more polite when you talk to me in the future? Suddenly, Yunshen mumbled incoherently, Su Xiao Meng. Seeing no further response, she rested her forehead against his and fell asleep. How could he call my name? Could he be dreaming of me? The next morning, the rain outside had stopped. Just like people often said, after the rain, the sky clears. Yunshen struggled to open his eyes, frowning uncomfortably as he looked at the person beside him. He suddenly realized that the face close to his was Xiao Meng, his beloved wife. He touched his bandaged wound, thinking, was it her who saved me yesterday? A moment later, looking at the scattered clothes on the ground, Yunshen tried hard to recall what had happened yesterday. She jumped into the sea to save him. Yunshen blamed the kitten in his heart. It was clearly so dangerous. Why did you save me? He moved closer to her face, feeling a little uneasy. Looking at her slightly flushed cheeks, Yunshen gently touched Xiao Meng's forehead. So hot. Does she have a fever? Yunshen carefully checked the first aid kit and found only one pill missing. It was so cold yesterday, and she fell into the water and didn't eat anything. He pulled the girl into his arms. Why are you so silly? Only thinking about taking care of me. Xiao Meng moved slightly, and Yunshen gently reminded her, be good. Suddenly, Yunshen held her hand, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This is... Looking at every wound on Xiao Meng's body, Yunshen couldn't help but feel heartache. You suffered so much yesterday to save me. He applied medicine to her wounds while scolding, silly girl. Afterward, Yunshen fed Xiao Meng medicine, and she slept soundly until almost evening. At this time, Xiao Meng woke up. She struggled to open her eyes. Where is this? Suddenly realizing that Yunshen was gone, she jumped up in a panic, shouting his name, looking around but finding no one. Xiao Meng muttered softly, where did he go? Suddenly, a gentle voice came from behind her. Don't be afraid. Yunshen, holding a basket of freshly caught fish, said softly, I won't leave you. Xiao Meng's emotions surged, her eyes instantly moistening. Unable to hold back any longer, she quickly ran towards Yunshen. But even though they were only a few centimeters apart, she couldn't believe it. This feeling, am I not dreaming? Fortunately, that gentle and steady voice reassured her. Of course not. Once confirmed, Xiao Meng's tears immediately flowed, startling Yunshen. Why are you crying? In front of him, she could release all her emotions without reservation. I didn't see you when I woke up, and I thought you were dead. Her sincerity moved him, making him want to embrace and protect her for a lifetime. I'm still alive. You did well. After the sadness passed, Xiao Meng suddenly regained her usual rationality. Wait, weren't all my clothes wet and taken off? Yunshen turned his head calmly, like a stoic CEO, and replied, you were unconscious and freezing, so I put them on you. This answer immediately made her fair face turn as red as a tomato. You dressed me. Her reaction was the opposite of a maiden's shyness. It's not like we haven't seen each other before. What's the big deal? Xiao Meng was still a little uneasy, but Shen didn't explain further and skillfully began to process the fish. She was a little embarrassed and could only stand by and watch. You're injured, let me do it. But he refused. No, you go and rest. Seeing that she was still standing there, he asked in confusion, what's wrong? Unexpectedly, Xiao Meng suddenly smiled as brightly as a flower, praising him, making his cheeks flush slightly. So this is how you care for others. Although she complimented him, she still insisted on taking over. Let me do it, or I'm afraid you'll blow up the kitchen. Night gradually fell, and the crescent moon became a bright streak in the sky. Finally, the fragrant and nutritious fish soup was ready. Xiao Meng smiled and comforted him. The seasonings here are all expired and can't be used, so the soup doesn't have much flavor. Just make do. A CEO like Shen was exceptionally easygoing in front of her. Even his sense of taste seemed to be filtered. This taste that's surprisingly good. Seeing him pause slightly, she misunderstood, is it too awful? He actually liked it very much, but still pretended to be calm. It's fine. Xiao Meng didn't think much of it, and offered him her portion. I haven't touched this bowl yet. Shen didn't take it immediately, but instead looked a little puzzled. You. She explained gently, you're weaker. You need to eat more to recover. How could he let a girl give way to him? He quickly refused. You're also weak, you eat it. But she also insisted, no, you eat more. He still sincerely offered her his portion. I just want you to eat more. Such a thoughtful gesture was enough to make countless girls' hearts flutter, not just hers. Xiao Meng was both shy and wanted to read his emotions from his expression. What kind of person was Shen? Xiao Meng's obvious stare made him uncomfortable. Why do you keep looking at me? She quickly denied it, trying to act natural. No, I'm just a little curious about what kind of person you are. But he threw the question back. Shouldn't I be the curious one? Why did you save me? Her reason was also very ordinary. Because you're Shen. The situation was so dangerous back then, no idiot would risk their life for money. Everything seemed to be driven by instinct. Thinking about it carefully, I don't know why either. I just remember I didn't want you to die. Those gentle words were like Cupid's arrow, shooting straight into his heart. While Shen was still immersed in them, he heard Xiao Meng's worry. I wonder if Butler John can find this place. He had already estimated it, so he was very calm. Based on the distance and location, he'll find us soon. In the warm room with the fireplace, the two lay quietly on their respective sofas. As she was about to fall asleep, she suddenly noticed him coughing. Her sleepiness instantly vanished, and all she could think about was taking care of him. He's burning. This is bad. He has a fever. Xiao Meng didn't think twice and quickly helped him take off his clothes and change his bandages. Shen, you have to hold on. You absolutely can't let the fever get infected. With only the two of them there, her worry couldn't be eased. What should I do? His body is so hot. What if the fever damages his brain? So she decided to wrap herself in a blanket and stay by his side. No, I can't sleep. Late at night, dark clouds filled the sky, blocking out the moonlight. Shen, who had fallen into a coma, gradually woke up. As he removed the towel from his forehead, he saw the girl's figure beside him. An unbelievable, yet reasonable thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that she's been watching over me this whole time? Emotion overwhelmed reason. He wanted to hug her. His heart told him to do so. The gentle embrace caused Xiao Meng to wake up in a daze. W, what are you doing? He softly urged her. The floor is cold. Go sleep on the sofa. Just as the atmosphere became ambiguous, it was interrupted by his subordinate. Butler John, whom they had been waiting for, finally arrived. I finally found you. Xia Chu, upon seeing him, immediately threw herself into his arms, crying even louder than the injured man. At that moment, in her eyes, Shen was nothing more than the person she wanted to be close to. I thought I'd never see you again. But doing too much was the same as not doing enough. Because of her selfishness, she accidentally tore open his wound. Seeing this, Xiao Meng immediately reminded her with concern, be careful, his shoulder is injured. Only then did Xia Chu notice her presence. Su Xiao Meng, what are you doing here? With a little thought, She could have written 300 scripts in the past 2 days. Could it be that they were the only two together during this time? But on the surface, she still had to maintain her virtuous image. Little sister Xiao Meng, why are you here too? Before she could answer, Shen stepped forward to explain for her. Thanks to her, I survived. Butler John also chimed in at the right time, making her even more jealous. Madam, are you all right? You truly are our young master's lucky star. However, this small offensive wasn't enough to break Xia Chu's professional smile. Thank you for saving Shen, for saving the father of my child. One sentence brought shocking news, making her mind spin for a moment. The father of her child. Even the father in her mouth was unaware. You're pregnant. Xia Chu continued to play the role of the virtuous wife and good mother. I've been nauseous lately, so I think so. But Butler John once again successfully disrupted her plans. Young master, the ship has docked. As soon as they stepped outside, the obvious favoritism made their expressions like two opposing colors. Xiao Meng, it's so cold, you. Before she could answer, Xiao Chu seized the opportunity to use her manipulative tactics. I'm so cold, so cold. As a gentleman, he could only drape his coat over her shoulders. Shen, let's get on the ship quickly. I'm afraid of catching a cold. She got her way and led the way. The two left Xiao Meng without looking back. Finally, everyone boarded the luxurious yacht. Lying under the warm quilt on the soft mattress, she still couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning. Then the phone rang. Knowing it was her father calling, she hung up without hesitation. Unexpectedly, this scene was witnessed by Xia Chu, who interpreted it in a different way. Rushing to call another man outside as soon as she returned, Xia Chu immediately removed her mask of pretense as soon as they were alone. Look at how eager she is. Xiao Meng couldn't accept being wrongly accused by such a person. You're talking nonsense. You're dirty, so you think everyone else is as despicable as you. Her words were too true, making the other party momentarily feel guilty and ashamed. But Xia Chu didn't rush to attack. Instead, she closed the door. I've noticed you've been too arrogant lately, completely disregarding everyone else. With that, she lunged forward, raising her hand as if to strike her. You've been entangled with Shen these past 2 days. Shameless. But Xiao Meng wasn't a delicate white lotus to be trampled on. Were you deaf just now? I did that to save Shen. She stood her ground. With your pathetic little cat scratches, you think you're Shen's savior. Ridiculous. Xia Chu moved swiftly, grabbing Xiao Meng's hair from behind. What exactly were you two doing in the wilderness for the past 2 days? Xiao Meng's scalp throbbed with pain, but she still fought back. Let go. This only enraged Su Xia. I'll beat you to death, you little wretch. Just as the vicious hand was about to descend, Xiao Meng finally pushed her away with all her might. The sudden surge of strength caught Xia Chu off guard, her face paling. Wearing high heels, she stumbled and lost her balance, falling to the ground. Her first reaction, however, was concern for her appearance. I'm hurt. I'll have a scar. Even the slightest mark was enough to cause her to overreact. You dare hurt me. You're dead. After her triumphant declaration, she instantly switched to a helpless, fragile demeanor. Help! Help! Shen. Soon, Shen rushed into the room with a worried expression. Xia Chu. He quickly helped her up, asking with concern what happened. She immediately started to complain. Shen, I came to see Xiao Meng out of kindness, but she's jealous that I'm carrying your child, so she attacked me. Shen's expression twisted, his sharp gaze making her even more nervous. She's lying. She started it. Her high heels were too high. That's why she was at a disadvantage, and now she's trying to turn the tables on me. Xiao Meng said firmly. Why don't you check yourself for injuries before accusing me of starting it? Xiao Meng, are you trying to force me to die to prove your innocence? Faced with Xiao Meng's defense, Xia Chu retorted, you're still twisting the truth. Shen didn't bother investigating. He jumped to a conclusion. Enough. Apologize. Xiao Meng was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Apologize. He continued to side with Xia Chu. Have you caused enough trouble? Only from her perspective could one see through Xia Chu's arrogant and hypocritical facade. Xiao Meng didn't say anything more, but her heart was deeply wounded. Yin Shun seemed disappointed, but he still comforted Xia Chu first. The ship will be docking soon. Xia Chu was triumphant, but she still managed to squeeze out a few tears to continue her act. I'm fine. I'm used to being hit by Xiao Meng. I'm just worried that she has violent tendencies and might even hit Annie in the future. Hearing these biased words, Yin Shun put more pressure on Xiao Meng. Aren't you going to apologize? This time, the hope in Xiao Meng's heart completely crumbled, all because of his callousness. Lu Yin Shun, don't you trust me at all? He looked at her, his eyes filled with complex emotions, but she no longer had the energy to decipher them. She decided not to compromise any further. Yin Shun took Xia Chu away first. Let's see where you're hurt. Xia Chu obediently agreed, but she secretly looked back with a smug smile. After they left, Xiao Meng was completely consumed by sadness. Dawn was approaching, and every room in the villa was still brightly lit. The image of that person being cared for and doted on stood in stark contrast to her lonely figure. As they disembarked, Lu Feline greeted her warmly. It's good that you're back. Xia Chu is pregnant and needs plenty of rest. She continued to ingratiate herself with Xia Chu, even winking at her conspiratorially. Auntie, don't worry. I'll take good care of Yin Shun's and my child. Then, she noticed Xiao Meng and took her hand affectionately. Xiao Meng, you've worked hard these past few days. Xiao Meng acted understanding. I'm fine, Annie. Don't worry about me. I'm a little tired, so I'll go rest first. Although Lu Feline felt guilty, she couldn't do anything. Xiao Meng, I'm truly sorry. At this moment, the second person whose heart ached was Yun Shun, who could only live against his conscience. Xiao Meng was just about to fall asleep when she was startled awake by a shrill shout. I'm not going anywhere until that brat comes out. Yun Shun was still trying to persuade him patiently. Su Xiao Meng is already asleep. Please don't disturb her, and don't insult your own daughter. But Su Hai wouldn't listen. Who are you, a junior, to tell me how to address my daughter? Not wanting her affairs to involve others, she quickly went out. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? That one sentence nearly pushed his anger to the breaking point. You Zhong, you dare speak to me like that? Xiao Meng unleashed all her resentment on him. You forced my mother to death, and then forced me to marry in her place. How else should I address you? Before his dirty hand could touch her, Yin Shun grabbed it, shielding her behind him. She's my wife now. Even if you're her father, you're not allowed to touch her. The term wife, spoken by Yin Shun himself, filled Xiao Meng with both shame and surprise. That Su Hai, his wife, kept making that defeated face. The moment you let me go, his mouth wouldn't stop. Su Xiao Meng, I'm warning you one last time. If you don't go online and clear your sister's name, I will personally expose your misdeeds. She's not some pushover they can manipulate. He even threatened to force me to take the blame. Yin Shun wiped his hands, not bothering to hide his disgust. Someone dares to bully my wife like this. It seems like the Su Corporation doesn't need to exist anymore. He then realized he'd gone too far. What? His mind raced, quickly playing the family card. Lu Yin Shun, no matter what, I'm still your father-in-law. How can you do this? But Yin Shun's stance was clear. Loving my wife makes you my father-in-law. The opposite is a direct threat. Bullying my wife means you're against me. Su Hai's heart trembled, but to save face, he made an excuse to leave. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you people. With that arrogant man gone, Yin Shun quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid. She politely replied. Thank you. Yin Shun dropped a bombshell out of the blue. I'm starting work at the Lu Corporation tomorrow, as a new employee. This caught Xiao Meng completely off guard. Why? His next words rubbed salt in the wound. Qi Chuxia is pregnant. I'm going to marry her. You can start your own business. You need to familiarize yourself with the business world beforehand. She responded, as if resigned to her fate. Okay. The morning sun shone on the flowers. Xiao Meng had just left the train station when she ran into Zhang Hao. What are you doing here? His words were as annoying as ever. Making sure you're not dead. She was in a bad mood, and naturally wasn't in the mood for jokes. Well, rest assured I'm still alive. She then looked at the lollipop in his hand with confusion. What's this for? I'm not a child who eats candy every day. His comfort was simple but sincere. If you're unhappy, be a good girl and have a lollipop. Xiao Meng peeled the wrapper as she wondered, is my unhappiness that obvious on my face? Zhang Hao calmly confirmed yes. Though she accepted his kindness, her tone remained impatient. Why are you still following me? He gave a perfectly reasonable explanation. You've offended so many powerful people. If I don't protect you, what if you're assassinated? Hearing this, she, in turn, comforted him. You don't have to worry. Lu Yinshun has already arranged for shadow guards to protect me. To her surprise, he revealed something that made her heart clench. Your previous shadow guards were taken away by Qi Chuxia. Xiao Meng was stunned to hear such important information from someone she barely knew. She couldn't help but sigh at her own future. At this moment, she could only helplessly suck on the lollipop and let Zhang Hao follow behind her. She grumbled as she walked. Lu Yinshun really has no loyalty at all. After a busy day at the company, Xiao Meng was exhausted. I'm so tired. As soon as she stepped out the door, she saw him waiting nearby. Hey, why are you still here? You haven't been waiting all day, have you? Zhang Hao indirectly admitted it. I've been hungry all day. You're treating me to dinner this time. She couldn't help but admire his persistence. No way. You really waited all day. He didn't want to continue this topic, so he changed the subject. How was your first day at work? Sure enough, she immediately forgot what she had just said and started complaining about work. I feel like everyone in the group is making things difficult for me. A photographer in the distance captured a picture of them walking side by side. He then smiled triumphantly and slyly. Miss G will praise me again this time. The news was quickly forwarded to Chuxia, prompting her to continue sowing discord. Yin Shun, look, Xiao Meng is dating. On the phone screen was a picture of their backs, close together, the angle making them look inseparable. She pretended to be relaxed, while he looked thoughtful. If Xiao Meng had told me sooner, I wouldn't have kept misunderstanding that she liked you. Chuxia felt the time was ripe and began to seduce him. You've been working for so long, take a break. I heard that it's okay to, even in the early stages of pregnancy. But she only received an impatient gesture and a cold rejection. I have to work. You go and rest. This made her wonder, am I overthinking it? I feel like Yun Shun is avoiding me a little. But she quickly reassured herself. I've already gained his trust. How could he avoid me? It seems I can inform my family to close the net. On the other side, Xiao Meng took Zhang Hao to a restaurant and asked, don't you dislike eating this kind of food? He didn't pick up his chopsticks immediately, looking somewhat surprised. I thought you'd take me to one of those cheap little eateries. She calmly explained the reason. I'm not as poor as I used to be. Besides, you're protecting my safety. It wouldn't be right to take you to a street stall. As the two chatted happily, Zhang Hao was the first to notice Yin Shun's arrival, but Xiao Meng, completely oblivious, was thoughtfully saying, eat more. Suddenly, a figure behind her blocked her movement, startling her. Lulu, Yin Shun, and Xiao Meng could hardly believe their eyes, asking, is it really you? He was speechless, unsure how to react. Who else could it be? She casually asked, what are you doing here? He simply replied, eating. The other two stared at him, making him uncomfortable. Don't look at me, eat, he urged. Xiao Meng stood up to ease the awkward atmosphere. Everyone, eat quickly, the food's getting cold. As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Shun thoughtfully picked up a delicious rib from across the table for her. But his words contradicted his true feelings. You're too thin, eat more meat. She took it as politeness. Oh, thanks. Her courtesy made it even harder for him to control himself, especially when she showed concern for another man right in front of him. This is delicious. Have some more. Zhang Hao naturally passed the plate over. Okay. Seeing their interaction, Yin Shun felt like he was being force-fed dog food. I'm full. Xiao Meng, bewildered, replied, you're finished already. Zhang Hao's question hit the nail on the head. Is Mr. Lu angry? Her innocent reply was another arrow to his heart. No, he always eats very little. After the meal, the distance between the two felt less strained than that morning. You treated me to such a wonderful meal today. So, to thank you, I'll escort you home for your safety. Before Xiao Meng could answer, a domineering voice rang out. No need to trouble you. I'll take her home myself. She was confused by Yun Shun's unusual behavior. You're still here. Have you been waiting this whole time? Zhang Hao didn't hesitate to tease him. I thought Mr. Liu would be with Miss Qi at this hour. But Yun Shun's emotions were no longer impulsive, but calm and mature. Thank you for protecting my wife this whole time, but there's no need now. Xiao Meng sensed something, but wasn't sure. Liu Yun Shun, this feels like a declaration of ownership, doesn't it? The car slowly drove back to the villa. Once in the car, she asked hesitantly, I don't quite understand. Why did you come to find me today? His reason was vague. Just passing by. Clearly, this excuse wouldn't fool her. That place is hard to find. Was it really a coincidence? But Xiao Meng decided not to press further. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. It's too tiring. The next morning, a loud yell suddenly echoed through the villa. Chu Xia chased after Xiao Meng, trying to stop her. Xiao Meng, wait. This was the first time she had spoken seriously to Xiao Meng when they were alone. Yin Shen has a very important project meeting today, and this USB drive is crucial. She asked for help naturally, as if there had never been any conflict between them. I was curious last night and took a look, but I grabbed the wrong USB drive when I put it back. Can you quickly deliver this to him for me? Xiao Meng didn't agree immediately, but was wary. Why don't you deliver it yourself? Chu Xia had her excuse ready. My identity is unclear, and the high-level security won't let me in. She acted agitated, tears welling up in her eyes. The information on this USB drive concerns the fate of the entire group. I can't trust anyone else with it. Seeing that Xiao Meng was already on the phone but couldn't get through, Chu Xiao advised, you don't need to call to confirm. She continued, tears streaming down her face, her acting worthy of an Oscar. He and Butler Zhang are at the Luo Group's conference room, competing with rivals for a multi-billion-dollar project. You won't be able to get through. She even knelt down, hugging Xiao Meng, pleading, please, quickly deliver it for me. Chu Xia's reasoning swayed Xiao Meng. If he doesn't secure the multi-billion-dollar project, Yin Shan will be burdened with enormous debt and will never recover. Finally, she decided to take on the task, hurrying to leave and shake off this burden. When the taxi stopped, the company entrance was surrounded by countless reporters. Xiao Meng, being new, was completely clueless. What happened? Why are there so many reporters? She quickly asked the nearest person, what's everyone doing here? The person looked at her like she was fresh off the turnip truck. Haven't you seen the breaking news? Lu Group's confidential documents have been leaked online. The following information left her even more confused. I heard Chairman Lu will be saddled with billions in debt and will go to jail. Xiao Meng wanted to cover her ears. How could this happen? How did it become like this? She froze for a few seconds, then immediately decided to rush inside. But before she could even enter, she was stopped by security. I can't go in right now, she calmly explained, presenting her identification. I'm an employee of the Lu Group, and also Mr. Lu's family member. I have an urgent matter to attend to. But the other party was resolute and still refused to let her in. I'm sorry, the Lu Group is currently under lockdown. No one is allowed to enter. Xiao Meng started to panic, unsure of what to do. It's been locked down. Even if I get the USB drive inside, it'll be useless. How did things turn out like this? She hurriedly took out her phone and dialed a number from her contacts, but all she heard was the operator's message. The number you have dialed is powered off. She grew increasingly anxious and tense. His phone's off too. What on earth is going on? Xiao Meng tried calling Steward Zhang, but the result was the same. The number you have dialed is powered off. Her mind was a mess, unable to find a solution. What do I do? I can't reach anyone. She gradually calmed down and began piecing together the clues. Could it have been Chu Xia who leaked it? But she's already pregnant with Lu Yuzhen's child. Why would she harm the child's father? Finally, the taxi dropped her back at the villa. Xiao Meng was startled by what she saw upon her hurried return. It's Lu Yuzhen's relatives. Does everyone already know about this? The family elders, along with everyone else, seem to have been waiting for her. Su Xiao Meng is back. Of course, Qi Chuxiao's performance was indispensable. Su Xiaoming, what have you been doing? She tried to explain to everyone. I delivered the USB drive as quickly as I could, but when I got there, the other party didn't even wait for her to finish before slapping her across the face and scolding her harshly. Su Xiaoming. The elder readily attacked her character. The Lu family has been so good to you. How could you harm Shen? Xiaoming firmly retorted, I didn't. I would never harm him. Qi Chuxia didn't care, only wanting to shift all the blame onto her. I personally handed you the confidential USB drive, and immediately afterward the information was leaked online. You still say you didn't harm him. Then, she put on a heartbroken expression, as if physically injured. After all, Shen is your husband. How could you do this to him? The family elder comforted her. Shen's mother has fainted from anger. Chuxia, you mustn't collapse. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming immediately stood up anxiously. Mother fainted. But the response she received was even sharper accusations. Get away. A vicious woman like you is not worthy of calling her mother. She could only helplessly defend herself. I didn't harm Shen, it wasn't me. A nearby relative took the opportunity to shove her hard. Get out, you vicious woman. Even a child nearby had picked up stones, ready to throw them at her. He threw the stones at Xiaoming's face one by one, his attitude incredibly arrogant. The Luo family doesn't need a daughter-in-law like you. Get out. Qi Chuxia secretly gloated, thinking to herself as she witnessed all of this. Even if I don't want you, you'll never have him. According to her plan, Xiaoming had no choice but to leave. She didn't choose to rest, but returned to the company to observe the situation. The security presence had increased. Even sneaking in would be impossible. Xiaoming was trapped in a dilemma. How can I see Lu Yuzhen? Night deepened, with only the streetlights illuminating the area. Exhausted, she fell asleep leaning against a stone pillar, the day's fatigue and stress unknowingly lulling her into slumber. Just then, a beam of light shone on her, and she immediately woke up. Xiaoming quickly recognized the approaching car. That's Lu Yunshen's car. She desperately chased after it, her voice choked with sobs. Lu Yunshen. Lu Yunshen, wait. Because she was running too fast, she sprained her ankle and fell to the ground. Xiaoming could only force herself to sit up, her face filled with despair. But when she was completely off guard, a mysterious person took the opportunity to cover her mouth with a drug-soaked cloth. The next day, at a crude construction site in the suburbs, a calculating voice spoke. Everything is ready, just waiting for Lu Yunshen to take the bait. A group of people guarded Xiaoming, discussing excitedly. The live stream is about to start. Everyone will see Lu Yunshen desperately try to save his illegitimate child, choosing to let his wife roll down the hill to her death. Sinister laughter echoed in the room. This will completely ruin his reputation. He'll never recover. Hearing this, Xiaoming became much clearer. Live stream. Are these kidnappers trying to harm Lu Yuzhen? An accomplice suddenly raised another possibility. But what if Lu Yunshen can't bear to abandon his wife on camera? Another person toyed with the gun in his hand and said confidently, Don't worry, Qi Chuxia is not only Lu Yunshen's sweetheart, but she's also carrying his 2 children. He looked at her with obvious contempt. A legal wife is nothing more than an auspicious decoration. Lu Yunshen will definitely abandon her to save Qi Chuxia. Xiaoming began to struggle desperately, trying to resist, so this was their purpose. Lu Yunshen, you mustn't come. The person who grabbed her noticed the movement and looked over with interest. How had this girl woken up so quickly? To be honest, she looked quite delectable. Fortunately, his accomplice managed to regain his composure. The summit was ready. Take her there. The 2 men moved off slowly, one carrying Xiaoming, the other leading the way. It seemed Lu Yunshen would be arriving soon. Among the steep mountains and rushing waters, cameras had already been secretly installed in the bushes. Soon, they brought Xiaoming to the meeting point. The man who carried her sized her up as they walked, like he was selecting a piece of meat. This girl was so light. Carrying her took no effort at all. Qi Chuxia didn't bother hiding her malice. Su Xiaoming, You really know how to make yourself useful, even if it's just before you die. She laughed triumphantly. At the end of Xiao Meng's life, the live stream had begun. It seemed Shen had arrived. As soon as the camera turned on, she immediately launched into her dramatic performance. Please, let Xiao Meng go. If you have to kill someone, kill me. Seeing him arrive, Qi Chuxia cried out, Shen, save me. The anticipated person had arrived. The kidnapper got straight to the point. Shen, a seesaw has a balance point. He pulled both women in front of him, presenting the dilemma. You can only save one. The other side will fall due to the imbalance. Who will you save? She was very confident. Shen thinks I'm carrying his child, so he'll naturally save me. Even if he chooses someone, the rope on my side won't break. Thinking this, she maintained a facade of fragility, her eyes brimming with tears, feigning kindness. Shen, don't worry about me. Let my sister Xiao Meng go. Xiao Meng, blindfolded and gagged, could only complain internally. Shen definitely won't save me. Am I really going to die here today? The sound of expensive leather shoes suddenly stopped in front of her. A strong hand slowly removed her blindfold. The first figure to appear before her was her lawful husband. Tears welled up in Xiao Meng's eyes as she silently called his name. Shen. He looked at her with concern and love, gently wiping away the tears on her face. I'm sorry. I scared you. Seeing their tender moment, Qi Chuxia's face instantly paled. How could this be? She glanced back at the hidden camera, her brow furrowing in anger. Damn it. If Shen doesn't choose me, how can I ruin his reputation? Sensing her plan failing, she quickly put on a pitiful act. Shen, Sister Xiao Meng is your real wife, and she'll bear your children in the future. You don't have to worry about me. But the person she needed to hear her was busy comforting Xiao Meng, completely unaware if her words had reached his ears. Seeing Shen calmly pick up Xiao Meng, Qi Chuxia quickly spoke to attract his attention. You. He continued to ignore her, suddenly turning to leave. Amidst the woman's anxious cries, Shen, what are you doing? Do you know that if you save her, I'll die? Hearing this, he turned back with a cold look, posing a fatal question. Are you dead? She choked, searching for words. Maybe the rope will snap. Maybe I'll fall to my death. He looked at Qi Chuxia with disappointment. Are you still pretending, even now? She couldn't believe her ears, her face stiffening in denial. What? What are you talking about? I don't understand. He continued to expose her true nature. My family caused my car accident. Even with the evidence right in front of me, I still didn't want to believe you were involved. Shen's words tore away Qi Chuxia's mask. I gave you a chance, but you still lied to me and hurt me. Then he turned to leave, not forgetting to look back as he said, Thank you for taking that knife from me once, but consider us even now. Hearing this, she completely broke down, tears streaming down her face. What do you mean? You don't love me anymore. She desperately tried to hold on to him. I saved your life. How can you abandon me? Seeing her soft approach fail, Qi Chuxia immediately switched to a harder tactic. Shen, do you know this is being live-streamed? She lied stiffly. Even if you save your wife, abandoning me and our child will be condemned by everyone. But the next second, she froze. Butler Zhang, what are you doing? He was kicking the camera away. She gritted her teeth and demanded, Weren't you imprisoned for taking the blame for Shen? The two kidnappers were also being apprehended. He frowned, casually praising the traitor in front of him. You underestimate our young master. How could the heir of the Lu Corporation be defeated by a mere USB drive? Qi Chuxia's face instantly paled, and she asked incredulously that USB drive was fake. She immediately received a firm nod. Exactly. Xia Shui changed tactics, starting to play the victim, but I'm carrying his child. Even if I was wrong, he can't just abandon me. However, Butler Zhang wasn't worried at all, calmly admitting, You took the opportunity to drug our young master. He was indeed unconscious. Before she could rejoice, he leaned in close, untying her ropes as he whispered, But our young master isn't an ordinary person. Even if you avoided all the surveillance, he can still find out the truth. Sasha's eyes widened in shock, finally understanding everything. He had known all along that Xiao Meng was the one with him that night. Even without evidence, she knew she was finished, utterly finished. She furiously lunged at him, wanting to attack Xiao Meng, that bitch. But before she could even touch a hair on his head, Butler Zhang grabbed her and then kicked her away. Xia Shui cried out in pain. He gritted his teeth, threatening her, "Miss Xia, please behave yourself. Our young master is a gentleman and never hits women, but I'm not." Even in such a disheveled state, she still arrogantly cursed Butler Zhang. You dog. How dare you hit me? I'll have my father chop you into 100 pieces." Soon after, Yinshin's car had already driven some distance. He carefully wiped the blood from the corner of Xiao Meng's mouth, gently telling her, "It'll hurt a bit, just bear with it." Then he thoughtfully opened a bottle of water and handed it to her. "Drink some water first." Only then did she have time to collect her thoughts, asking in confusion, "Did you know all along?" Seeing tears welling up in Xiao Meng's eyes again, he couldn't help but feel distressed. "I'm sorry, I didn't want you to get involved." She suddenly hugged Yinshin tightly, crying with fear pouring out like a flood. "I thought I was going to die." He gently held her, comforting her in a low voice. "Don't be afraid. That day will never come." Meanwhile, in the luxurious Su family villa, Lin Yin was staring at the TV screen, flipping through channels, complaining irritably. Why hasn't Su Xiaoming's death broadcast started yet? It's been more than 3 hours. Thinking of something, she angrily threw the remote control on the ground and yelled, "Could that damned Qi Chuxia have tricked me?" Yin Lan came out and saw her daughter's outburst. Picking up the remote, she advised, "How many times have I told you, patience is a virtue?" Lin Yin was nearly frantic with anxiety, her face full of resentment. "How can I not be anxious? To help Qi Chuxia build connections, I've accompanied so many disgusting old men these past 2 months." Unable to wait any longer, Lin Yin decided to call Qi Chuxia. "I want to hear the news of Su Xiaoming's gruesome death right now." But the phone rang for a long time with no answer. She frowned and cursed, "Damn it. Why can't I get through?" She angrily threw her phone again. "Bitch." Seeing that no amount of persuasion worked on her daughter, Yin Lan quickly stepped forward to stop her. "Are you deaf? I told you to calm down." However, Lin Yin couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down her face. "How can you tell me to calm down? Every time I think of those disgusting men touching me, I want to vomit." She recounted her sacrifices. "I've sacrificed so much, and now you're telling me the plan has changed." She didn't notice someone behind her had heard everything. That person was Su Hai. Without waiting for an explanation, he slapped her across the face. "What nonsense are you spouting, you idiot?" Lin Yan's face burned from the slap. As a mother, Yin Lan quickly shielded her daughter. "Su Hai, you'll kill her hitting her like that." But Su Hai, a crude man, wouldn't listen. He slapped her again. "Get out." Still not satisfied, he unbuckled his belt. "How have I taught you all these years?" He then whipped his daughter hard, viciously cursing. "Are you trying to shame the Su family?" Lin Yin screamed in pain, but he didn't stop. "Didn't I tell you not to provoke the Liu family? You just wouldn't listen, and now you dare to do such a shameful thing." He was so strong that she could only gasp. "It hurts." Her screams echoed throughout the house. "Stop hitting me, Dad. I know I was wrong." Late at night, Lin Yin asked her mother to help disinfect the wounds on her back, gritting her teeth and cursing, "That old man Su Hai, how dare he hit me like that?" Yin Lan frowned and advised again, "I told you to calm down." She cried even louder, vowing revenge. "I'm going to find my real father and have him deal with that old man and that bitch Su Xiaoming." Her mouth was faster than her brain. She quickly covered her mouth. "You useless thing. What are you shouting about again?" Then she leaned in and whispered, "Before your real father comes to get us, absolutely no one can know you're not Su Hai's daughter." Lin Yin was long accustomed to this kind of scolding and beating. She asked urgently, "But when will my real father come to get us? I really can't stand it anymore." She didn't want to live this kind of anxious life anymore, so she complained to her daughter. Soon after, Zhang's grandmother had just undergone heart surgery. Then she fell and passed away the next morning. Xia was still half asleep when she heard people talking. Marrying Xiao Meng is truly your blessing. A familiar voice tinged with grievance rang out. Grandpa, I've never bullied her. She slowly walked downstairs and suddenly noticed a strange old man sitting on the sofa in the distance. She couldn't help but wonder, whose elderly relative is this? Looking at his smiling face, she was secretly surprised. This is the first time I've seen Lu Yunshin smile so happily. He suddenly greeted her warmly. Good granddaughter-in-law, you're awake. Come here. Seeing she was still unfamiliar, he introduced Su Xiaoming. This is my grandfather. She repeated in surprise, Grandpa. He turned and nudged Yunshin, reminding him, You stinky boy. Hurry up and help your wife over here. Yunshin frowned in protest. Grandpa, she's not a child. She can walk by herself. Hearing this, he tapped him with his cane and scolded. We're 3 generations of single heirs, and you're the only one who doesn't know how to cherish his wife, leaving Yunshin helpless. Grandpa hit me on the head again. Even so, he still walked over, took Shasha's hand, and led her to everyone. She exclaimed in surprise. You, Yunshin's grandfather happily urged, Good granddaughter-in-law, quickly sit down. Xiaoming smiled and obediently sat down. Thank you, Grandpa. He first comforted her. You've worked hard during this time. The reason Yunshin ended up like this was to save me. Then, his gaze suddenly shifted, staring sharply at his grandson, making him tremble slightly. Before he could speak, he was hit again and could only endure it. Grandpa hit me again. Grandpa pointed at Yunshin and questioned, You don't even know how to speak properly to your wife. Xia quickly interjected, trying to smooth things over. It's okay, it's okay. He suddenly felt like teasing her. Now the whole family is on your side, making her cheeks flush, unsure how to respond. Just then, the servant announced, Sir, Madam, young master, young madam, breakfast is ready. Grandpa immediately instructed Yunshin, Take Xia to wash up. After Xiaoming comes out, no one is allowed to eat first. She quickly declined this kindness. Grandpa, everyone eat first. Don't wait for me. But he insisted on waiting for her. Then, he suddenly handed her the ring he had worn for many years and instructed, Xiaoming, wear this. No one will dare to bully you again. As a member of the family, Yunshin knew the significance of this ring better than anyone. He asked with some concern, Grandpa, are you really going to give this to her? Xiaoming was a little stunned. This. Grandpa waved his hand, not intending to reveal the truth, but only warned his grandson, If you dare bully Xia in the future, I'll break your legs. She vaguely guessed the value of the ring and quickly declined. Thank you, Grandpa. This is too precious. You keep it. But Yunshin wouldn't let her refuse, taking it directly from her hand. If Grandpa gives it to you, you should accept it. He then personally put it on her, reminding her seriously, this is not an ordinary ring. Remember to take good care of it. Looking at her face, he smiled faintly, his eyes full of tenderness. Her cheeks flushed slightly, finding it somewhat amusing. At this time, Xia had changed her clothes and was washing her face. Preparing to freshen up, Yunshin suddenly spoke, inviting her, Let's move to the master bedroom later. She immediately asked warily, Share a room with you. Seeing he didn't refute, she understood and refused directly. I won't go. He froze, blurting out in shock why. She calmly recalled the past, firmly remembering it in her heart. You told me to move out before. Yunshin approached, holding her hand, his tone somewhat agitated. Still jealous, she pretended to be impatient. Who's jealous? He gently caressed Xiaoming's delicate face and said firmly, I said I would take responsibility for you. She wasn't moved by these sweet words, but instead asked very Qingxing to Ly, Do you love me? After waiting for a while without a response, she pushed away his strong hand, her tone extremely cold. No answer. I guess that means you don't. He was unwilling to give up, grabbing her hand and whispering, It doesn't matter. I said I would take responsibility for you, and I definitely will. But Xiaoming frankly refused. No need, shocking him. She even drew a clear line. We got married because you were in a coma at the time, and my mother wanted to leave you a descendant. But now that you're awake, there's no need to be tied to someone you don't love. She even spoke those barbed words in a calm tone. If you meet someone you like in the future and want a divorce, just tell me. I don't need you to take responsibility. Shen stubbornly wanted to compensate her, but what happened that night was truly unfair to you. However, Sasha didn't care. Just consider that night a free trial of what it's like to be with Yin City's most beautiful man. He was at a loss for what to do, and could only stand there, processing her words. Free. A short while later, in front of a beautiful building in the city. Sasha stood outside, surveying the building, thinking to herself, what if I set up the beauty salon's headquarters here? But she quickly dismissed the idea. No, it's too crowded here. It would be difficult for customers to park. Suddenly, someone handed her a bottle of water, saying, have some water. Seeing the familiar face, she greeted him happily, Shang Hao. Then she smiled her thanks. Thank you for helping me last time. Sasha's smile made his heart flutter, and his face flushed slightly, but he still tried to remain calm. We're partners. There's no need to thank me. The two walked and chatted. Are you here to protect me today? She looked around and explained to him, recently, Lu Yinshun has assigned me a few more bodyguards. They have to report to him every hour. He casually took out a lollipop and ate it, his expression unconvinced. If something really happens, they won't be able to protect you. I'm still worried. Suddenly realizing he had said too much, he quickly added, I mean, you've offended too many people recently. Only if you're alive can I avenge my family. Sasha could only appease him, I know. Yinshun was sitting in his office reviewing documents when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a photo and a message from a bodyguard. Young Master, 3 p.m., young Madam's condition is completely stable. But seeing these words, he frowned. What had caught his attention was the young man in the photo. It's him again. Just then, Butler Zhong asked, Young Master, are you going out? He reminded him somewhat awkwardly, Young Master, since the USB incident was cleared up, the project has been developing rapidly. There are 3 important meetings this afternoon. If you don't preside over them, there will be problems. Suddenly changing the subject, Butler Zhong asked, Young Master, do you like young madam? This question made Yinshun's expression instantly become complex, filled with hidden meaning and incomprehension. But just a second later, he roared angrily, Are you crazy? Butler Zhong had his reasons. I feel like you care a lot about young madam. If he could express it. After his anger subsided, he sat back down in his chair, still stubbornly denying it. It's just a relationship of mutual benefit. But his heart was in turmoil. Seeing the gossipy look on the person behind him, Yinshun teased impatiently, Don't you have anything else to do? Butler Zhong was taken aback and stammered in agreement, Yes, yes, young master. After he left, Yinshun also turned off his phone to avoid being disturbed again. At the city hospital, Xiao Shuai's voice was full of resentment. Xiao Yin, I'm injured. When are you coming to see me? She was busy calling her boyfriend and then demanded, I've been injured for more than a day, and you haven't even called. At this moment, the other party suddenly suggested, Let's break up. These words stunned Xiao Shuai, who thought he had misheard. What did you say? Break up. The other party no longer concealed it and sneered. Anyway, we were just playing around. Did you really take it seriously? She shouted angrily into the phone. Jiang Xiaoyin, you're a real piece of work. The other party retorted equally fiercely. Well, you've been dumped now. She threw her phone in anger. Damn it. Xiao Shuai gritted his teeth, still shifting the blame onto others. His heart full of resentment. Xiao Meng, it's all that bitch's fault. Back when the two were walking, Shang Hao suddenly turned in another direction and said to Xiao Meng, I'm a little thirsty. I'm going to buy something to drink. She was focused on taking photos and making comments, thinking about finding the perfect location for her beauty salon. This building is close to the business district, and parking is convenient. Very convenient. Inside this building, someone quickly reported the news to the handsome man sitting in front. Young Master Zhong, you're so charming. There's a young girl secretly taking pictures of you. Xiao Yin frowned, a hint of disdain at the corner of her mouth. I hate this kind of woman the most. He slowly walked towards Xiao Meng, without saying a word, and directly snatched her phone. She anxiously reached out to get it back. Hey, why did you take my phone? But he criticized her disapprovingly. I hate women who take sneaky pictures like flies. Sasha was confused, her head full of question marks. Sneaky pictures. She immediately explained. You must have misunderstood. I didn't take any pictures of you at all. But he still doubted her words. If you weren't taking pictures of me, then who were you taking pictures of? The building. Then he opened the phone himself to check, his tone as if he had everything under control. The evidence is all here. You still want to argue. But Xiaoyan immediately slapped herself, because the photo album only contained pictures of buildings. How could this be? Xiao Shui quickly snatched his phone back, raising his voice to complain. I told you, I didn't take any sneaky pictures of you. He was embarrassed and angry, pointing at his face and saying, Nonsense, look closely at my face. Someone like me, and you say you didn't sneak a photo. Hearing this, she was furious, glaring at him, thinking this person was a failed product of evolution. Is there something wrong with you? Just then, Shang Hao, who had gone to buy water, returned and asked, What's wrong? Sasha, seeing her ally, quickly pulled him away, not forgetting to sarcastically throw a remark at the person left behind. Just ran into a super narcissist. Let's go. The man's face darkened, his expression extremely unpleasant. I'm narcissistic. He turned to look at the fuming person behind him, recognizing her identity at a glance. Wasn't this Jiang Xiaoyan, the precious daughter of the Jiang family? After walking for a while, Xiao Shui happily shared the day's achievements. The temporary location for headquarters has been decided. Sasha thanked him for his hard work today. Shang Hao didn't respond, instead changing the subject. Do you have anything to do tonight? Although she didn't understand, she honestly replied, no. He suddenly dropped a bombshell, extending an invitation. It's my birthday today. Can you accompany me to the amusement park? As if wanting to gain more favor with the girl beside him, he didn't hesitate to reopen old wounds. Before the accident, I refused to take my sister to the amusement park. Sasha was indeed moved by this tactic, her heart softening. His sister had died in that accident. This was probably his unresolved trauma. She extended her hand towards him. Lend me your phone for a second. She took the phone and held it up, revealing her intention. It's your birthday today. We need some sense of ceremony. Then she took a picture of Shang Hao. Come on, smile. After taking the picture, she returned the phone to him. Xiao Shui even complimented him. You're quite photogenic. She eagerly wanted to help him fulfill his wish. Which amusement park do you want to go to? I'll check the directions. She didn't notice the boy beside her was already immersed in boundless happiness. He immediately turned and answered, as if he had already planned it. Beihai Amusement Park. In the office, Yin Shun was still being persuaded by Steward Zhong. Young master, you've just held 3 important meetings in a row. Please rest. If the young madam sees you working all the time, she will definitely be heartbroken. He calmly stopped the futile persuasion. It's just a contractual relationship. I don't need to report my affairs to her. At this moment, his phone received a message with a photo. Young madam is safe and sound. Yin Shun stared at the photo, lost in thought for a long time. Then he decisively got up and left. Steward Zhong, seeing him in such a hurry, asked in surprise, Young master, where are you going? He casually replied, to Beihai Amusement Park to rest. Xiao Shui somehow produced a strawberry cake and presented it to him. A birthday must have a cake. Shang Hao was very touched to see her thoughtful preparation. Thank you. Pushing his luck, he made another request. Can you say happy birthday to me personally? She felt it wasn't much trouble and agreed with a smile. Of course. But the happy birthday wasn't said by Sasha, but by the person who had just arrived. Yin Shun coldly announced, I'll say it for her. She was surprised by his sudden and unexpected appearance, not understanding why he was here. Although her eyes were still on Shang Hao, she casually lied, just passing by. Then, Yin Shun deliberately showed affection in front of Shang Hao, as if declaring his sovereignty. Where are you planning to go? She was a little uncomfortable, her voice hesitant. Shang Hao hasn't ridden the Ferris wheel before. He wants to try it. He took her hand and suggested, then let's go together. Shang Hao was left out in the cold, only able to silently watch their backs in the Ferris wheel waiting area. Yin Shun bluntly criticized him, full of jealousy. Using your birthday as an excuse, taking advantage of her kindness to make her accompany you, don't you think you're going too far? The other party wasn't easy to provoke either, retorting through gritted teeth. Mr. Liu and Miss Su are only in a contractual marriage. Aren't you overstepping your boundaries? Sasha also bought popcorn, successfully stopping the endless argument. Freshly made, very delicious, try some. Shanghao took the popcorn, gentlemanly taking on another task. Thank you, I'll go buy the Ferris wheel tickets. Even with some private space, Yinshin only talked about business. If you have any difficulties at work, feel free to contact me, regardless of whether I'm in a meeting or not. She didn't care, perfunctorily nodding him. He finally returned, waving the tickets in his hand apologetically. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry, there are only 2 tickets left. He shamelessly and calmly requested. Then let me go up with Sasha. As expected, Shanghao was extremely dissatisfied and determined to seek justice for himself. But today is my birthday. I want to go up too. Hearing this, Sasha didn't want them to argue, so she had a bright idea and said, if you both want to go up, then go together. She hurriedly pushed both of them into the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel is about to descend. Hurry up. With her insistence, Yun Shun could only reluctantly comply. Really. The 2 rivals in love had unexpectedly become companions on the Ferris wheel. One could imagine how awkward the atmosphere was at this moment. Raindrops began to tap against the glass, and Shanghao frowned, guessing it looks like it's going to rain heavily. Sasha was still waiting for them, munching on popcorn and scrolling through her phone to pass the time. Suddenly, he appeared out of nowhere, holding an umbrella over her to shield her from the rain. Be careful not to get wet. She was a little surprised you came down so fast. Yin Shun also walked to her side and urged, it's raining too hard. Let's go home. Seeing Sasha shivering from the cold, he took off his jacket and draped it over her, making her a little uncomfortable. I'm fine. He didn't bother to explain, just tightly wrapped his arm around her shoulders, put on properly. He unceremoniously snatched the umbrella from his rival's hand, making the other party very uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but ask loudly, what are you doing? Then he handed the umbrella to Sasha. Here, let me carry you out. She wanted to refuse, no need. But Yin Shun had already squatted down, insisting that she do as he said. It's raining too hard. Your shoes will get wet. Being carried by her husband for the first time, she was shy like a little girl, her cheeks flushed. Thank you. Suddenly, remembering the third wheel behind her, she looked back. Wait, I still have Shanghao's umbrella. What about him? He lied without blinking. He has another umbrella. Shanghao was furious but helpless and could only stand in the rain and curse. Liar, I don't have an umbrella anymore. After comfortably settling into the car, Sasha reminded Yinshan with concern, be careful not to hit your head. She looked down, her tone slightly surprised. Your feet are all wet. But he remained calm and unconcerned. It's fine. The car started and carried the 2 of them home. Only then did she voice her doubts. Sometimes I really don't understand you. He turned his head curiously while driving. What? Sasha was a little embarrassed, but still said seriously, you're making me think you actually like me. Yinshan still hadn't realized his true feelings and stubbornly stuck to his original statement. This is just a husband's responsibility, according to the contract. Hearing this, she simply replied, oh. A week later, downstairs in a luxury apartment building. As soon as Sasha entered the elevator, she ran into a familiar face. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyan saw her, he spoke as if he had caught her cheating. What excuse are you going to make up this time? Looking at this ill-fated young man, Sasha said in surprise, it's you. He frowned and retorted, still pretending. Feeling something was wrong, she pointed at herself tentatively. You don't think I'm following you, do you? He pursed his lips, suspecting Sasha had ulterior motives. You must have deleted the photos you secretly took last time, right? Hearing this, her head ached. She glared at him fiercely and said firmly, I didn't. The elevator reached the 12th floor. As he walked out, he wore a disdainful expression, muttering his own cover-up, so thick-skinned. At this point, no matter how she explained, the other party wouldn't believe her, and she could only hold back her anger. Watching Jiang Xiaoyan swagger away, She tried her best to restrain herself from rushing up and punching him. This guy was really narcissistic. Just then, the phone rang, and the person on the other end urged her to hurry. "Miss Sue, the director is already in the office. We can discuss the collaboration." Sasha nodded in agreement. "I'll be right there." It was late, and exquisite dishes were already set on the dining table, waiting to be tasted. The waiter quickly brought the drinks. "Mr. Zhang, your wine." Jiang Xiaoyan nodded casually. Then he picked up the glass and took a sip. However, the waiter looked at him strangely, without a trace of kindness. After chatting for a while, Jiang Xiaoyan's friend noticed something was wrong with him and asked with concern, "Mr. Jiang, you don't look so good today." He complained helplessly. "It's all because of that girl who secretly took pictures last time." His friend had heard him talk about it once before, but still found it strange. Why wasn't it over yet? "Is she following you again?" The mere mention of it annoyed him. Jiang Xiaoyan frowned, his tone full of disgust. "Like a fly. I can't get rid of her." The restaurant was bustling with people coming and going. His friend with the short hair was about to leave first, but seeing him still sitting there, kindly reminded him, "I heard there's going to be a power outage in this area soon. Aren't you leaving?" He felt very uncomfortable and just wanted to sit down and rest for a while. "You go ahead." Sweat trickled down Jiang Xiaoyan's face. He suddenly felt strange. Why am I so sleepy? Just as his friend had said, all the lights in the restaurant suddenly went out. Having no other choice, he left the restaurant and went to the basement to get his car. Jiang Xiaoyan looked around and saw that there wasn't a single light on. He realized his friend was right. The power really was out. His face grew paler and paler, and he had to lean against a nearby car to steady himself. Why am I getting drunk so easily today? Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind him, with a sinister smile. "I've got you." The person didn't hesitate to strike Jiang Xiaoyan hard on the head with a stick, catching him completely off guard. "My Mr. Jiang." Nearby, Sasha was also using a flashlight to feel her way down the stairs in the darkness. "I just closed my eyes for a moment in the restroom. How did it get so late?" She anxiously checked her phone, but was only met with disappointment. It's normal for the building to be empty at night, but why is there no signal after the power outage? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyan burst through the door, and she, not paying attention, was hit by it. The next second, he stumbled and fell to the ground. She shone her flashlight over and saw a familiar face, forehead covered in blood. Isn't this that narcissist? Seeing someone, Jiang Xiaoyan, like a drowning man clutching at a straw, clung to her desperately, crying out, "Help! Help me!" Sasha kindly helped him up, asking in surprise, "What happened?" He whispered weakly, "Someone's trying to catch me. Run." Just then, the waitress caught up, displeased that someone was interfering. "Someone's still here at this hour." She looked the newcomer up and down, guessing her identity. "With what you're wearing, are you a waitress here?" As if hitting the nail on the head, she showed a strange expression. "Wrong. I'm Mr. John's biggest fan." She excitedly recalled her plan. "I've been preparing for this day for 3 years." But when she saw Sasha supporting Jiang Xiaoyan, her tone immediately changed, her face darkened, and a murderous glint flashed in her eyes. "How dare you touch Mr. Jiang with your filthy hands?" Then she raised the stick high in her hand and rushed toward Sasha, roaring, "You should die." Sasha decisively dodged to the side, causing the waitress to miss. Not finished, the rage in her heart prompted her to knee the other woman in the abdomen. Sasha gritted her teeth, watching the waitress's retreating figure, cursing inwardly, "Damn, she's so strong." She quickly pulled Jiang Xiaoyan and ran upstairs, crouching low. "Run, that psycho will catch up." Suddenly, his legs went weak, unable to lift at all, and he fell directly on the stairs. He collapsed on the ground, the sharp pain from his knees shooting through his brain. Seeing this, Sasha's heart tightened, wondering if he had been poisoned. Jiang Xiaoyan's mind was hazy, and he could only utter a single sound, "MMM." She looked around, her voice full of worry. "At this rate, we won't be able to escape." Afraid that he would get the girl into trouble, he spoke under the bright moonlight. "You go. Leave me." But she quickly ignored his words. "Don't be silly." She happened to notice an unused room and brought him inside. You hide here quietly. As she stuffed the unconscious man into a wooden cabinet, she felt a little worried, but still gritted her teeth and instructed, "When I lure that person away, you take the chance and run." Knowing that the girl in front of him was just trying her best, Jiang Shaoyan couldn't help but ask you. But before he could finish, she had already squeezed out to attract the pursuer's attention. "Damn it, don't even think about running." Sasha glanced back worriedly, her mind racing through countermeasures. Based on the layout, there should be a spiral staircase outside the 5th-floor window. As long as they could reach the 5th floor, they would be safe. But seeing their only chance tightly locked, her face fell and despair welled up in her throat. Why is the 5th-floor window locked so tightly? The terrifying waitress brandished her stick and chased after her, but luckily Sasha dodged in time. Still trying to run. She swung a punch, but Sasha easily caught it and delivered a hard blow of her own. The waitress opened her mouth wide, revealing sinister fangs, but unfortunately for her, I'm stronger. In her panic, she missed a step and tumbled down the stairs, her screams echoing through the stairwell. Seeing this, the waitress sneered mockingly. "How can you win without a weapon?" She charged forward, stick in hand, determined to make this a bloodbath. Sasha closed her eyes in despair, bracing for the impact, when suddenly Yin Shun appeared out of nowhere, blocking the blow with his own skull. Before he could become dizzy, he turned and pushed the madman away. He softly asked Xiao Meng, "Are you hurt?" Seeing the crowd before her, Xiao Meng hesitantly lowered her lip. Lu Yinshin's forehead was bleeding, making her anxious. "You're bleeding," she stammered, tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm sorry, call an ambulance." In the nursing area of the high-end hospital, Xiao Meng worriedly handed the cup to the patient. "Yin Shun, drink some water." Seeing his condition slightly improve, she opened her mouth to ask, "Why did you save me?" but was too shy to say it out loud. The sense of responsibility in her heart was only understood by herself. Those words weren't the most appropriate, so she leaned closer to him, wanting to give him a psychological jolt. "I don't believe it. Do you already like me?" But he quickly reacted, wanting to deflate her arrogance. "Why are you so confident?" Xiao Meng blushed, causing her to retract all her bravado. "I'm not confident. It's just that the situation was so dangerous." Recalling last night's events, her voice involuntarily carried emotion. "You didn't hesitate to block the cane for me." He acted as if he didn't care, his words as blunt as a wooden post. "Protecting you is my responsibility. It has nothing to do with love." After saying so much, he still hadn't revealed his feelings. She responded sadly, "I understand." She picked up a piece of pastry with a toothpick and slowly brought it to his mouth. "Have some fruit." As he lowered his head to eat, his warm lips accidentally brushed against her hand, making Xiao Meng's face flush red, as if she had touched a sinner of 1,000 years. But his voice was exceptionally innocent and pure. "Why are you suddenly blushing?" This made Xiao Meng drop everything. "Nothing." She hurriedly dropped the things, regaining the little bit of self-esteem that had flown away. "I'll go back and get you some clothes." But just as she reached the door, she inadvertently passed by a commotion outside the ward. "I'm just worried about Yinshin's safety. Let me in." Su Xia gritted her teeth and said with resentment, "Why can that little slut Su Xiaoming be with Yinshin and take care of him?" Her eyes met Xiaoming's. Without saying much, she ran over crying and grabbed Su Xiaoming. "You're a homewrecker. You'll die a horrible death." Seeing their boss being attacked, the bodyguards immediately rushed forward and restrained her. Su Xia kept shouting, "Let me go. I'm your CEO's wife." She looked at Su Xia's miserable appearance, her voice sharp enough to slap her. "Regretting it now," Xiao Meng said clearly in a somber voice as she walked past her. "How interesting." Su Xia knelt on the ground, trying to reach out and shout in her ear, "I did nothing wrong." But before she could finish her vicious curse, the bodyguards behind her covered her mouth. "It's all that bitch's fault." Half a month later, in the building where Xiaomishi's company was located, she was talking to herself happily, as if in a dream. "Finally, the contract is complete. We can open in a few days." When the elevator doors opened, Jiang Shaoyan was standing in front of her, nearly scaring her out of her wits. Why is he here? Xiao Meng stood in the elevator with him, feeling uneasy. I moved to the new building to sign the contract, and I'll run into him again. Suddenly he spoke. You're Xiao Meng, right? She immediately lost her composure. Is there anything else? He leaned closer and said, in a deep, artistic voice, I'm Jiang Xiaoyan. Starting today, you can pursue me. His excessive narcissism stunned her. What the hell? But Jiang Xiaoyan didn't listen to her at all, smoothly slipping his business card into her hand. This is my phone number. Remember me, and remember to call me. Xiao Meng angrily tore the small piece of paper to shreds, nearly scaring him out of his wits. Why did you tear it up? The two walked out of the elevator together, him still chattering incessantly. Do you know how many people want my phone number? What does that have to do with me? He quickly grabbed her wrist. You saved me. But Xiao Meng got goosebumps and retorted bluntly, I didn't expect this narcissist to be this insane. Giving me the chance to chase you is considered repaying a favor. She held her head in her hands, extremely embarrassed, her voice irritated enough to curse. What the hell? You call this repayment? I would have saved anyone else that night. You don't need to repay me. Jiang Xiaoyan, this sticky candy, was still following her. I like you. Despite Xiao Meng's persistent refusal, I'm already married. His next words truly crossed the line, leaving her stunned. I know. It's just a marriage of convenience. It doesn't count. Xiao Meng turned her head and asked uncertainly, Did you investigate me? But he answered vaguely, It's normal to understand the person I'm interested in. Realizing her accidental slip-up, she quickly turned to leave. My wife and I have a wonderful relationship. Please don't bother us. Jiang Xiaoyan still tried to follow closely. Don't lie to yourself. Every word he said was like a thorn in her heart. Qi Suxia was the one in Lu Yunqing's heart, irreplaceable. Even if she did the most outrageous things, Lu Yishan would forgive her. The moment she wavered, he grabbed her hand, not forgetting to remind her, the person in a man's heart is irreplaceable. Jiang Xiaoyan's incessant chatter finally made her show a look of displeasure. Consider accepting me. He'd barely finished speaking when her irritation erupted. Stop saying these things. Dejected, he sat alone, arms crossed, lost in pointless doubts as he watched her leave. He thought, how can this girl be so strong? In another corner of the building, a new drama was about to unfold in the silence. Suxia rushed over, holding a bucket of red paint. You bitch, Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng, already exhausted and out of patience, shouted, What are you doing now? Suxia, while yelling, put on a wronged expression. You shameless thing. You stole Lu Yunsheng, and now you're seducing my boyfriend. With only a little paint left, she turned to leave, still ranting, further infuriating Xiao Meng. Bitch, don't you dare leave. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly stopped Qi Suxia. What are you doing? Seeing a familiar face, her voice suddenly became cloyingly sweet, making one's skin crawl. Why are you so mean to me? It's all because of this bitch. Suxia started using him as a shield. I'm just trying to save you. I'm your girlfriend. He was also exasperated by her. Don't drag me into this. Xiao Meng immediately grasped the key point. You're Qi Suxia's boyfriend. She found herself caught in a misunderstanding at the wrong time. His voice weakened as he tried to explain. I'm not. Don't misunderstand. Then he loudly questioned Suxia. Tell me yourself, how long have you been broken up? But Suxia's bizarre logic would shame even the most shameless. A breakup period is about respecting each other. Even if we broke up months ago, you're still my boyfriend. Her theory was quickly and mercilessly debunked by him. You slept with me and then went to seduce Lu Yunsheng, and you still dare call me your boyfriend. Xiao Meng, unintentionally dragged in as a witness, had to ask, didn't you already have a boyfriend when you pretended to be pregnant with Lu Yunsheng's child? Her mind was a mess, and she was more concerned than usual. Seeing Xiao Meng smile, Suxia, like a madwoman, rushed to hit her. Bitch, you dare laugh. Jiang Xiaoyan stopped her again. Stop going crazy. If you continue like this, I'll tell your brother. Hearing the name of that important person, she immediately became afraid and hesitant. The brother card she had been playing was no longer effective. She immediately changed her tune. Just you wait. After Su Xiao fled the scene, he turned to Xiao Meng and asked, I just helped you. How are you going to thank me? He wasn't giving up, trying to charm Xiao Meng with his charisma. Want to buy me a coffee? But she remained clear-headed, pushing his face away, mercilessly shattering Jiang Xiaoyan's fantasy. It's because of you that I'm in this mess. Fearing that this persistent guy would continue to follow her, Xiao Meng warned coldly, Don't follow me, or I'll hit you. Listening to her fading footsteps, he answered his phone with a smile. What an interesting girl. He spoke softly, Mom. Before she could say anything, a voice came from the other end of the line. Aunt Lou has set you up on a date. Remember to come home tomorrow. Recalling the sweet scent still lingering in the air, he calmly refused. No need, Mom. There's already someone in my heart. Night fell. The lights in Yunxing's villa were brightly lit, showing no sign of rest. Exhausted from the day, Xiao Meng stumbled into the house. Lu Wei stood at the door, her voice sharp, as if trying to assert dominance. You're Su Xiao Meng. Maintaining some basic courtesy, Xiao Meng introduced herself. I'm Su Xiao Meng. And you are? Lu Wei replied. I'm Lu Wei, Lu Yunxing's sister. I just got back from abroad. Xiao Meng's voice was laced with confusion and unease. He has a sister. Seeing the bewildered look on Xiao Meng's face, Lu Wei, though slightly displeased, answered truthfully, I grew up with him. I'm considered an adopted daughter, so also his sister. Having grasped all the necessary information, Xiao Meng responded gently, I understand. Knowing this was a member of her husband's family, she extended her hand in a friendly gesture. Nice to meet you, Lu Wei. But Lu Wei rudely interrupted her polite greeting. Don't think I'm so easily fooled. Just because Mom and Grandpa like you doesn't mean I will. This abrupt and hostile approach left Xiao Meng speechless. In my heart, only Su Xiao is worthy of being my sister-in-law. Just then, Shen also happened to return home. Seeing her brother after so long, Wei Wei lowered her voice and said in surprise, Brother, you're home early today. Before she could finish what she wanted to say, he was standing in front of her, sternly warning, quickly apologize to your sister-in-law. His words startled her, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Seeing her hesitate, her brother took a step closer, emanating a strong sense of pressure.